This remarkable manhua begins on a dark, stormy night in an ancient Chinese residence. Several men dressed in black robes stand in a line. Someone asks if anyone is present. Rain has pooled into a puddle from the endless downpour. A filthy child stands in the rain, facing the men in black robes. Their stillness is disconcerting. A man with crimson eyes observes the boy intently, wondering how anyone could be living in the abandoned martial academy. Addressing him as a young warrior, the man politely asks for permission to take shelter from the rain for the night. The boy examines them, curious about who they might be. It surprises him that they are speaking to him so respectfully despite his young age. He reasons that they might see him as a young Taoist protecting the closed academy. In response, he greets them and thinks that perhaps they aren't dangerous people. He explains that he too only started living in the abandoned academy a few years ago, adding that they may stay wherever they wish, just not in his pavilion. The men thank the young warrior for his generosity. Their leader instructs them to avoid the boy's pavilion and find other spots for shelter. He asks if they understand, and they all respond affirmatively before dispersing to find their own spaces. The boy notices the word Tang embroidered on their robes and wonders if they belong to the same clan. Though curious about their identity, he has more pressing matters to attend to. Entering his pavilion, he busies himself with preparing dinner for the children. The somber atmosphere shifts as the boy becomes animated with joy. Our protagonist enthusiastically calls everyone to eat. Opening a large pot, he reveals a small, brown, cricket-like insect inside, remarking that he was nearly late and the insects must be starving. In another pot, he finds a large spider called the black earth tiger, a tarantula native to Hainan, China. This impressive species, which can grow up to 20 centimeters long, features unique stripes resembling those of a black tiger. Using chopsticks, the boy carefully picks up an insect to feed the spider. While feeding it, he reflects on how he wouldn't have survived without these creatures. The tarantula eagerly eats the insect, pleasing the boy. He marvels at how this spider, once the size of a fingernail, has already shed its shell twice and grown so much. Feeling happy, he notes that the spider has had its fill. Next, the boy opens a drawer to reveal an orange lizard with white stripes, a bewangling cave gecko. This species is native to the region and recognized by its striped body and tail. The boy recalls how difficult it was to acquire such creatures in his previous life when he lacked money. Now he can find them everywhere. His life is filled with joy as he watches over them. While feeding the gecko, it bites his finger. Yelling loudly, he waves his hand to shake it off, but the gecko clings stubbornly. This incident reminds him of his past. Before inhabiting this body, the boy was a streamer named Spicy Fabre, a professional biologist with over 1 million subscribers. His content focused on venomous creatures, and his final live broadcast became his undoing. In a quest to showcase the 10 most dangerous vipers, he embarked on a journey to find the black mamba, known for its aggressive nature. During the live stream, he lamented that he couldn't find the snake and decided to take a break. Viewers joked about the possibility of it being in his house, but to his shock, the black mamba was indeed there, curled up on his refrigerator. Before he could react, it bit him and he died instantly during the broadcast. Returning to the present, the boy pouts, reflecting on the irony of his death after such an exhaustive search. Meanwhile, an elderly man in a black robe knocks on the pavilion door. Thanking the boy for his kindness, he invites him to share their meal, a freshly caught deer. Excited at the prospect of eating proper meat rather than snakes or lizards, the boy eagerly accepts the invitation. The group gathers around a bonfire as the deer cooks. Noticing the boy's intense gaze at the food, the elder reassures him that it will take time to cook. To pass the time, he begins asking the boy questions about his age and living situation. Embarrassed but obliging, the boy answers his inquiries. The boy felt embarrassed when he realized he'd been staring at the deer for too long. Allowing the elder to ask his questions, he listened attentively. The elder wanted to know if the boy lived alone and how old he was. Unsure if he was 14 or 15, the boy decided to fabricate a story, claiming that a childhood head injury had left him with poor memories. When asked if he was staying there by himself, the boy confirmed, explaining that he lacked any real talent and survived by catching snakes and selling their skins. The elder expressed disbelief that the boy engaged in such dangerous work, but the boy simply shrugged, saying he was used to it. Just then, someone brought over some cooked meat for them to eat. An old man commented on how hungry the young warrior must have been. The boy gratefully thanked the elder, happily noting it had been ages since he'd last eaten meat. As he took a bite, pure joy spread across his face. In his mind, he thought, this is what happiness feels like. The older men watched him with smiles, their amusement evident. As he ate, the elders took the opportunity to ask more questions. The elder explained that they were searching for something unusual and wanted to know if the boy had seen anything strange. Initially hesitant, the elder eventually decided it was safe to share the details since the boy lived alone and wouldn't cause trouble. The patriarch explained they were looking for a centipede with a blue spot on its body. Surprised, the boy asked how large the centipede was. The patriarch explained that an adult could easily swallow someone his size. Pale with shock, the boy realized his assumption that he'd been transported only a few centuries into the past might be wrong. He could be in an entirely different world. The white-haired elder reassured him, saying they were close to capturing the creature. Curious, the boy asked if they intended to keep it as a pet. The question amused the elders and the white-haired man burst into laughter. The patriarch chuckled, commenting on how funny the young warrior was. Through laughter, the elder clarified that raising the centipede wasn't their goal, they needed it for medicinal purposes. Confused, the boy probed further. Initially suspecting them of being traitors, he began wondering if they were involved in illegal drug making. He asked how a centipede could serve as medicine. The elder explained that his granddaughter was gravely ill, and only the inner core of the blue spot centipede could save her. Moved by their determination, the boy thought about the lengths parents would go to for their children. Though he felt sorry for the centipede, he decided to help them, especially since they had treated him to meat. The boy began discussing the centipede, and the patriarch eagerly asked if he had seen one. He admitted he hadn't but suggested he might know where they could find it. Drawing on his vast knowledge as Spicy Fabre, a former biologist and streamer with expertise in venomous creatures, the boy recalled facts about centipedes. Among the millions of species on Earth, around 20,000 are venomous, and he knew all of them by heart. Centipedes were no exception. In his mind, he visualized opening a book and flipping through its pages, searching for the specific information he needed. Within moments, he closed the book, having found the answer. Back in reality, he told the elders he might know where the centipede could be. Startled but intrigued, they pressed him for details. The boy asked which areas they had already searched. They explained they had explored to the north and east of the academy, primarily along the riverside during the day. Hearing this, the boy wasn't surprised by their lack of success. Smirking, he remarked, "Of course you couldn't find it." The elders, puzzled, demanded an explanation. The boy began to lecture, explaining that centipedes belong to the Arthropoda phylum and the Calopoda class, preparing to share his knowledge of their habits and habitats. Centipedes have a broad range of habitats, and being cold-blooded, they require shelter to regulate their body temperature and maintain humidity levels. Interestingly, unlike most insects with a waterproof outer layer, centipedes have weak waterproofing and pores in their shells, making them averse to wet environments. They thrive in high-humidity areas but avoid waterlogged places, as they can't survive long without moisture but dislike excessively damp conditions. Because of this, the blue spot centipede is unlikely to be found in jungles or near rivers. The elders were skeptical. They believed centipedes preferred environments like cracks and rotting wood. The boy clarified that while smaller centipedes might dwell there, the larger ones they were seeking wouldn't. Big centipedes avoid jungles and riverside rocks since these areas lack sufficient hiding spots. The elders exchanged glances, silently communicating. They then asked the boy where the centipede might be found. Promising a significant reward if he helped, the boy smiled and pointed westward, suggesting they search the Rocky Mountains in that direction. He explained that large centipedes rest under warm rocks during the day and come out at night. A few hours later, the search party scoured the Rocky Mountains. The patriarch climbed a tall, narrow rock, observing the surroundings. One of the men suggested that the young warrior might have been mistaken. The patriarch decided to end the search for the day, signaling the team with an arrow. As the men gathered around a bonfire, they were visibly exhausted but still clung to hope, trusting the boy's intelligence. The patriarch, deep in thought, eventually spoke, his voice heavy with emotion. He lamented that his daughter, Huayun, was the greatest talent in the Tang family's history and questioned why the heavens seemed to abandon her. Suddenly, a voice announced the Grand Patriarch's return. The patriarch welcomed him and they gathered around the fire. The Grand Patriarch confirmed that he too had failed to find the centipede. With Huayun's condition worsening and only a few months left, he doubted they could locate the creature in 10 days. A heavy silence fell. The patriarch suggested exploring the southern region the next day. The Grand Patriarch agreed but added that they hadn't found any traces so far. Hearing this, the patriarch suddenly burst into laughter, realizing something he had overlooked. He exclaimed that they were indeed in the right place. The Grand Patriarch was puzzled and asked if he had seen anything. The Patriarch replied no, but the Grand Patriarch elaborated. He explained that the complete absence of traces, no animals, droppings or markings, was a sign that the centipede might have cleared the area. The realization struck the Patriarch. Territorial animals might have fled or fallen prey to the centipede. Confident, the Grand Patriarch assured him that the blue spot centipede was definitely nearby. Their hope to save Huayan reignited. Suddenly the ground beneath them began to shake. Cracks appeared and the bonfire area started to crumble. To their horror, a massive limb emerged from the earth, followed by another. The men froze in terror as the enormous blue spot centipede revealed itself. Even the Grand Patriarch looked unsettled. Back at the academy, the boy grumbled about the chaos. He wondered how massive the centipede must be to cause such a commotion. Being a venomous animal enthusiast, he was both annoyed and curious, wishing he could see the creature himself. At the Rocky Mountains, the battle against the centipede raged on. The men eventually triumphed, though not without sustaining injuries. They successfully retrieved the centipede's core, a shimmering blue gem safely stored in a wooden box. Overcome with emotion, they wept, knowing they could finally save Huayan. The Patriarch instructed the Grand Patriarch to lead the injured warriors to Sichuan for treatment. When asked why he wasn't coming, the Patriarch explained, "Grudges are carved in blood, but favors are carved in stone. That's the way we live." In summary, they still had matters to resolve. The Grand Patriarch finally understood and admitted how he had nearly made a grave mistake by focusing solely on Huayan. He agreed it would be appropriate to welcome the young warrior as a guest and grant his requests. The Patriarch instructed the injured warrior to receive treatment in the village while he went to visit the young warrior. He considered that the young warrior might also be curious about the recent events. Meanwhile, the young warrior was casually enjoying the company of 3 small yellow Pokemon-like creatures. The young warrior found himself in a peculiar situation. He had unexpectedly become the father to 3 blue spot centipedes. These tiny creatures, resembling caterpillars, were undeniably cute, especially as they affectionately rubbed against his face. Looking at the pot, a memory flashed in his mind. When he had brought the eggs home, he cleaned them and placed them on his nightstand. By the time he woke up, they had all hatched. 1 centipede happily rested on his head. Although the young warrior had anticipated the eggs might hatch, he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. He tried to remove the centipedes clinging to his shoulders, but they refused to let go, treating him as their parent. A flashback revealed what had transpired the previous night. Driven by curiosity about the massive blue spot centipede, the young warrior had ventured into its lair, despite knowing the risks. During his search, he accidentally kicked an insect in frustration, causing him to lose his balance and drop his torch. Thankfully, the 3 eggs he had collected remained safe. Relieved that the rain had stopped, he realized how lucky he had been to retrieve the eggs without losing them. Determined to protect the eggs, he hurried back home, promising them a proper bath once he arrived. Back in the present, the young warrior felt satisfied that even though he couldn't see the live adult centipede, he had managed to save its offspring. He reminded himself that they wouldn't need food until after their second molting, but it was a challenge dealing with them constantly clinging to his body. Thinking of a solution, he smirked and decided to take a shower, hoping the water would make them leave him alone. Elsewhere, the elder patriarch arrived at the academy and approached the pavilion. Knocking on the door, he called out to the young warrior but received no response. After a brief hesitation, he turned the knob and entered the room. Inside, he noticed herbs, jars and medicines, which made him wonder if the young warrior was a healer. Feeling it was intrusive to enter uninvited, he decided to leave, but the rustling sound from a pot caught his attention. Curious, he opened the pot and found a spider inside. His gaze shifted to the drawers where he discovered a gecko. Checking another pot, he saw beetles, alongside eggs and dried snakes scattered around. The elder was astounded. He couldn't comprehend how the young warrior managed to raise such venomous creatures and their offspring. Even the Tang clan, well-versed in handling poisons, had only been able to extract venom, not cultivate eggs like this. The elder realized his encounter with the young warrior was the true stroke of luck, far beyond the centipede's discovery. As the young warrior appeared and greeted him, the elder noticed the boy's concern about his bandaged arm. Dismissing it as a minor injury, the elder began to share something important but was interrupted by a sudden ominous energy. An explosion rocked the entrance behind them, and a shadowy figure began to emerge. As its form became clear, it resembled an ogre with a single eye and burn scars on one side of its face. The elder immediately shoved the young warrior aside, urging him to flee. The young warrior was caught off guard and confused. The monster let out a deafening roar and moved with alarming speed, attacking with its hand. The elder blocked the strike with his uninjured arm, enduring immense pain. The monster retaliated, throwing the elder back and sending him crashing into the ground. The area filled with dust as the elder struggled to catch his breath, coughing up blood. He realized the monster's strength rivaled that of his own father. He desperately told the young warrior to escape, but when the dust cleared, the scene revealed the young warrior being held in the air, choking as the monster gripped him tightly. The young warrior gasped for air as the monster roared with laughter. The creature mocked him, claiming he had heard that members of the Tang clan had arrived in Hainan. It sneered, saying no one could have imagined that the son of the myriad poison's divine sovereign would end up wounded and alone. The elder calmly retorted that he had no idea who the monster was and demanded to know why both he and the young warrior were being targeted. The creature scoffed, asking if its disfigured face and powerful fists didn't make it obvious. It then introduced itself as Takenyang, the blood hand Rakasa, and blamed the elder's father for its mutilated appearance. The elder recognized the name. He recalled hearing that Takenyang had been struck by a poison palm and fallen off a cliff, presumed dead. Yet here he was, alive and seething with vengeance. The elder tried reasoning with him, pleading for the release of the young warrior and offering his own life in exchange. But Takenyang refused, vowing to annihilate anyone associated with the Tang clan. Inwardly, the elder cursed this relentless demon, a term used for martial artists who sow chaos and destruction. It was clear Takenyang had no intention of sparing the young warrior. As the warrior's face grew pale from suffocation, Takenyang sneered and prepared to end his life. Desperately, the young warrior begged for mercy, his strength waning with every passing second. Just then, 3 pairs of fierce eyes flashed. The tiny centipedes lunged onto Takenyang's arm. The once adorable creatures revealed their ferocity, biting into the monster's skin with unrelenting force. Takenyang was taken aback, shouting angrily that mere centipedes couldn't harm him. But as he spoke, his neck turned violet, and he coughed up blood before collapsing in agony. The young warrior, now free, stumbled backward, staring in disbelief. He cautiously asked the elder if Takenyang had been a bad person. The elder, equally stunned, watched as the lifeless body of Takenyang lay on the ground. Slowly, his shock turned into a wide grin as he realized the young warrior was far more extraordinary than a mere guest. The elder thought to himself that this boy must join the Tang clan. A few days later, the elder was recovering, and the young warrior diligently cared for him, placing a damp cloth on his forehead. The elder expressed his gratitude, but the young warrior suggested instead that he tell him the whereabouts of his companions so he could check on them. Realizing he couldn't leave the elder alone and that calling for a doctor wasn't an option, the warrior stayed. The elder reassured him, saying he would recover with rest, but the warrior remained skeptical, bewildered at how calm the elder could be after such severe injuries. When the elder explained that martial artists had extraordinary resilience, the young warrior was incredulous. He asked if martial artists could fly and shoot fireballs. The elder chuckled and admitted that while not everyone could, it wasn't entirely far-fetched. The young warrior marveled at the strangeness of this world, acknowledging that things like giant centipedes only made sense here. The elder formally introduced himself as Tang Kailson of the Sichuan Tang Clan, and the young warrior introduced himself as Wei Soryang. Kailson noted the meaning of Soryang's name, small dragon, and remarked that it was fitting. Curious, Kailson asked if the centipedes on Soryang's body were venomous. Soryang casually rubbed one of the centipedes' bellies and confirmed that they were blue spot centipedes. The revelation made Kailson leap from the bed in shock. He asked if Soryang had tamed them and how he had managed such a feat. Soryang smiled and replied that it was a long story. When Kailson insisted he didn't mind, Soryang began recounting how he had raised the centipedes from eggs. When the story concluded, Kailson could hardly believe it and asked for confirmation. Soryang proudly affirmed that he had indeed raised them from eggs, predicting their hatching with precision. Still reeling, Kailson watched as Soryang opened a drawer and pulled out 2 lizards. The young warrior eagerly displayed them, pointing out the differences. One had a brown body with yellow and white stripes, while the other, a product of selective breeding, had a plain brown body and a white tail. Kailson asked if Soryang had intentionally bred the lizards for their coloration. Blushing slightly, Soryang happily admitted that he had, simply because he found it beautiful. Kailson gathered his composure and asked if the young warrior could breed the most venomous creatures to produce even deadlier ones. Soryang responded with a surprised, "Huh? In his mind he considered the possibility, it was theoretically feasible. He then explained to Kaleson that if they could determine which creatures had the most potent venom, it might be possible. Before he could finish, Kaleson exclaimed with excitement, "Really? That's possible?" His enthusiasm startled Soryang. Without hesitation, Kaleson declared that Soryang should join his family immediately. This left Soryang completely bewildered. Kaleson sweetened the offer, promising that by joining the family, Soryang would gain access to their martial arts techniques, rare elixirs, herbs, and any poisons he desired. Kaleson further tempted him, saying someone of Soryang's skill could even capture or tame the legendary 10 great venomous creatures of the Central Plains. And if that wasn't enough, Kaleson casually mentioned one of the 3 flowers of the Central Plains, his daughter. Soryang shouted, "Hold on," and asked Kaleson to clarify what he had just said. Amused, Kaleson teased that while Soryang might be young, he was still a man. He continued talking about the flowers, but Soryang quickly interrupted, telling him to drop the subject. Shifting the topic, Soryang inquired about the 10 great venomous creatures, asking if they were as incredible as the blue spot centipede. Kaleson enthusiastically confirmed, explaining that while the blue spot centipede was remarkable, it ranked far below the legendary creatures. From giant scorpions to the golden frog that gleamed like gold, these creatures were beyond imagination. Kaleson grinned, sensing that he had piqued Soryang's interest. The young warrior's eyes sparkled with excitement. 2 days later, a member of the Tang clan arrived, alarmed by news of the blood hand Rakasa, Tak Anyang appearing. Kaleson explained that Anyang had been hiding and honing his martial arts, reaching a level close to his father's. The Tang clan members speculated that if the patriarch had sent Anyang to his demise, it might mean he had reached the realm of 10,000 poisons. They began congratulating him, but Kaleson clarified that he hadn't been the one to defeat Anyang, it was the young warrior. This revelation stunned the clan members. One of them immediately clasped Soryang's hands, expressing their gratitude for saving the patriarch. They even speculated if Soryang was an elder rejuvenated to a younger form. Soryang, confused by their assumptions, looked to the patriarch for clarification. Kaleson requested Soryang to reveal the truth. Understanding the signal, Soryang patted his chest and called out, "Come on out." The Tang clan members watched in amazement as Soryang's clothes rustled, and 3 tiny centipedes peeked out. Gasps of astonishment filled the room as the little creatures crawled forward. The clan members recognized them as blue spot centipedes, creatures known for their venom. Kaleson explained that these centipedes had been the ones to defeat Anyang. The clan marveled at the feat, as taming such creatures was unheard of. Kaleson then declared his decision to formally accept Soryang into the Tang clan, but Soryang hesitated, saying he needed more time to think. A clan member encouraged Soryang, emphasizing the great opportunity, while Kaleson urged him to prepare quickly, hinting at something important they couldn't delay. Kaleson then explained the sinister nature of Anyang's martial art, the blood hand poison claw, a dark technique requiring human blood and bone marrow to reach mastery. Soryang found it grotesque. Kaleson continued, stressing that if Anyang had left behind secret scrolls or disciples, they needed to eliminate them to prevent the resurgence of such dangerous martial arts. He also mentioned the possibility of rescuing any captives. The patriarch then asked if Soryang would assist, considering his familiarity with Hainan Island. Soryang appeared pensive, realizing that joining the Tang clan would be a lifelong commitment. He thought to himself that before committing, it was essential to observe the clan's dynamics, just like assessing a workplace during an internship. Soryang agreed to help once the patriarch recovered. They praised his decision, but Soryang privately resolved to use the opportunity to evaluate the Tang clan thoroughly. After 3 days, Kaleson was well enough to travel. Together, they journeyed to a village near an abandoned martial academy, suspected to be Anyang's base. There, they began investigating reports of missing villagers. An elderly man mentioned that 1 or 2 people typically go missing in the jungle each year, but there haven't been any patterns of regular disappearances. Chilson fell silent, lost in thought. They thanked the village chief for sharing the information. The chief replied humbly, expressing his honor in assisting the renowned patriarch of the Sichuan Tang Clan. They then took their leave, though they hadn't uncovered any significant leads. As they made their way through the forest, Soryang remarked to Chilson that there didn't seem to be anything unusual about the village. Chilson explained that when Anyang had revealed himself, it had been in that area, but the exact location was difficult to pinpoint. Soryang found it equally strange that there were no traces left behind. Remembering Anyang's words, he suddenly had an idea. Soryang asked if Chilson recalled what Eunhyang had said when he appeared. Chilson admitted that he didn't, as he'd been knocked away by Eunhyang's attack at the time. Soryang reminded him that Eunhyang had claimed to have heard that the Tang clan had come to Hainan, implying someone had informed him of their presence. Soryang proposed they retrace their steps through the places the Tang clan had visited in Hainan and ask around with Eunhyang's portrait. The Tang clan members were taken aback by Soryang's quick thinking. It made sense that someone who had seen them would have tipped off Eunhyang. Energized by the idea, they set out immediately. Their journey brought them to a gloomy village. One Tang clan member reported hearing rumors at the Hainan port that this was the village they were looking for. Chilson confirmed it was a place where the Halai people lived, and he assumed they wouldn't be hostile. However, the village had an eerie, lifeless atmosphere. When the Tang clan called out, asking if anyone was around, a villager noticed them. The villagers appeared weak and sickly. An elderly man, possibly the village chief, approached while holding the hand of a frail little girl. Two guards accompanied them, also looking unwell. Kaleson introduced himself politely, while Soryang observed the interaction. He noticed how weak the child looked and how lifeless the villagers seemed. Soryang began suspecting something unusual. Many villagers appeared to have taken some kind of medicine. The chief denied that anything was wrong, insisting there were no missing villagers or unusual events. He abruptly told them to leave. When Chilson tried to point out the disproportion between the number of houses and the few people present, the chief cut him off, repeating that there was nothing of interest and urging them to leave again. Both Kaleson and Soryang were puzzled. Kaleson whispered to Soryang, wondering why the Halai people who should have been welcoming were acting this way. Soryang had no answer. Just then the little girl collapsed. Everyone was startled. The chief quickly cradled her in his arms, tears brimming in his eyes. He called out to her, saying she was his only remaining family and begging her not to leave him. The scene moved Kaleson, who stepped forward and offered his help, explaining that he had some knowledge of medical arts. The chief hesitated and then asked if it was Central Plains medical knowledge. Kaleson confirmed that, while he wasn't a physician, he had some expertise in medicine. The chief finally allowed him to examine the child. Before they entered, the chief explained that a plague had been spreading in the village, killing children and weakening healthy adults. He begged Kaleson to try to save his granddaughter. Kaleson promised to do his best. As they were ushered inside, Soryang asked a Tang clan member if the elder truly knew medical arts. The member explained that the Tang clan's deep knowledge of poisons also made them skilled in medicine. He added that martial arts training often begins with an understanding of one's own body, which includes medical knowledge. Soryang thought to himself that if he joined the Tang clan, learning medical arts would be far preferable to mastering their terrifying poison techniques. However, his thoughts were interrupted when the man casually mentioned that they sometimes tested poisons on captured criminals to study the effects. Soryang's expression turned comical as he realized this meant human experimentation, making him increasingly uneasy. Meanwhile, the streets of the village were eerily quiet. Inside one of the homes, Kaleson sighed and explained that he had transferred some of his ki to the girl, stabilizing her breathing. The chief was overwhelmed with gratitude and begged them to save his only granddaughter. Kaleson brought up an important point, noting that something seemed strange about the child's pulse. He asked if she had been born with a weak heart. The village chief explained that her illness began about 6 months ago. Not only his granddaughter but others in the village also started falling ill around the same time. They referred to it as a mysterious disease. That was why he initially told them to leave when they arrived at the village's entrance. Kaleson reassured the chief, saying he would provide good medicine for the heart. He asked the chief to gather the villagers so they could distribute the remedy. Overcome with emotion, the chief burst into tears, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. Soryang quietly observed Kaleson's actions with admiration. Later that night, as Kaleson walked with Gu Pai, a member of the Tang clan, Pai acknowledged the effort Kaleson had put into treating the villagers. Kaleson thanked him before Pai inquired about the symptoms. Kaleson explained they were unusual: lethargy, swollen eyes, mild fever, irregular pulses, but the most severe cases all involved heart issues. Curious, Kaleson asked about Soryang's whereabouts. Pai replied that Soryang, likely exhausted from helping despite having no martial arts training, had gone to bed. Kaleson agreed that it was understandable and decided to check on him. Pai offered to lead the way. When they entered Soryang's room, they found him sleeping soundly on the bed, with 3 centipedes resting in a basket nearby. Kaleson observed from the doorway before suddenly stepping inside. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped Soryang. Soryang jolted awake, clutching his stinging cheek, confused and in pain. He demanded to know why Kaelson had hit him. Kaelson, with a serious expression, apologized and explained there had been a bug on Soryong's face, and he had only wanted to get rid of it. Soryong looked at him skeptically but allowed Kaelson to explain further. Kaelson said he had come to check on him before going to bed but noticed the bug. In this region, venomous insects were common, so he had acted quickly to prevent any danger. He showed Soryong the bug, a large, unsettling creature. Soryong was startled by the sight and then seemed to piece something together. He asked Kaelson if all the patients with different symptoms shared one common condition: arrhythmia. Kaelson confirmed this. Soryong suddenly realized the source of the village's mysterious illness and pointed at the bug, declaring it the culprit. He identified the insect as a kissing bug, a member of the Reduviidae family. These bugs feed on blood, often biting near the eyes or lips, and are so discreet they can draw blood more quietly than a mosquito. Known as vampire or assassin bugs, they aren't venomous but carry harmful parasites in their stomachs. When they bite, their excrement can transmit diseases like Chagas disease, a deadly illness that ranks high among animal-caused human fatalities. Soryong then asked the village chief if the village's dogs exhibited symptoms similar to those of the sick humans, such as shortness of breath. The chief confirmed they did and asked if the bug was to blame. Soryong affirmed this, adding that with proper medicine, his granddaughter and others could be saved. Kaelson grinned and asked Pai what he thought. Pai commented on Soryong's perceptiveness, praising him as a young warrior of great potential. Watching them, Soryong was baffled by their expressions and wondered what was going on. They reminded him that they were members of the Sichuan Tang Clan. When Soryong's puzzled face made it clear he didn't understand the significance, Kaelson repeated the statement. Internally Soryong thought, so what? His irritated and confused expression was unintentionally amusing. Kaelson began explaining the concept of goo. Some believed these were venomous parasites, while others thought of them as a form of witchcraft. According to him, malicious individuals in China bred these bugs to cause suffering or manipulate others. They would feed the bugs to people, causing either excruciating pain or complete subjugation. Soryong found the idea hard to believe. Kaelson acknowledged it sounded extraordinary but added that many martial artists had been killed by goo, forced to harm their families, or enslaved by these evil practitioners. Because of this, efforts to develop antidotes to goo had been relentless. These cures could either expel the parasites from the body or destroy them entirely. As Kaelson spoke, Soryong began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Kaelson posed a question. If someone had succeeded in creating a cure, who could it be? With pride, he declared that it could only be the renowned Sichuan Tang family. He explained that if they had something capable of dissolving a fist-sized roundworm inside a body, dealing with a tiny bug would be no trouble. Then he revealed the curse-melting orb, stating that even a small dose of this medicine would suffice. Soryong expressed mild amusement, though inwardly he reflected on how extravagant the name sounded for what was essentially an antiparasitic drug. They reassured the village chief that they could save his granddaughter, and soon enough the villagers began recovering, starting with her. The chief was deeply relieved, and the villagers' warm hospitality was an unexpected but welcome reward. The villagers, with their bright and cheerful demeanor, lived up to their reputation for optimism. Kaelson acknowledged that the situation would have been much harder without Soryong's insight in identifying the cause of the illness. He humbly redirected the villagers' gratitude to Soryong, praising him as their true savior. Despite the Tang family's medicine curing the villagers, Kaelson insisted on giving all the credit to Soryong. Watching the villagers thank Soryong brought Kaelson great satisfaction, as though he were the one being celebrated. Soryong was touched by this gesture. The villagers rejoiced, lifting Soryong and tossing him into the air repeatedly in celebration. Later, the village chief pulled Kaelson aside to revisit their earlier conversation at the village entrance. When Kaelson asked what it was about, the chief mentioned the villages where people had gone missing. Intrigued, Kaelson asked for more details. The chief explained that one of the women in their village, originally from another settlement, had shared a troubling story. Years ago, her hometown suffered a tragedy where several villagers mysteriously disappeared. They believed they had finally uncovered the truth. Kaelson inquired about the village's location, and the chief pointed them westward. Upon arrival, the stench of decay was overwhelming, confirming they were in the right place. The scene was grim. Corpses, refuse and insects littered the area, with poison lingering in the air. Pai warned Soryong not to look, but Soryong had already seen it all. Amid the carnage, a man spotted something unusual, a golden chicken foot peeking out of a pile. On closer inspection, it was attached to a bird, a magnificent creature with a golden tail and feathers in shades of purple, pink and black. The bird radiated an almost magical aura. One of the men, angered by the bird's presence among the dead, hurled a rock at it despite Kaelson's attempt to stop him. The rock missed, but it caught the bird's attention. Kaelson, sensing danger, placed a calming hand on the man's shoulder, warning that something felt off. The bird spread its wings, releasing a toxic miasma that melted nearby skeletons. Startled, Soryong was grabbed by someone who covered his mouth to prevent him from inhaling the poison. Kaelson commanded everyone to flee while shielding Soryong. He explained that the creature was a Jinyao, a poison-feathered bird. Once safe, the group gathered around Kaelson, who described the bird in detail. Its wingspan reached 5 feet, its sharp beak gleamed bronze, and its body was cloaked in vibrant purple feathers. The creature could spread death with a single movement, turning everything around it to poison. Atop its head sat a golden crown, giving it an air of regal menace. Soryong, captivated, asked if it was one of the 10 great venomous creatures. Kaelson confirmed that it was and explained that the Jinyao held the top rank, earning the title of the king of all venom. Soryong's excitement was palpable as he imagined how even the most dangerous insects and snakes seemed tame in comparison. Kaelson explained that the Jinyao was likely drawn to the area by venomous snakes, as it only consumed the heads of such creatures. When Soryong asked how common they were, Kaelson replied that sightings were rare, perhaps once in a century. Fascinated, Soryong asked if it was possible to capture the creature. His question left the Tang members stunned. Kaelson, however, was amused and inquired if Soryong truly wanted to try catching it. When Soryong admitted he did but expressed concern about the venom, Kaelson smiled knowingly. He remarked on Soryong's keen interest in the 10 great venomous creatures and assured him that if he was serious, there was indeed a way. Soryong was astonished. Kaelson explained that if he mastered the Tang clan's poison techniques, he would gain immunity to all toxins and even withstand Jinyao's venom. Only through the martial arts of their clan could one nullify all poisons in the world. Kaelson, ever cunning, casually mentioned that their techniques are never taught to outsiders. Even if he wished to help as the patriarch, he couldn't break the clan's rules. Eagerly, Soryong asked if joining the family would grant him the right to learn. He also inquired whether achieving immunity to poison would truly let him endure Jinyao's venom. Kaelson confirmed and promised to teach him everything without reservation if Soryong agreed immediately. He also assured him that he would personally oversee his progress. However, Kaelson added that if Soryong hesitated too long, he might reconsider. Feeling the pressure, Soryong declared his decision to join the clan and expressed his anticipation for Kaelson's guidance, calling him patriarch instead of elder. Kaelson's mischievous grin betrayed his satisfaction, though he acted as if he hadn't coerced Soryong into agreeing. Kaelson told Soryong that from that moment onward, he would forever be part of their family. Back at a decayed location, traces of the blood hand Rakshasa, Tak Anyang, were found in a cave. Footsteps led to a notebook discovered inside, which was brought to Kaelson. After scanning its contents, he confirmed it held the secret techniques of the blood hand poison claw. Soryong was unnerved, noting it was written in blood. Kaelson decided it was time to return. When Soryong asked if they were heading to Sichuan, Kaelson replied that it was the best course of action now that they had secured the blue spot centipede's core and the manual. Soryong requested a stop at the academy to release his friends and gather his belongings, which Kaelson approved. As they departed, Soryong glanced behind and noticed something unusual. Pointing it out, they discovered a shining purple feather from the Jinyao. They all stared at it thoughtfully. Kaelson picked it up and told Soryong it would serve as a keepsake to commemorate his joining the family. Soryong expressed interest and thanked him, but Kaelson corrected him, suggesting he change how he addressed him after the upcoming ceremony. Soryong wondered if it would be some kind of initiation ritual. Meanwhile, at the Tang clan, the Grand Patriarch Tang Musong had finally returned. Exhausted, he wasted no time and inquired about Huayun's condition. Clan members rushed him inside, reporting that she was barely holding on to life. The door opened and Musong immediately called for Huayun. Those inside were surprised by his arrival. He informed his daughter-in-law that he had succeeded in acquiring the medicine and revealed the blue spot centipede's core. Overcome with relief, the daughter-in-law began to cry. Preparations were made to administer the medicine. Musong was deeply moved by Huayun's pained expression, thankful he had hurried back in time. At his daughter-in-law's urging, Musong gave the medicine to his granddaughter. A radiant blue light enveloped her as he placed a finger on her wrist to check her pulse. Everyone anxiously hoped for her to open her eyes, watching and waiting. Meanwhile, Soryang felt groggy, marveling at the vastness of the Central Plains, which far exceeded his expectations. The journey had taken over a month and a half, beginning with a boat ride from Hainan to Hangzhou and continuing through Nanjing before finally arriving in Sichuan. At the residence of the Sichuan Tang Clan, Pai excitedly announced their destination to Soryang. Standing at the grand entrance, Soryang gaped as he learned the entire mountain belonged to the Tang Clan, aptly named Tang Clan Mountain. He swallowed nervously, overwhelmed by the sight. Immediately, members of the Tang Clan emerged to greet the patriarch. Soryang was astonished by their sheer numbers, wondering if all of them belonged to the Sichuan Tang Clan. Among the crowd, a girl in a red dress ran toward them, her face lit with tears of joy as she called out for her father. It was Huayan. She embraced her father tightly, crying tears of relief. Soryang meanwhile was spellbound. Her radiant beauty left him speechless, surpassing even the celebrity he had once been involved with in his past life. Chilson, pleased to see his daughter alive, introduced Huayan to Soryang. Dazed, Soryang struggled to piece together Chilson's earlier comments, muttering something about weeds or grass before Chilson corrected him. It was all about the flower. Huayan's cheeks flushed red. Chilson told Soryang that the girl beside him was the flower he had previously dismissed. Soryang was left dumbfounded. He recalled their earlier conversation about the flower and felt a wave of embarrassment. In that moment he knew he had made a grave mistake. He never imagined he had overlooked the chance of being with such a beautiful woman, the only daughter of the Sichuan Tang Clan, famously known as the venomous flower Tang Huayan. Since childhood, Huayan carried a hidden emotional weight. She once overheard elders discussing her. While they were uncertain of her talent, they agreed her beauty was exceptional, enough to rank her among the 3 flowers of the Murim. The conversation shifted to finding her a suitable husband. One elder mentioned suggesting the patriarch take a second wife, but the patriarch had declined, leaving him baffled. Hearing this, Huayan resolved to prove herself to the clan by excelling in their martial arts. She wanted to show that even as a woman she could contribute greatly to the family. However, her impatience led her astray, creating an internal heart demon that caused a key deviation in her training. When Huayan awoke, her mother, the Grand Patriarch, and 2 others surrounded her bed. Her mother looked visibly relieved. Tears streamed from Huayan's eyes as she apologized, lamenting that she had failed her family and lost all her inner chi. Her grandfather, the Grand Patriarch, called her a brat and told her to stop crying. He reminded her how far she had come to reach the level of mastering 100 poisons and told her to cheer up. Huayan's confusion grew when he mentioned 100 poisons. She noticed her aura glowing and asked for clarification. The Grand Patriarch revealed a story about a mysterious young warrior who had not only saved her life but also endowed her with the inner chi of 1,000 poisons, far surpassing what she had previously achieved. In the present, Huayan asked about weed, leaving Soryang utterly embarrassed. His earlier flippant remark comparing her to weeds resurfaced in his mind. He berated his past self for such thoughtlessness but tried to dismiss the moment by joking that the patriarch had taken the comment too seriously. Gathering himself, he greeted Huayan formally, stating how glad he was to see her healthy. Huayan introduced herself as Tang Huayan, also known as the venomous flower. She expressed her gratitude, promising never to forget the life-saving favor he had done for her. Soryang, entranced by her beauty, struggled to form coherent thoughts. Chilson interrupted, asking Soryang what he thought of his daughter. To Soryang's shock, he heard a voice in his head, realizing it was some form of sound transmission. Chilson teased, asking if Soryang agreed that Huayan was stunning and hinted at the possibility of them growing closer. Later, Soryang rested in a large bath, feeling utterly drained. Nearby, the centipedes he had cared for were sleeping peacefully in a basket. He noticed one waking up and, surprisingly, smiling at him. Despite their intimidating appearance, they seemed to understand his words when he warned them about the hot water, willingly staying in the bucket as he suggested. Amused by their behavior, Soryang recalled Pai's mention that centipedes were spiritual creatures. He made a mental note to learn more about them later. However, Chilson's earlier remarks about Huayan lingered in his mind, leaving him restless. At another pavilion, the family gathered around a large table. The Grand Patriarch, the Patriarch, his wife, and Huayan. Chilson announced his decision to give Soryang the East Wing Room, a space traditionally reserved for couples in Chinese residences. The Grand Patriarch questioned if Soryang was truly that talented. Chilson confirmed, explaining that Soryang's remarkable abilities went far beyond mere chance encounters. He elaborated that Soryang not only possessed unparalleled knowledge of venomous creatures but also defeated Ouyang, encountered legendary spiritual creatures, and even hatched the blue spot centipede eggs himself. The Grand Patriarch commented on the Patriarch's luck in finding such a treasure. The conversation then turned to Huayan. Kaleson told his daughter that he wished to make Soryang his son-in-law, asking for her opinion. As Huayan processed her father's words, realization dawned on her. She grew quiet. Huayan wanted to prove that she could bring greater value to the clan now that she possessed the 1,000 Poisons Constitution, surpassing the mere 100 Poisons Constitution. She responded that as a member of the Tang Clan, she understood her father's intentions. However, she declared that it was her responsibility to determine if the young warrior was truly deserving of her. Without waiting for a reply, she dashed out of the room, leaving behind an awkward atmosphere. In Kaleson's mind, he thought the young warrior ought to be cautious. Though his rose was stunningly beautiful, her thorns were equally sharp. Huayan ran swiftly, her emotions in turmoil. Now that she had achieved the 1,000 Poisons Constitution, she was determined not to stop there. She knew that unless she pushed further, the elders would never fully recognize her. She resolved to evaluate the young warrior thoroughly, from his abilities to his character. Meanwhile, Soryang was lost in thought, contemplating how to navigate the situation. He suspected Huayan might harbor resentment toward him. Half-jokingly, he asked his centipedes, his kids, for advice. Suddenly, Huayan appeared before him, stunning him completely. She was breathtaking. Side note: the art style here is so vivid it feels like a scene straight out of a classic manhwa. Back to the moment, Huayan quickly excused herself, saying she was in a hurry, and asked for his hand. Soryang extended his hand hesitantly, blushing as he did so, feeling like a loyal pet offering a paw. Trying to lighten the tension, he suggested that they should only do such things after getting closer, as there's a proper order to such matters. Huayan froze for a moment before understanding his misunderstanding. Her face turned beet red as she corrected him, insisting that wasn't her intention at all. Realizing his mistake, Soryang felt a wave of embarrassment. Huayan sighed and clarified again, explaining that she had only wanted to check his pulse. She apologized for startling him by suddenly asking for his hand. Sitting beside him, she admitted that her approach had been abrupt and assured him that she only wanted to explain some things. Soryang listened attentively. Huayan began recounting her struggles, sharing how, as the Tang clan's sole direct descendant, she constantly faced schemes from the branch families. To secure the family's future, the elders had decided to seek a capable son-in-law. They even considered how Soryang's role within the family might change should he join. She apologized in advance for needing to confirm something but assured him that no matter the outcome, she would treat him with respect as her benefactor, potentially even as a sworn sibling. Soryang reassured her, offering his hand again and saying she was free to confirm whatever she needed. Huayan placed her hand on his wrist, emitting a faint blue aura as she assessed his pulse. She explained that the Tang clan's martial arts were unique. They required practitioners to adapt to toxins gradually as their internal energy grew. The poisons were ranked: 5 poisons, 10 poisons, 100 poisons, 1,000 poisons, and finally 10,000 poisons. To her surprise, Soryang's body could adapt to 10 poisons, a rare feat for someone not born into the Tang clan. However, it was only 10 poisons, which meant his aptitude would place him at the level of a first-rate martial artist but no higher. She explained that this was the pinnacle someone without innate talent could reach. She then took her leave, leaving Soryang deep in thought. Alone, Soryang mulled over the revelation. The 10-poison body? His face paled at the implications. It might mean he couldn't capture the Jinyao, a crucial goal for him. Hours later, Huayan stepped out of her bath. Despite washing multiple times a day, she noticed her body emitted a strange scent ever since she had absorbed the blue spot centipede's inner core. Dressing herself, she wondered if it was some sort of punishment for her ungrateful words toward her savior. Meanwhile, Soryang was fast asleep, dreaming of a conversation with someone who thanked him for his kindness. It was Huayan, or so it seemed. When he asked if it was a dream, the figure explained that while it felt dreamlike, it was not. The entity revealed herself as the blue spot centipede, borrowing Huayan's appearance to avoid startling him. She introduced herself as the mother of all the creatures Soryang had encountered. Just then, 3 small girls appeared, and Soryang deduced that they were the centipede's offspring. He asked her how she managed to appear in his dreams. She explained that after being mercilessly killed, leaving her children behind, her lingering grudge reached the heavens, and her spirit became trapped in her inner core. She added that while she had been cursing the girl who consumed her core, An opportunity to resolve her grudge arose, allowing her to manifest in his dreams. This was possible because he had taken all her children with him. Soryong silently acknowledged his role in revealing her location, which indirectly led to her demise. Though unintentional, he still felt responsible for the death of the blue spot centipede. Watching her, he listened as she asked if her benefactor could grant her one request. Without hesitation, he promised to fulfill whatever she wished. Her request was simple. She asked him to care for her children until they were fully grown. Soryong was puzzled, noting that centipedes typically become independent after molting twice. She clarified that while this was true for ordinary centipedes, her species was unique. Until her offspring molted twice, they required the flow of qi from their mother's inner core to survive. Only afterward could they sustain themselves by feeding on the qi of other beings. This revelation led Soryong to ask whether the children needed to remain with Huayan, as she had consumed the inner core. The mother centipede explained the circumstances. She admitted that, in her anger, she had cursed Huayan, causing her body to emit a foul odor. The curse ensured no man would approach her, preventing her from ever having children. However, she was willing to lift the curse if her children were allowed to absorb the qi from Huayan's inner core. Perhaps in this way, Soryong could even win the girl's heart. Soryong considered her words carefully before smiling and responding that it didn't feel right. He couldn't take advantage of Huayan's predicament. The mother centipede admired his integrity and asked how he planned to handle the situation. She reminded him that Huayan sought strength in a man, and she couldn't magically procure the inner cores of the 10 great venomous creatures to aid him. This sparked an idea in Soryong. He asked her to trust him, assuring her that everything would work out. The next day, Soryong and Huayan sat side by side. Huayan now understood that the strange smell emanating from her body was due to the blue spot centipede's inner core. Soryong explained that by attaching the centipedes to her body every few days and letting them absorb the qi, the odor would naturally fade away. Huayan hesitated before asking if he was truly okay with helping her without asking for anything in return. She knew he could easily demand compensation for his assistance. Soryong smiled and told her he couldn't bring himself to exploit a woman's difficult situation, refusing to act shamelessly. Huayan was surprised by his response and felt guilty. She told him she couldn't continue accepting his kindness without offering something in return. Her father's words began to weigh more heavily on her. Seeing Soryong's selflessness made her realize that qualities beyond talent or martial prowess were important. Soryong then shared his own thoughts. Referring to her earlier remark about his 10-poison body, he revealed an ambitious plan. Since he could only absorb 10 types of toxins, he resolved to fill those slots with the toxins of the 10 most venomous creatures in the Central Plains. Huayan was shocked, interpreting his words as a bold declaration to become the strongest under the heavens, all for her sake. The thought made her cheeks flush. For Tang Huayan, one of the 3 flowers of Murim and the venomous flower of the Tang Clan, this was the first time a man had made such an audacious confession to her. Blushing, she asked if he realized what he had just said. Soryong, confused, replied that he didn't. Huayan told him the path he spoke of would be incredibly difficult and demanding, potentially requiring 10, 20, or even a lifetime of effort. Soryong's face fell as he worried aloud about how long it might take, amusing Huayan as she continued to blush. Then, with growing embarrassment, Huayan brought up that Soryong was only 15 years old. She told him that in 3 years, when he came of age and was ready for marriage, if he succeeded in defeating even one of the 10 great venomous creatures by then, she would consider it. Blushing deeply, she admitted that if he succeeded, there might even be a possibility of a wedding. She cheered loudly, saying she would be rooting for him, then bolted away. Soryong was confused and called out to her. She stopped, turned around, and asked if there was anything else he wanted to say. He suggested that she get some rest and stay for a couple of hours. Embarrassed, she hesitated but eventually returned. He reassured her there was no need to worry since the little centipedes wouldn't bite. Gathering his kids, he told them to go to their mom instead of their dad. Hearing this made Huayan's face flush as red as a tomato. She asked him what he meant by calling them mom and dad, but Soryong quickly clarified that it wasn't what she thought. Meanwhile, Chilson, his wife, and Muziang were seated at the table discussing the young warrior's exceptional talent and how it seemed to have failed to win their daughter's heart. Muziang asked if anyone had seen them earlier that morning. He remarked that it seemed like something was developing between the two. Huayan's mother speculated that her daughter might have rejected the young warrior. The men pondered deeply. Muziang commented that forcing a marriage wouldn't be right and suggested allowing their feelings to grow naturally. Huayan's mother proposed having Huayan oversee the young warriors' martial arts training to spend more time together, believing it could help them bond. Chilson agreed it was a solid plan. Muziang added that they could consult the elder healer sage to see if he could bestow the purifying elixir of marrow and essence to enhance the young warrior's aptitude. Chilson was surprised, noting that such an opportunity hadn't even been extended to Huayan, so they shouldn't get their hopes up. Muziang acknowledged the point. At that moment, Huayan appeared outside the door announcing herself. Chilson invited her in and asked what brought her there at that hour. She blushed, surprised to see the three of them together. She said she had something to share, blushed again and then all at once, declared she would do as her father had suggested. Chilson was taken aback and asked what she meant. Her mother invited her to sit and asked if she was implying that the young warrior had caught her interest. Embarrassed, Huayan couldn't respond. Chilson pressed her further, curious about the sudden change since she had previously shown little interest in him. Gathering her courage, Huayan explained that Soryang had told her he would become the greatest in the world for her. He had promised. Chilson, astonished, asked her to elaborate. She added that although Soryang's innate talent was limited to a 10-poison body, he vowed to make up for it by defeating the 10 great venomous creatures for her sake. Muziang laughed heartily, calling the young man bold. Chilson was stunned, while Huayan's mother was impressed, remarking that it was rare to find such a determined suitor. Huayan admitted that although her heart was inclined, she had told Soryang she would only agree to marriage if he could capture one of the 10 great venomous creatures before coming of age. Her father joked that she should have raised the bar to 3 creatures, while her mother commented that men often miss subtle hints. Huayan asked if she should go explain it to him. Her mother advised against it, reasoning that if Soryang didn't realize their tacit approval, he would only work harder. Muziang suggested treating him as a prospective son-in-law while pretending they were undecided, confident that his efforts would naturally lead him to become part of the family. Meanwhile, the mother centipede praised Soryang, telling him he had completely won Huayan's heart. Soryang replied that success came down to determination and persistence. She smiled warmly at him, calling him her benefactor. She then informed him that her lingering resentment had been resolved and her soul would soon ascend to the afterlife. Before departing, she offered to grant him one last request, within her ability to fulfill. Soryang paused to think and then asked if he could examine her body. The request made her feel shy, though she believed it was to be expected from a man. She assumed he was succumbing to human desires and reluctantly began revealing her shoulder, preparing to undress. Startled, Soryang quickly asked if she really needed to take her clothes off. Blushing deeply, she hesitated and asked if she shouldn't. Soryang hastily clarified that it wasn't what he had meant, further deepening her embarrassment. It was amusing to see the children covering their eyes. Soryang clarified that he only wanted to see the true appearance of a blue spot centipede. Realizing his intention, the centipede's mother hesitated, feeling a mix of dread and anticipation. Smoke enveloped the area, and she revealed her true form. Soryang gasped, overwhelmed by her magnificent and enormous appearance. His excitement was palpable. Without waiting for permission, he reached out to touch her, marveling at her size and asking endless questions. Was her body waterproof? How strong was her venom? Could he touch her legs, her antennae, even her fangs? The sheer enthusiasm in his voice was undeniable. The children continued covering their eyes, which only added to the charm of the moment. The centipede mother was slightly embarrassed by his passionate curiosity, particularly when he insisted on touching her fangs despite her warnings of their danger. She began to wonder if her daughters would truly be safe with a man like Soryang, whose touch carried an unusual energy. She couldn't help but laugh, finding it odd yet endearing how he drooled slightly while running his hands over her. Later, Chilson invited Soryang for tea. Chilson revealed that he'd learned everything from Huayan and declared that Soryang would be accepted as their son-in-law. Surprised, Soryang tried to clarify that he thought the arrangement was conditional and would require 3 years to finalize. Chilson dismissed his concerns, stating the marriage would naturally happen when he came of age. Huayan's mother warmly welcomed Soryang into the family, referring to him as her son-in-law. Mu Seong expressed his satisfaction, noting that Huayan had found an exceptional partner and that their clan would thrive even more. Soryang glanced at Huayan, perplexed by how quickly things had progressed. Despite his confusion, he decided to play along and replied politely that he looked forward to their guidance. When Mu Seong suggested getting started immediately, Soryang grew curious. Chilson explained that before Soryang could learn the Tang clan's poison arts, he must first experience the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. With a sly grin, Chelson assured him it was something he would undoubtedly appreciate. The family led Soryang to the hall, a place of great significance to the Tang clan. Soryang, excited by the prospect, assumed it was a treasure trove of poisons. However, as they walked, his attention drifted to Wei Yun's side profile. He couldn't help but admire her beauty, likening the moment to a living portrait. His obvious admiration didn't go unnoticed by his in-laws, who exchanged amused glances. Chelson teased him, joking that if Soryang kept staring at his daughter like that, he might wear out her face. He reminded him that Wei Yun was his woman now, yet Soryang gazed at her as though she were still untouchable. Wei Yun's mother chimed in, noting that Soryang seemed utterly captivated by her. Both Wei Yun and Soryang turned crimson with embarrassment. As they approached the hall, 3 men stood before a massive iron door. 2 muscular guards flanked a Tang clan official, who welcomed the Grand Patriarch and his grandson-in-law. At Muzian's command, the gates were opened. The guards strained against the weight of the colossal doors, forged from rare Kunyu steel sourced from the southern wilderness. As the doors creaked open, Soryang observed the immense effort required. Though the gates finally yielded, the guards were visibly drained. Amused by their struggle, Soryang couldn't help but think how over-the-top the security was for something reminiscent of the Middle Ages. Chelson, noticing Soryang's concern, explained that the Kunyu steel was renowned for its unmatched durability. The Hall of 10,000 Poisons lay before them, and Soryang braced himself for what awaited inside. Even opening the gate was considered a privilege. Once inside, they arrived at the treasure vault where the Tang clan of Sichuan safeguarded its vast collection of poisons. This remarkable repository, known as the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, housed an incredible variety of toxins. Muzian cautioned Soryang to be careful and avoid touching anything recklessly. Soryang nodded, affirming his understanding, but he couldn't help confirming whether the hall truly contained 10,000 poisons. Chelson chuckled, explaining that the poisons were meticulously classified into categories like paralysis poisons, sleep poisons and countless others. The elders, always playful, decided to tease the young pair. Chelson suggested that Wei Yun explain the poisons to Soryang, knowing he would enjoy learning from her. The suggestion made both Wei Yun and Soryang blush with embarrassment. Despite her awkwardness, Wei Yun accepted the task. Taking Soryang by the hand, she guided him to see the Tang clan's most potent poison. Wei Yun's discomfort was evident, while the elders watched the two with amused expressions. She began her explanation by pointing out the chi-dissipating poison, which rendered a martial artist's energy unusable with just a single inhalation. She advised Soryang to handle it with extreme care. She then introduced other deadly poisons: the alimentary canal necrotizing poison, the spirit-destroying poison, the bloody pulp poison, and even the infamous 7-step soul-snatching poison. Each was immensely powerful, but Wei Yun emphasized that the strongest poison of the Tang clan was something far beyond these. She handed Soryang a tiny seed. Confused, he noted to himself that it resembled a tiger bean. Wei Yun explained that this seed, though small, contained the most powerful poison known, apart from the venoms of the 10 great venomous creatures. She revealed it as the seed of the castor plant, a symbol of the Tang clan. Soryang immediately recognized its significance. He thought of ricin, a deadly toxalbumin, lethal in minuscule amounts, infamous for its use during the Cold War and assassinations. Soryang muttered that the seed came closest to the Tang clan's ideal of a perfect poison: colorless, odorless, tasteless, and invisible. Wei Yun elaborated, calling it golden poison. When used, its victims experienced what the Tang clan referred to as a golden death. She emphasized that the strongest poison wasn't about causing the most excruciating pain or the bloodiest death. It was about silent, swift, and untraceable lethality. The Tang clan's poison arts, she explained, embodied the principles of stealth and certainty. To Soryang, it felt like he was learning the methods of an assassin's guild. Muxiang interrupted, saying it was enough for now and suggested they move on to see the venomous creatures Soryang had been so eager to encounter. He even offered Soryang the chance to oversee their care, with full support from the clan. In Soryang's mind, this translated to the clan indulging his passion as a hobby. His excitement was obvious. Before they could proceed, a messenger named Pai arrived, panting heavily. He urgently informed the Patriarch of a situation at the Black Tortoise Pavilion. The Patriarch asked what had happened, and Pai hesitated before mentioning 2 issues. First, the medicine sent to the Sichuan city lord had failed to achieve the desired effect, prompting a letter of complaints. Pai hesitated again before revealing the second issue, glancing at Soryang. Soryang sighed knowingly. Pai finally explained that it concerned the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Muxiang guessed that rumors were already spreading and decided they needed to address the matter immediately. He ordered Soryang to accompany them. At the Black Tortoise Pavilion, the elders wasted no time voicing their grievances to the patriarch. They were outraged by his unilateral decision to pair Wuyun with an orphan of unknown origins. This remark infuriated Chiu-san, who began to emit a green aura as he questioned whether they were insulting his son-in-law. Despite Chiu-san's anger, the elders persisted, claiming their concerns were valid. Muxiang silenced them with a sharp rebuke, declaring that the decision was his alone. He demanded to know if they had any objections to his authority. The elders, caught off guard by his outburst, sought support from the Grand Patriarch, urging him to intervene. They argued that entrusting the Hall of 10,000 Poisons to an outsider with unproven skills was reckless. Muxiang, however, firmly reiterated that his approval was final. Meanwhile, Wuyun, conscious of Soryang's discomfort, quietly whispered an apology to him. In Soryang's mind, his initial reaction was simply goodness. He sighed as it dawned on him that his actions had caused her to worry. He thought to himself that it was she who should be apologizing. Everyone was taken aback when Soryang suddenly spoke up. "Excuse me," he said, "sorry to interrupt your discussion." He then proposed addressing the issue himself, stating that since the problem stemmed from his perceived lack of ability, he would prove his skills to the clan elders. The elders were stunned into silence, and Soryang went on to suggest resolving the Sichuan city lord's troublesome complaint as a demonstration of his capabilities. Wuyun, whispering in disbelief, asked what he was trying to achieve. Though Soryang was not one to draw attention or make a scene, he couldn't stand by while his peaceful life as a pet owner was being disrupted. His boldness left the elders momentarily speechless before their indignation erupted. They scolded him for interrupting the elders' discussion and demanded if he even knew the contents of the Sichuan city lord's letter before barging in. Calling him insolent and irrelevant, they complained to the patriarch about his interference. The elders seized the opportunity to argue for a son-in-law from a reputable martial family instead. Chao Sen's wife, however, was visibly annoyed by their tirade. Meanwhile, Soryang internally remarked on how absurd these old codgers sounded the longer they spoke. Recalling his days as Spicy Fabre, a streamer with over 1 million subscribers and thousands of viewers per session, he likened the elders' complaints to the nonsensical trolling he used to deal with. Addressing the group, Soryang pointed out that they still refused to acknowledge him as the Sichuan Tang Clan's son-in-law, meaning he was merely a guest. With his streaming experience, Soryang was well versed in handling chaos. He reminded them that he had saved the clan's beloved Lady Huayun, defeated the bloodhand Rakshasa Takanyang, and saved the patriarch's life. He then challenged them, asking if it was part of the clan's etiquette to insult a guest and benefactor to their face. The elders, embarrassed by his pointed remarks, admitted to speaking rashly out of desperation. Inwardly, Soryang thought of them as pathetic. The Grand Patriarch, however, appeared impressed by his composure and cleverness. One elder tried to downplay the significance of defeating Takanyang, claiming it was overstated. The Patriarch quickly silenced the objection by presenting a document, none other than the secret manual of the blood sect's blood-hand poison arts, written in blood. The elders gasped in shock. Their astonishment deepened when the Patriarch asked Soryang to reveal his companions. Tapping his chest gently, Soryang summoned the 3 baby spotted centipedes, which emerged happily. The elders grew visibly uneasy at the sight of the creatures. The Patriarch proudly explained that these were the offspring of the blue-spotted centipede, and Soryang had been raising them. He further revealed that these centipedes were the ones that had killed Takanyang. One elder, still in disbelief, confirmed if Soryang had truly managed to control a blue-spotted centipede. Soryang and the Patriarch shared knowing grins, teasing the elders. Chao San added that addressing Soryang as a young warrior instead of recognizing him as the clan's son-in-law was telling. Soryang even joked, warning the centipedes not to bite anyone unless they wanted to end up as lifeless as Takanyang. The elders, thoroughly flustered, began backtracking. They denied refusing to accept Soryang, offering feeble excuses about proper procedures and natural hesitations. The Grand Patriarch, exasperated, decided to table the discussion on Soryang's status for the moment and focused on the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. He asked why Soryang was not allowed entry, to which the elders replied that Soryang was not fully integrated into the family and was too young to be entrusted with such responsibility. The Grand Patriarch, seeing an easy solution, asked Soryang to demonstrate his abilities. Soryong smiled confidently and declared that he would prove himself worthy of the Sichuan Tang Clan in their own style, by using poison. The elders were aghast, misinterpreting his words. They shouted in disbelief, asking if he intended to poison the Sichuan city lord instead of helping him. Soryong was left utterly confused by their reaction. Deep down, Soryong was puzzled as he believed that the Sichuan Tang Clan addressed poison-related matters the following day. The Grand Patriarch announced that Soryong would now begin training in the Tang Clan's martial art, the 5 Venoms returning technique. Soryong asked if the training would also involve physical exercises. The Grand Patriarch explained that as Soryong practiced martial arts, his body would naturally adapt to align with the techniques. Mu Soryong further clarified that the Tang Clan focused on practicality, so Soryong would learn skills that could be immediately applied in real situations. Mu Soryong unpacked an array of weapons, arrows, daggers, shuriken and more. They started with concealed throwable weapons such as needles, coins, darts, powders, daggers and throwing knives. Mu Soryong explained that while there were many unconventional concealed weapons, they could mostly be divided into 5 types. He asked Soryong which one he thought was the easiest to handle. Soryong guessed it was the dagger or throwing knife, which turned out to be correct. Then Mu Soryong inquired about the most difficult weapon. Soryong suggested powder, as it needed to be scattered effectively. However, Mu Soryong informed him that the needle was the most challenging. Surprised, Soryong assumed it was because the needle was small and thin, making it tricky to throw. Mu Soryong explained further, it wasn't just about the difficulty of throwing. Soryong would also need to remember exactly where he threw each needle. To demonstrate, Mu Soryong separated the head of a brush from its handle and made a quick motion. Suddenly, the brush's bristles floated in the air and transformed into needles, raining down and embedding themselves into the ground. Soryong was stunned by how the bristles acted like actual needles. Mu Soryong revealed this was part of the Tang Clan's hidden weapon technique called Sky-Obscuring Flower Rain, a secret art where hundreds or thousands of needles fall like flower petals, covering an area. In Soryong's mind, it seemed like the technique involved scattering needles everywhere and then fighting on the same turf. He expressed concern that with an area filled with such needles, there would hardly be any space to move. Mu Soryong laughed and confirmed his assumption, adding that Soryong would have to remember the needles' positions to avoid falling victim to his own technique. To Soryong this seemed almost unbelievable. He broke into a sweat as he confirmed with Mu Soryong that he would need to remember the positions of needles that deflected opponents as well as those that missed their mark. Mu Soryong affirmed this, informing him that with the 5 Venoms body, he'd need to memorize at least 100 positions just to begin. Soryong turned pale at the thought. Afterward, Soryong collapsed face first onto the ground. Lady Huayan arrived, wearing a beekeeping suit, and asked if she looked ready. She explained that she had heard he was planning to catch a hornet and wondered if the suit was unnecessary. Soryong assured her it wasn't, her suit would allow them to catch one themselves instead of waiting for it to come. Huayan asked if he knew where the hornet's nest was, and he replied that she'd understand once they arrived. Huayan informed him she had spotted a nest nearby, so they headed out together. As they walked, Huayan brought up the letter sent to the Sichuan city lord and asked if Soryong had read it. Soryong confirmed he had. Blushing, Huayan expressed concern that he might not fully understand the letter's contents due to his young age. Soryong responded confidently, remarking that yang qi, a man's vital energy, was indeed important. Embarrassed, Huayan quickly told him that was enough, but it was clear he already understood. The great issue troubling the Sichuan city lord, as Soryong revealed, was erectile dysfunction. His rod was no longer functioning. Huayan grew suspicious of Soryong's knowledge on the subject, given his age. Soryong brushed it off, explaining he had lived alone for some time. Embarrassed, Huayan quickened her pace. A few hours later they arrived at the forest. Soryong became distracted by the creatures there, and Huayan had to keep him focused until they reached their destination. The nest was located inside a small cave-like hollow, which seemed like an ideal spot for hornets. As they approached, Huayan asked what it meant to find a hive without bees. They put on their headgear as Soryong explained that while they were looking for hornets, they wouldn't be capturing any bees. Huayan was confused but followed his lead. They reached the hole, and Soryong explained that the venomous insect they sought was more likely to be found in smaller, weaker hives. Huayan hadn't known this but was relieved to see that the hive seemed to contain what they needed. An insect emerged from the hive, and with a swift movement, Soryong caught it using chopsticks. They hadn't come there to catch a hornet. The insect they were after was something else entirely. That tiny creature would solve the Sichuan city lord's problems. Huayan asked about the bug, wondering if it was a ground beetle. She guessed correctly. Soryong realized that in this world, the insect was indeed called a ground beetle. In the Central Plains, the bug found in the giant hornet's nest was known as a ground beetle, though in the modern world, it's referred to as a blister beetle. Huayan asked if it was normal for ground beetles to be found in a hornet nest. Soryong explained that their life cycle was quite unique. Blister beetles have an unusual method of reproduction. Unlike most insects that either guard their eggs or create a safe space for them to hatch, this little creature simply lays its eggs wherever it pleases. Soryong joked about how the blister beetle would tell its boss to hold on while it dropped some eggs before leaving, with no particular care about the location. It would just lay them anywhere, with the only consideration being to pile them in one spot. When the blister beetle larvae hatch, they start crawling toward the highest point nearby. Once they reach the top, they engage in an odd behavior. They cluster together and mimic a flower. This false flower then attracts bees, which mistake it for the real thing. When the bees approach, the larvae swarm onto a carpenter bee's body, taking over its home in an instant. Soryong wasn't sure why the larvae favored giant hornet nests, but it seemed to be the ideal environment for their growth. Huayan felt sorry for the giant hornets, but Soryong shrugged, saying there was nothing that could be done. Huayan knew that the bug caused burns on the skin and had heard that eating too much of it could even be deadly. Soryong confirmed this, explaining that the orange liquid released by a blister beetle contains cantharidin, a toxic substance that causes burns and blisters when it touches the skin. Huayan blushed and asked if it truly had such an effect. Soryong affirmed, adding that it also had the curious property of immediately raising a man's rod. Embarrassed, Huayan quickly told him to stop explaining. She encouraged him to return to the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Soryong, however, wanted to catch a few more beetles. They had already secured the blister beetle, and once back at the Hall of 10,000 Poisons, Soryong began teaching the warriors how to prepare the medicine. He instructed them to listen carefully and explained that they needed to dry the ground beetles and grind them into powder. 1/10 of that powder was toxic and 3 mo of it could prove fatal. If a person consumed 3/10 of a mo per guan body weight, about half of them would die. Soryong requested that they prepare the medicine using only 1/10 of 1 mo of the poison, about the amount in 10 drops of liquid. To clarify, 1 mo equals 3.75 milligrams, and 1 guan equals 3.75 kilograms. He asked if they understood. Deep down, Soryong felt as if his brain might explode from the complexity. One warrior, removing his mask, remarked that Soryong's explanations were incredibly detailed. They never imagined he would be so skilled in mathematics. The warrior assured Soryong that they would make sure to succeed, no matter what. Soryong thanked them, saying he relied on their efforts. Later that evening, Musong was talking to Huayan about how surreal it was that ground beetles had such effects. He mentioned that this made him want to reconsider the poisons in the Tang clan's arsenal. Huayan agreed. Musong then brought up Soryong's remarkable talent in math. Huayan shared how Soryong had calculated the solution's concentration and estimated it to match the weight of 10 drops of liquid. Musong admitted that while he considered himself knowledgeable about poisons, Soryong was on an entirely different level. The more he learned about him, the more he realized what a gem the young man was. Teasing Huayan, Musong asked if she liked Soryong even more now. Huayan blushed, feeling flustered. She admitted that she regretted her hasty judgment in the beginning. Musong replied that as long as she made up for it going forward, that was what mattered. Musong then asked how they planned to test the medicine once it was ready. Huayan turned bright red, almost as if she were a tomato. She mentioned that the branch family elders were saying Soryong had been too insolent. Soryong responded confidently that he'd test it by confronting the clan elders directly. Musong was left speechless, his jaw hanging open in shock. He laughed loudly, finding the boy amusing. The next day, everyone gathered in the hall. The clan elders were doubtful. A warrior handed Soryong a wooden box and explained that he had mixed licorice powder and honey to make the medicine sweeter and easier to consume. Soryong was impressed by how much attention the man had paid to the smallest details. He asked the warrior if he had followed the instructions exactly. The warrior confirmed that he had done so carefully. Other clan members scoffed, saying they were making too big a deal out of it. They even questioned how amazing it could truly be. The patriarch silenced them and then asked Soryong how he planned to prove the medicine's effectiveness. Soryong feigned surprise at the question. The clan elders shouted that it was only natural they needed confirmation. One elder yelled that they would never dare send unverified poison to the city lord of Sichuan. Another elder agreed, adding that if something went wrong it could lead to disaster. Soryang calmly responded that they had no other choice. The warrior understood, but the elders were confused. They grew irritated, feeling as though Soryang was implying they should test it themselves. A loud elder snapped at Soryang, asking if he even understood what that substance was. Another elder commented that Soryang had been out in the world for so long that it seemed like even his insides had turned black. Soryang grinned and called for his grandfather. Museong appeared, asking what he needed. Soryang brought up Museong's earlier statement that those who mastered the Tang clan's martial arts were never afraid of poison. Museong agreed with Soryang's plan and confirmed the statement. Soryang pointed out that the elders' reaction seemed to imply they were afraid. Museong agreed once more. Soryang taunted the great elders of a clan that was surely skilled in mastering 100 poisons. He used reverse psychology, saying that surely they weren't afraid of something as simple as ground beetle poison. This provoked the elder, who then split the medicine into two. He claimed they had no fear of such a trivial poison and consumed it. The elder warned Soryang that if the medicine didn't work, there would be consequences. The elder declared that they would uphold the laws and principles of the clan. They chewed the medicine and a tense silence followed. Then they smirked and declared that nothing was happening. However, one elder felt his manhood stir. The long slumber of the snake was over. Embarrassed, the elders quickly tried to hide their reactions, and from that day on, the clan's laws and principles were firmly set, with a hint of humor. The medicine was sent to the city lord of Sichuan, and its effects were proven to be excellent. A little later, the elders walked through the hall, holding their pants to hide the evidence. Soryang told Museong it had worked just as he had said. By provoking the elders with something related to poison, they had fallen for it immediately. Museong knew that the elders' actions were driven by their pride, but also by their concern for the clan. He advised Soryang not to resent them too much. Museong reminded him that, in the end, they were all family. Soryang nodded, understanding. Huayun hurried in, saying something terrible had happened. They asked what it was, and she explained that their children were acting strange. Soryang turned red and was taken aback. Museong, now serious, called for his grandson-in-law and grabbed him by the collar. He demanded to know what was going on and asked why they had children. Soryang was drenched in cold sweat. Still holding on, he said they hadn't even had a wedding ceremony yet. Huayun, her face flushing, shouted that they weren't human children. It was the centipede Soryang was raising. Soryang looked surprised and worried, quickly asking what had actually happened to the centipedes. He explained that he had been doing a lot of physical training lately and had asked Miss Huayun to look after them in the meantime. However, due to her recent efforts, she had completely forgotten about them. Suddenly concerned, he asked to see where his daughters were, but Huayun told him they weren't with her. The old man, witnessing this scene, was left in utter shock. Some time later, the three small centipedes were shown looking sickly. Not understanding the situation, Soryang asked Huayun if it had happened suddenly. She confirmed, saying they had seemed fine earlier, and asked if he thought they were ill. Their colors looked pale and their shells appeared strange. Soryang quickly realized what was happening and reassured Huayun not to worry. He explained that the process was called molting, during which creatures like centipedes shed their hard shells. He added that it was likely the time for it to happen. Huayun, still uncertain, asked if it was truly okay, and Soryang reassured her it was natural and would happen soon. The first centipede started moving within its shell, and moments later, it broke out, revealing something unexpectedly adorable. Everyone was amazed at what they had just witnessed, and Huayun noticed the other two centipedes were also starting to crack their shells. Seconds later they emerged as well. Now gathered together, all three appeared twice as large and even more charming, leaving everyone captivated by their beauty. Huayun asked Soryang if he had names for them yet, but he admitted he hadn't thought about it. After a brief pause, he suggested calling them number 1, number 2, and number 3. Without hesitation, Huayun rejected the idea, saying such generic names wouldn't do. She explained that centipedes of this species could transform into dragons after living for 1,000 years and deserved names worthy of such grandeur. Soryang, skeptical, dismissed the notion that a centipede could become a dragon, even after a millennium. The old man nervously interrupted, laughing, and explained that these centipedes were known as heavenly dragons, meaning they would indeed transform. Realizing who had been spreading such nonsense, Soryang shook his head but continued thinking of suitable names. After a moment of contemplation, he proposed Nova, Myra, and Grace. Huayun was taken aback. Soryang explained the symbolism behind each name. The first, Nova, represented a beginning. The second, Myra, symbolized fragrance. The third, grace, stood for elegance or kindness. Huayin was charmed by the names and their meanings, agreeing that the father should indeed name his children. Sometime later, while strolling through the city, the now larger centipedes clung to Soryang's body again. As he sat down to rest, he noticed that although his training had strengthened him, it wasn't enough for their increased weight, but at least he could still move. Opening his mouth to comment on their added heaviness, one of the centipedes suddenly jumped and hit him square in the face. Now lying flat from the impact, he realized they were clinging to his entire body. As he mulled over the situation, he overheard a conversation nearby that caught his attention. Two men, carrying a bag of money, remarked on how extravagant the Tang clan of Sichuan was, planning to visit a brothel that night. They added that earning money had never been easier, sparking Soryang's curiosity. Later, the patriarch shared good news with Soryang. He asked if Soryang remembered the medicine they had sent to the elders some time ago. Soryang confirmed he did. The patriarch explained that the medicine had worked exceptionally well, mentioning that the Lord had sent a message of gratitude along with a generous reward, which delighted both Soryang and Huayin. The father-in-law praised Soryang for achieving something remarkable, admitting he hadn't expected to reap benefits so quickly from accepting him as a son-in-law. Soryang was pleased by the compliment. Finally, the patriarch suggested granting him one of his elixirs, urging him not to refuse out of modesty. Soryang pondered the benefits an elixir might bring. Excited, Huayin asked her father what type of elixir he was offering. He replied that it was the honey of the golden king bee. Soryang assumed it was just ordinary honey, but thought he should probably accept it since it might boost his internal energy and help him become a martial master. With a serious expression, Huayin called out her father, asking why he had mentioned giving a reward when in reality, it was just honey. Gripping Soryang's arm, she sternly said her father shouldn't be so stingy, emphasizing that Soryang's accomplishments weren't trivial. She also pointed out that the honey was a low-grade elixir. The patriarch, now looking downcast, explained that even though it was low-grade, it had been expensive to acquire. Huayin, visibly fuming, retorted that regardless of its cost, it was far too insignificant compared to what Soryang had achieved. The patriarch silently lamented how difficult it was to have a daughter. Unbothered by the argument, Soryang asked more about the golden king bee they were discussing. After a moment of thought, the father-in-law described the golden king bee as a venomous, mid-level creature found in forests. He explained that its size was comparable to that of a small dog. He added that consuming its honey provided internal energy equivalent to 2 full months of meditation. Soryang's eyes lit up, marveling at the idea of a bee as large as a dog. Meanwhile, Huayin excused herself, frustrated on Soryang's behalf. Thinking quickly, the father-in-law fabricated an excuse, saying he thought Soryang might enjoy seeing the golden king bee in person. The suggestion instantly lifted Soryang's mood, and he grew excited at the prospect of seeing the bee for himself. The father-in-law gave an approving nod, and Soryang became euphoric. He recalled how in his past life he used to harvest honey alone while filming videos for YouTube. Wasting no time, he ran off, proclaiming himself an expert on bees. The father-in-law followed, commenting that this had turned out to be a good idea. Huayin sighed deeply, realizing she would have to deal with this new situation. Thus began the journey to harvest the honey. Despite their advanced knowledge, when they arrived, they found two groups arguing over who had the right to collect the honey from that area. One group claimed they had purchased the information fairly, while the other argued that they had arrived first and had also bought the details from a man with messy hair and a large wart on his face. Soryang recalled having seen someone with those exact features before. One of the members of the Tang clan of Sichuan grew furious and shouted that those swindlers had insulted their clan. Upon hearing the name Tang clan, the entire opposing group was struck with fear. Moments earlier, the patriarch had gathered with the couple, warning Soryang to be cautious on his first journey outside. He reminded him not to forget that he was now a member of the Tang clan family. Soryang nodded, saying he understood. Huayin, already aware of the topic, remained silent, while Soryang, surprised, glanced to the side and noticed a group of Tang clan members awaiting leadership. The patriarch explained that Soryang now needed to learn how to manage others. Soryang protested that Huayin would be with him, but the patriarch called him foolish, stating that now that she was his wife, it made him the highest authority. Stunned and confused, Soryang froze when the patriarch referred to Huayin as his wife. Meanwhile, in the background, Huayin reassured him that he would do just fine. Desperate, Soryang promised to do his best. Returning to the current scene, tension filled the air as the two groups glared at each other, vying for the right to harvest the golden king bee's honey. Soryang asked Wolfgang, the leader of the Venomous Blood Unit, if they should share information with the other group. After a moment's thought, Wolfgang questioned who had dared to leak information about the Tang clan of Sichuan. Huayin remarked that whoever had the audacity to sell information bought by the Tang clan must be very bold. Upon seeing her, the opposing group grew visibly uneasy. Recognizing her as the poison flower of the three flowers of Murim and a direct descendant of the Tang clan, they were struck with fear. Realizing their mistake, the leader of the other group apologized, introducing his faction as the Central Wind Sect and announcing their withdrawal. He insisted they had no intention of interfering in Tang clan affairs. The other sect members also apologized, vowing to track down the scoundrels who had sold the information. They quickly departed, leaving Soryang amazed and giving him a glimpse of the Tang clan's influence. Naively, Soryang asked if everything was now resolved. However, Wolfgang, with his seasoned experience, responded that it wasn't over yet, explaining that groups with their reputations wouldn't back down so easily. Wolfgang then instructed his men to set up camp nearby and organize shifts for keeping watch, suspecting that the sect members were hiding and waiting for the right moment to strike. He ordered one of his subordinates to gather intelligence on the enemy. Huayin, noticing Soryang's uneasy expression, reassured him with her experience, but Soryang could only think about the honey. The scene shifted to the group observing the golden king bees from a hidden vantage point. The bees were indeed larger, about the size of small dogs. Soryang was captivated by their appearance, and Huayin admitted it was also her first time seeing such bees. The two noted how adorable the bees looked, with their golden fur making them appear even cuter. This was likely the reason they were called golden king bees. Soryang observed that their colony seemed quite small but reasoned that, considering their size, it made perfect sense. He explained that a small hive would usually house around 5,000 to 7,000 bees. This information caught Huayin off guard, prompting her to ask how he knew this without even entering the hive. Soryang replied that, based on his experience, he could deduce it simply by observing the number of bees entering and exiting the hive. Suddenly, someone approached them from behind. They turned to find it was the man sent to gather intelligence. He reported that he had located the sect, who had established themselves on the opposite side and appeared calm, likely waiting for the right moment to act. Wolfgang speculated that they were waiting for nightfall to use the Tang clan's technique to harvest the honey. Curious, Soryang asked about the technique. Wolfgang explained that it involved burning artemisia leaves, whose smoke would calm the bees, providing enough time to collect the honey. Soryang found the method ingenious. The scout then made an observation that left everyone tense. The wind was blowing in their direction. In the silence that followed, Soryang had an idea, pointing out that if the wind was blowing toward them, it would also mask their scent. Huayin agreed. Excited, Soryang leapt up, announcing he would make a quick visit to the hive. Huayin, alarmed, grabbed him to prevent him from approaching the venomous mid-level creatures. Holding onto his clothes, Huayin scolded him, while Soryang insisted he would only do it once. Meanwhile, they accidentally struck a stone, which bounced multiple times and landed near the tree that housed the bee colony. This left the pair frozen in terror. Before they could react, the bees poured out of the tree ready to attack. Realizing the danger, Huayin grabbed Soryang by the neck and bolted far away from the scene. After receiving a stern scolding for causing trouble, Soryang sat on a rock, deep in thought. He began pondering if there was another way to approach the situation. Lighting a fire against the wind could trap them between the sect and the hive. Additionally, he noted that these bees were different from the ones he was familiar with. They could detect vibrations from the ground several meters away. While he was lost in thought, someone approached him from behind. It was Huayin, who announced she had brought the children. She explained that they had finished their meal and were wandering off. Soryang thanked her for her concern. In a gentle tone, he asked the children to behave, and they chirped in agreement. Huayin then sat beside him, making Soryang visibly uneasy. She asked if there had been any progress, to which he replied that he needed more time to think and observe. She apologized, admitting she might be pressuring him too much. Clearly overwhelmed, Soryang insisted it was all in her head and assured her he wasn't feeling pressured. At that moment, Huayin noticed two monkeys near the tree, seemingly in a squabble, making quite a racket near the bees. She pointed out that one of the monkeys looked particularly aggressive. Soryang suddenly caught a strange scent and quickly asked Huayin if she could smell it too. She confirmed, noting it was a sweet aroma. Horrified, Soryang explained that the scent was pheromones released by the bees, signaling an imminent swarm. Without hesitation, Huayin grabbed him and leapt away to safety. From a secure distance she looked back, astonished. A massive swarm of golden king bees had emerged, attacking the noisy monkeys near the hive. The bees bit relentlessly, leaving the monkeys covered in painful welts. The poor creatures had no chance. Now hidden, Huayin asked Soryang how he knew the bees were going to attack, even before hearing their buzzing. He explained it was the sweet scent the bees had emitted. She remarked that now that he mentioned it, the smell resembled a flower's fragrance. Before she could finish her thought, Soryang interrupted, asking if she could distinguish the pheromones and recognize the scent. She confirmed, identifying it as the scent of magnolia flowers. This revelation brought a smile to Soryang's face. As he prepared to speak further, Huayin blushed, sensing his enthusiasm. With a mischievous grin, Soryang declared that he had found the perfect solution to deal with the meddlesome rebels targeting their bees. Meanwhile, on the other side of the forest, all the members of the sect were gathered, waiting for the perfect moment to act. Everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves, especially the sect leader, who was quickly becoming drunk. As they roasted fish over a fire, the leader took another swig and remarked how delicious everything was. One of the members, a man with a scar across his face, asked the leader when he thought the Tang clan would move to collect the honey. The leader admitted it was hard to say, noting how 3 days ago the Tang clan was everywhere, but now it had gone completely silent. He speculated that the Tang clan would likely act soon, a notion the scarred man agreed with. The leader then asked if they were certain they could make good money from this, which made everyone burst into laughter. The scarred man explained that candles made from the golden king bee's wax were treasures exclusively used by the imperial family. He added that the Tang clan would only take the honey and leave the hives behind, leaving them to claim the real prize. Excitement bubbled among the group at the thought of the Tang clan failing their honey collection. Malicious laughter echoed as they imagined not only getting the honey but also the hives. One of the men brought up Huayin, referring to her as the infamous poison master known as the 3 flowers of Murim. He warned the group to keep an eye on her and ensure she didn't die at their hands, at least not yet. This suggestion was met with more wicked laughter as they entertained the thought of claiming Huayin for themselves, with one member suggesting that she might even become a Tang clan in-law. Another joked that favors like that needed to be returned. As they laughed, one of the henchmen suddenly noticed a strange scent wafting in from afar. Still joking, he suggested it must be the natural perfume of the poisonous flower, Huayin. Another, chuckling along, bet that even her natural scent was as intoxicating as that aroma. The wind carried the fragrance across the forest, accompanied by an unusual noise. The man who had been joking moments ago now froze in fear and asked the others what the smell was. As they turned their attention to the sky, their expressions changed to shock and terror. Against the backdrop of the moon, a massive, swirling cloud was descending. It was an uncountable swarm of golden king bees. 2 members screamed in panic, asking if that was really a swarm of bees, and the others confirmed their worst fears. Without wasting another moment, they all ran for their lives, scrambling to escape the incoming wave of golden king bees. The once adorable bees, with their shining golden eyes, were now on a rampage, attacking anything that moved. Within seconds, the swarm had done its work, leaving the sect members covered in painful welts caused by the bees' bites, just as they had done to the monkeys earlier. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to show the mixture of ingredients Soryang had prepared to produce the pheromone. It had been strategically placed on the ground so the wind could carry the scent toward the henchman's camp. Hidden behind trees and rocks, Soryang and Huayin watched as the bees mobilized, following the pheromone's trail. Huayin was astonished that the plan had actually worked, while the sect leader stood slack-jawed, amazed that the entire swarm was heading in one direction. Huayin turned to Soryang and asked how he had managed it, admitting she hadn't expected the bees to become so aggressive over the scent of flowers. Soryang, clearly excited, explained that the smell had triggered the bees to launch a full-scale attack. Curious, Huayin asked how simply crushing some flowers and fruits and spreading the juice could provoke such a response. Soryang, brimming with enthusiasm, explained that the specific scent acted as a signal for the bees. Using examples like the Giga Chad beetle and adorable bees, he elaborated that the phenomenon was due to pheromones, a type of chemical signal used by animals of the same species to communicate. He added that social insects like ants and wasps heavily relied on pheromones for tasks such as locating food. Finally, he explained that the pheromone he used was the exact same chemical signal the bees released when initiating a mass attack: isoamyl acetate. Huayin, enchanted by Soryang's explanation, said it was fascinating that he knew the scent emitted by magnolias was the same one bees used to signal an attack. Embarrassed by her praise, Soryang replied that what was truly fascinating was her ability to recognize those scents. She explained that as a descendant of the Tang Clan, which specialized in poisons, she had to be highly sensitive to smells. Shifting focus from their explanations, Soryang noticed no bees were emerging from the hive. He concluded that this was the perfect moment to act and ventured into the Golden King bee's hive to harvest their honey. Holding smoldering mugwort leaves whose smoke soothed the bees, the trio moved cautiously, observing their surroundings. Standing at the entrance to the massive tree, surrounded by the silence of the night, the leader warned of the danger and insisted on going first. As he stepped inside, his eyes widened in amazement, marveling at how much larger the hive was than they had anticipated. Looking upward, they saw enormous, golden glowing honeycombs, fully living up to the name Golden King bees. The leader confirmed that the hive appeared empty, with no sounds of bees buzzing around. As they ventured further, Soryang noticed something unusual. After a closer inspection, he realized there was no honey. Hwain, after looking around, confirmed his observation. This struck the leader as odd, noting that such a thing had never happened before. Soryang also observed the absence of eggs in the hive. Curious, the leader asked if this might be related to the lack of honey. Drawing on his expertise, Soryang hypothesized that the bees were preparing to migrate. They must have consumed all their stored honey and carried it in their stomachs for the journey. He suggested this behavior might have been triggered by the frequent presence of humans nearby. Hwain agreed, stating that it made complete sense. Soryang elaborated that when bees prepare to migrate, the queen stops laying eggs because they can no longer care for larvae during their transition. While exploring the tree's interior, Soryang suddenly froze in shock. Hidden and camouflaged among the hive's remains, he spotted a lone golden king bee that had been left behind. With a sly smile, Soryang turned to the leader and asked how long he could sustain his mobility techniques without resting. The leader, confused by the question, estimated he could manage about half a day. Before he could ask why Soryang wanted to know, a scout interrupted, urgently announcing that the Golden King bees were returning and they needed to leave immediately. On high alert, the leader ordered everyone to retreat. He told Soryang to abandon his search and get out of the hive. In the background, Soryang continued inspecting the hive until Hwain came to retrieve him. Grabbing him by his clothes, she insisted they leave immediately. They all dashed to safety, knowing that even the Tang clan's techniques to calm the bees wouldn't be enough to prevent an attack. As Soryang was dragged along, it became apparent that he had taken the Golden King bee and hidden it inside his clothes. Moments later, the group finally breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have narrowly escaped a potential mass attack. Hwain expressed her relief at having made it out before the bees returned, only to pause when she noticed something moving inside Soryang's clothing. Horrified, she demanded to know what he was carrying. With a sheepish smile, Soryang revealed the Golden King bee queen and nonchalantly explained that, since they couldn't retrieve the honey, he had brought the one who could produce it. Everyone stood speechless, processing the situation. When the gravity of what he had done sank in, they were thrown into a panic, unsure of what to do next. The Golden King bee queen, ever adorable, emitted a soft sound that only emphasized her charm. Soryang, now grinning, turned to the squad leader and warned that the bees would soon realize their queen was missing and start chasing them. As if on cue, a massive swarm of Golden King bees, willing to sacrifice themselves for their queen, appeared on the horizon, heading straight for them. With an innocent smile, Soryang cheerfully stated, "We need to run, now." And so began a life-or-death chase. Woolgang carried Soryang on his back, running as fast as his legs would allow. The queen bee was restless, her wings trembling with unease. Soryang gently stroked her head, trying to soothe her, and promised that he would take her to a place where no one could disturb her. It had been several days since their desperate escape from the swarm of honeybees began. During this grueling journey, the group pushed themselves to their limits, sacrificing sleep and using their mobility arts to the fullest. Exhaustion was etched on the faces of every member of the team. By the time they reached their destination, several warriors from the Venom Blood unit had fallen behind. Silently, Soryang vowed that as soon as they returned, he would demand proper mobility arts training for everyone. As they pressed forward, one warrior stumbled and fell to the ground. Alarmed, another member shouted, drawing attention to their fallen comrade. The downed warrior was Huang Duryong of the Venom Blood unit. His condition was critical, half-conscious, with dark circles under his eyes, and both drool and snot dripping from his slack mouth. Soryang wasn't faring much better, dark circles shadowing his own eyes. Yet, he clung to the hope that once the queen bee was far enough from her colony, the relentless pursuit of the swarm would cease. Wolfgang, however, began to lose faith. He questioned Soryang, asking if they could truly escape. Soryang's answer was vague, offering no definitive assurance. 3 days later, another warrior collapsed, falling face-first onto the dirt path. Weakly apologizing, he admitted he could no longer continue. Soryang grew increasingly worried about Wolfgang's condition. Before he could act, Hwain stepped forward, insisting she would carry Soryang in Wolfgang's place. Soryang protested, suggesting he could run on his own. Despite her disheveled and exhausted appearance, Hwain declared with unshakable resolve that a member of the Tang clan never gives up. When they finally reached the gates of the Tang clan estate, 2 guards were stationed there. They quickly noticed the approaching figures and immediately recognized Hwain, their young lady. Leaning on Soryang for support, Hwain staggered forward. The guards were stunned by their battered state and wasted no time calling for assistance. The commotion drew the attention of the clan elder and Chai Olsen, who hurried out to see what was happening. Both men froze in shock at the sight of Hwain's weakened condition. Chai Olsen gently placed her head on his lap, using his healing arts to tend to her injuries. Furious, he demanded an explanation from Soryang. Soryang pleaded for calm, explaining that Hwain was merely exhausted from 10 consecutive days of using mobility arts without rest. However, he didn't dwell on explanations and urged them to move immediately to the training grounds, insisting there was no time to waste. The elder, confused, asked for clarification. In response, Soryang reached into his clothing and revealed the golden-haired queen bee. He explained that the swarm would arrive soon and that they needed to prepare at the ancient grove in the training grounds. A heavy silence fell over the room, as everyone struggled to process what they had just heard. Finally, the elder broke the silence, bursting into laughter at the absurdity of the situation. Chai Olsen, however, was less amused. He reminded Soryang that his task was to gather honey, not bring the queen bee herself. With a firm grip, the elder placed his arm around Soryang's shoulders and declared they would head to the training grounds immediately. A startled cry escaped Soryang as the elder effortlessly lifted him and began running at breakneck speed. Midway through, Soryang shouted, alarmed. "What's wrong now?" the elder asked. "The bees, they're coming our way," Soryang exclaimed. The elder turned to see a massive cloud of bees swarming after them. "Did you bring the entire colony with you?" he asked, incredulous. The two quickened their pace, racing toward the ancient grove. Soryang's body strained to endure the overwhelming speed, but the elder's secure grip held him steady, like a living seatbelt. At last they arrived. Soryang approached the tree and gently addressed the golden-haired queen bee, explaining that this was the safe haven he had promised her, a new home where she would be undisturbed. With care, Soryang released the queen bee, asking, "Not bad, right?" The queen bee emitted a soft, melodic sound as if acknowledging his words. She inspected the tree and turned back to Soryang, her excitement evident. Soryang chuckled, asking aloud if she truly liked her new home. The elder, standing nearby, reminded everyone that they needed to leave quickly, as the swarm was still approaching. The members of the Tang clan watched in awe as the golden-haired bee colony arrived, flying in perfect harmony above the tree. The queen bee let out a series of sounds as if calling to her followers. Obediently, the bees settled into the tree. The elder watched in awe, admitting that he had never witnessed anything like it in his entire life. The mission was a resounding success. The golden-haired queen bee had been relocated safely, marking an extraordinary achievement for the Tang clan. Soon after, the adorable bees, each the size of small dogs, could be seen drinking a sugary mixture. Sugar water had been offered to the exhausted golden bees, who had followed the group tirelessly. As the saying goes, bonds are often forged over shared meals, and goodwill begins with a moment of kindness. Fortunately, in this world, a refined sugar substitute existed, working perfectly for the task. Soryang hoped this small feast would help ease the bees' distrust of them. Deep down, he wished for more, for the bees to eventually see him as their master. Suddenly, Soryang shouted, his expression changing as he remembered something. Both Chul-san and the elder turned to him with suspicion, asking what was wrong. Nervously, Soryang asked about Hwain. Irritated, Chul-san retorted that Soryang was only thinking of her now, after everything that had happened. He explained that he had instructed other members to escort Hwain back to her mother so she could rest. Chul-san then asked, clearly annoyed, whether they had really used mobility arts to travel from the forest all the way back to the estate while being followed by the bees. Soryang hesitated, then confirmed with an awkward nod. He apologized, explaining that they had managed only 4 hours of sleep per day, spending the rest of their time running. The elder suddenly seemed to realize something. Turning sharply to Soryong, he asked where the members of the Venom Blood Unit were. Sweat beaded on Soryong's forehead as he stammered out a hesitant answer. They had collapsed somewhere along the roadside. Quickly he added that he would go back to retrieve them. Eventually, the members of the Venom Blood Unit returned safely to their families. In Hwayin's room, she had recovered enough to sit up and look cheerful. Soryong sat beside her. Excitedly, Hwayin remarked that the golden bees had regained their strength. Soryong explained that the bees were now busy gathering nectar from the poisonous flowers on the Tang Clan's mountain. Hwayin laughed, commenting on how adorable it was. At that moment, someone burst into the room, calling Soryong's name urgently. It was Pei, insisting that Soryong come quickly. Something seemed wrong with the golden bees. They appeared to be searching for something. Soryong and Hwayin rushed outside to find the bees scattered everywhere. As soon as the bees spotted Soryong, they swarmed toward him, clinging to his clothes and tugging at his shirt. Confused, Soryong couldn't make sense of their behavior. The bees tugged harder, lifting him off the ground. Hwayin watched in astonishment as Soryong floated in midair, arms outstretched and legs stiff, forming a T-shape. After a moment, the bees set him back down. Still dazed, Soryong asked what was going on and why they were acting so strangely. The bees began nudging him toward the hive and he finally understood. They wanted him to go inside. Looking around, Soryong noticed that the bees had already begun constructing part of their hive and were diligently collecting honey. That's when he saw the queen bee approaching him. Extending his palms, he asked if she needed help climbing up. Before he could react, the other bees grabbed him again, pinning him in place. One even pinched his cheek. Soryong glanced at the queen bee, noting her elegant and surprisingly charming appearance. And then, to his utter shock, the queen bee closed her eyes and leaned toward him. Panic surged through Soryong, but he didn't have time to protest. The queen bee pressed her lips to his. He felt something placed in his mouth and instinctively swallowed. Immediately the other bees released him and the queen bee stepped back. Face blazing red, Soryong shouted at her, utterly mortified. "That was my first kiss. What were you thinking?" But before he could say more, an intense wave of pain shot through his body. He collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. "What did you give me?" Soryong wondered in his mind. From his perspective, the queen bee watched him with an enigmatic expression, leaving him completely bewildered. Meanwhile, Soryong was lying on the ground, writhing in pain, while the queen bee observed him passively. As he agonized on the ground, he noticed that beneath the strange discomfort, like an intense itch, his entire body was engulfed in overwhelming heat, and his heart was racing uncontrollably. He turned toward the queen bee beside him, still struggling, and demanded to know what she had made him eat. She simply stared at him adorably, offering no response as his senses began to fade and his eyelids grew heavy. A few minutes later, still unconscious, Soryong heard someone calling his name over and over. When he partially opened his eyes, he saw Hwayin and the Great Elder. Hwayin, frantic, exclaimed that something was seriously wrong with him, and the elder confirmed, saying it seemed he had ingested a highly potent elixir. Soryong fainted again as Hwayin pleaded for him to hold on, promising to guide his chi. Moments later, Soryong regained full consciousness. He woke to find Hwayin beside him, worry etched across her face as she asked if he was okay. He sat up in bed, scratching his head and asked where they were. She explained they were in the Tang Clan's medical wing. Hwayin elaborated, saying that when she saw him being dragged off by the queen bee, she and the elder immediately ran to the hive. By the time they arrived he was already unconscious, so they brought him there. She asked if he remembered what had happened at the hive. Soryong paused to think. It was then that he realized his first kiss in this world had been with the queen bee. Embarrassed, he flushed deeply. Hwayin, still concerned, asked if he was feeling all right and if there was anything wrong with his body. She offered to call the Great Elder for his expertise if necessary. Looking down at his hands, Soryong shook his head and said there was no need. After letting out a long sigh, he decided to explain what had really happened. He told her that the queen bee had fed him the same food she eats, which was undoubtedly the cause of everything. Curious, Hwayin asked what exactly he had eaten. Soryong admitted he didn't know the exact name but said that if he had to name it, he would call it the king bee elixir. Hwayin was shocked. He went on to explain that worker bees collect nectar and pollen for sustenance and that only those dedicated to their labor consume it. Still puzzled, Hwayin asked what the queen bee eats. Soryong replied that from birth to death, the queen bee exclusively consumes the elixir made by the worker bees. In other words, he explained, the substance the queen bee had forced him to consume was royal jelly. Huayin understood and remarked that it must be the queen's exclusive food for her entire life. Soryong then added that the king bee elixir has special effects. Intrigued, Huayin asked what those effects might be. Excitedly, Soryong explained that while worker bees typically live for about a month and a half, the queen bee, sustained solely by the elixir, can live up to 690 times longer. Huayin, startled by his enthusiasm, told him to calm down. She concluded that the mystery was solved and there was no reason to worry. She noted that the internal cultivation method he had practiced, the 5 venoms return technique, was only a beginner-level technique, so he couldn't absorb the elixir's full power. She also mentioned that the honey from the bees carried 2 months' worth of internal energy, but he had essentially absorbed 60 times that amount, equivalent to 10 years of internal energy. She added that he was incredibly lucky. As he felt the surge of blue energy coursing through his body, Soryong realized just how fortunate he had been. Huayin, bashful and fiddling with her hair, hesitantly suggested that he should check himself in a silver mirror later. Blushing, she hinted that the golden king bee elixir might have had other effects. Wide-eyed, Soryong demanded to know what effects she was talking about and what the silver mirror was for. When he looked into the mirror, he noticed something was different. His body was taller, his abs were defined, and even his hair had grown longer. Examining himself further, he realized there was definitely something unusual. He questioned whether royal jelly always had such effects. He noted that his cultivation had improved significantly and that his skin was unbelievably soft, almost like a woman's. Panic set in as he wondered if he was turning into a woman since the substance he had consumed was meant exclusively for the queen. Determined to confirm, he decided there was only one way to check, by analyzing his baseball bat. After a meticulous inspection, he was relieved to find everything intact, or perhaps even slightly enhanced. Relieved, Soryong lay down on the floor and realized everything was where it should be. Huayin mentioned that the elder had guided his qi, otherwise the outcome could have been disastrous. Soryong admitted that he had indeed been at death's door and that the great elder had saved him. Later, as he walked through the city, Soryong noticed he was receiving strange stares that hadn't happened before. He wondered if it was due to the increase in his internal energy. When he overheard 2 girls talking about him, he decided to slip away quietly. Now at the Sichuan clan's restaurant, Soryong sneaked in, trying not to draw attention. However, Huayin's mother noticed him as he arrived while everyone was being served at the table, which was adorned with several beautiful dishes. Her mother teased that her son-in-law looked even more handsome now and asked how he was feeling and if his body was all right. Soryong replied that he was fine and apologized for causing any worry. She told him not to fret and said that it was now something to celebrate. After all, his skin looked amazing and Huayin must be feeling jealous. Embarrassed, Huayin blushed deeply. Flustered, she urged everyone to stop teasing and to take their seats. With everyone gathered around the table, the servants began serving the meal. Huayin's father asked if Soryong was feeling better, to which he replied yes and apologized again for causing concern. Soryong also took the opportunity to thank the elder, saying he had heard how well he had taken care of him. The elder graciously acknowledged the gratitude and commented that Soryong seemed to have had a stroke of good fortune. At this, Huayin's father and the elder turned to Soryong and asked if he could explain what had happened. Huayin had mentioned the king bee elixir, but they wanted to hear the story directly from him. Soryong paused, reflecting on what had truly happened and how to convey it. He began by explaining that it seemed the queen bee had been so pleased with her new home that she decided to reward him for his kindness. She dragged him into the hive and fed him the king bee elixir, which started all the commotion. Everyone at the table was shocked, marveling that even mid-level venomous creatures could show gratitude. It was truly fascinating. The elder then asked Huayin's father if there was any way to obtain the elixir again, noting how it could greatly benefit the Tang clan. Huayin's father responded that while the honey alone was an incredible treasure, the king bee elixir would indeed be an extraordinary blessing. Excited by the idea, Huayin's mother turned to Soryong and asked if it would be possible for him to acquire more of the elixir. The question silenced the entire table as everyone waited for his response. Huayin herself addressed him directly, asking if it was truly possible to get more. Soryong thought about it, considering that with ordinary bees, it might be feasible to create multiple queen cells and trick the worker bees into producing royal jelly for them. However, he concluded that attempting such a trick with the highly intelligent king bees would likely result in them turning everyone into a hive. He explained that royal jelly was essentially baby food produced by worker bees, but what he had consumed came directly from the queen herself, raising the possibility that it wasn't even the same substance. Debating whether to be fully honest and risk dashing their hopes, Soryong finally said he didn't think it was possible. The elder and Hwain's mother immediately asked why not. Soryong replied that even if someone could eat it, he wasn't sure they would want to. Confused, Hwain's father asked if the issue was with the taste or the smell. Soryong clarified that it wasn't about either. The king bee elixir came directly from the queen bee's mouth, and the only way to receive it was through direct contact with her. He went on to explain that the process involved forming a bond by joining lips, with the queen's tongue entering the recipient's mouth to transfer the elixir. The entire table froze in shock at the revelation that Soryong had kissed the queen bee, especially with his wife sitting right beside him. Still stunned, Hwain's father concluded that it was best to assume acquiring more was impossible since the queen bee had only favored Soryong, making it unattainable for anyone else. At that moment, the sound of chopsticks dropping broke the silence. It was Hwain, her face serious, who asked Soryong about this so-called kiss. With a look of disbelief, she demanded to know if he had really kissed the queen bee. It seems our young warrior might be in serious trouble now. Meanwhile, night had fallen, and the full moon illuminated an otherwise calm and serene place. In a secluded room, someone appeared visibly irritated. His hand, scarred and veined, rested heavily on the table. This hand belonged to none other than Ju Young-hak, the leader of the Murim Martial Alliance and known as the Emperor of the Fist. Suddenly, from outside the room, a voice announced the arrival of tea. Young-hak allowed the person to enter, and a young woman with brown hair stepped in, carrying a tray with a tea set. She mentioned that she had prepared Seosan Bikro tea, which startled Young-hak, as it was the tea of his homeland. He commented on the coincidence and she smiled, explaining that she was aware of its origins because the tea was famous. Grateful, Young-hak thanked her and promised to savor it. As she poured the tea, he prepared to take a sip, the woman watching him intently. Just as the tea neared his lips, another voice interrupted, identifying itself as General Jigul Hu. Young-hak asked what brought him there at such an hour and invited him to enter. Jigul, full of respect, apologized for disturbing the leader's rest and explained that he had received an urgent message from the Sichuan Tang Clan that he believed required immediate attention. Young-hak assured him it was fine and urged Jigul to share the news, assuming its urgency meant it was important. Jigul stepped forward, placed a scroll on the table and began explaining the situation. He revealed that the message concerned Rakshasa blood hand, Tak Anyang. Jigul detailed how the Tang clan had recovered not only Tak Anyang's head but also the secret manual of the blood hand poison art, which had been in his possession. Upon hearing this, Young-hak's rage boiled over, and he slammed his fist onto the table, shattering the teacup the woman had just served. Still trembling with anger over the blood hand poison art, he demanded to know where and how the manual had been retrieved. Jigul explained that years ago, Tak Anyang had disappeared after being struck by the myriad poison's palm of the divine elder. Subsequently, he had fled to the Hainan Islands where he lived in seclusion. With a slight smirk, Jigul added an even more fascinating piece of news, that the infamous demon Tak Anyang had been defeated by a young poison master. This piqued Young-hak's curiosity, and he asked for confirmation, wondering aloud if there truly was a young poison master. Sitting directly across from the leader, Jigul said the story surrounding this event was quite intriguing and suggested that Young-hak would find it fascinating. Smiling slyly, Jigul asked permission to recount the tale in full detail. In the background, the woman silently observed Jigul with an enigmatic expression, clearly displeased by his presence. Elsewhere, in the grand hall of the Tang clan patriarch, a meeting was underway with the clan's most prominent members. One of the elderly men mentioned that there were individuals within the Tang clan who had sold secrets to outsiders. Another elder called it an audacious betrayal, lamenting that he never imagined anyone would tarnish the clan's reputation. Soryong whispered to Hwain that it was surprising no one criticized her father-in-law, to which she smiled and replied that it was only natural. While the room buzzed with heated discussions, the father-in-law, Tang clan patriarch, spoke up, demanding to know who would dare to disgrace the family's honor. He added that even the elders of collateral branches were furious, emphasizing that, at the end of the day, they were all one family. He informed everyone that he had already requested the beggars' sect to uncover the culprits and expected news soon. Moreover, he announced his intent to personally visit the Yingchuan commandery. One elder asked how he planned to handle the situation. The patriarch responded decisively, explaining that he would begin with the soul-annihilating poison, followed by the bloody flames poison and the intestine-paralyzing venom. He elaborated, describing in vivid detail how the culprits would writhe in agony as their blood boiled, their organs dissolved, and their very souls felt like they were being torn apart. Finally he would finish them off with the 7-step soul-cutting poison. Hearing this, Soryang was stunned by the sheer brutality of the poison mix. Without hesitation, the Patriarch gave orders to Wolfgang to summon the Poison Annihilation Unit immediately, declaring his intention to depart at once. Wolfgang promptly obeyed. Outside, the unit stood assembled, ready for deployment. Turning back towards Soryang, the Patriarch said he was leaving and entrusted him with overseeing matters in his absence. Soryang expressed his gratitude and asked his father-in-law to take care of himself. Smiling confidently, the Patriarch replied that Soryang need not worry. After all, it was others who should be concerned about his actions. With that, the group departed, and the Patriarch addressed the squad, declaring that they would ensure the punishment for those who leaked the information would be unforgettable. Watching them leave, Soryang turned to Hwayin and asked if those men belonged to the Poison Annihilation Unit, noting that he had never seen them before. She confirmed, explaining that they were assigned to handle slightly heavier tasks. With a knowing smile, she elaborated that their primary role was to eliminate people, which was why they were aptly called the Annihilation Unit. Soryang couldn't help but wonder what exactly slightly heavier tasks entailed for them. As they continued their conversation, a voice called out to them from behind. Turning around, Soryang saw it was the elderly elders approaching. Both Soryang and Hwayin greeted the elders respectfully. One of the elders mentioned they had heard rumors about Soryang's recent stroke of good fortune. Pausing for a moment to think, Soryang realized what they might be referring to and admitted it was true. As he pondered, his thoughts turned to the royal jelly of the Golden King bees. One of the elders coughed awkwardly and, now a bit sheepish, explained that the reason they had approached Soryang was to ask him for a small favor. Surprised, Soryang asked what kind of favor they had in mind. When he inquired if it was related to the Golden King bees, the elders quickly denied it, asking if he thought they would stoop so low as to covet such a thing. After all, they explained, miraculous elixirs and rare treasures naturally find their destined owners. Still puzzled, Soryang asked what, then, they wanted from him. The elders fumbled awkwardly, clearly hesitant to answer directly. One of the elders leaned closer to Soryang, lowering his voice to keep others from hearing, and asked if he remembered the remedy, the earth beetle medicine, that had given them such a boost the other day. Since Soryang had been in charge of it before, he still had authority over the medicine. It was only then that Soryang, now smiling, realized what they were referring to. What sly old men, he thought. With a smirk, he pulled out the earth beetle medicine and began to handle it deftly, almost as if performing a juggling act. Though he was still adjusting to life in the clan, he knew that if the elders supported him in various ways, there would be nothing he couldn't offer in return. The elders burst into laughter, promising that from now on, they would fully support their son-in-law. Hwayin, however, felt slightly disappointed. At that moment, the great patriarch emerged from the temple and noticed the elders laughing boisterously. Just as Soryang was about to hand over the earth beetle medicine, the patriarch asked what was causing such merriment. Panicking, the elders scrambled to cover up their intentions, awkwardly beginning to dance, claiming it was just a friendly gathering. The plan worked. The great patriarch believed them, thinking they had finally come to appreciate Soryang's true value. Hwayin, however, remained disappointed and quietly furious. Their moment was interrupted when a man rushed in, announcing a serious problem. Everyone turned their attention to him, and the great patriarch demanded to know the issue. The man revealed that Lord Sichuan was on the verge of death. Shock and panic spread throughout the room. Soryang immediately asked if Lord Sichuan had been using the medicine correctly. The man confirmed but explained that after observing its effects, Sichuan had taken a new concubine and consumed more than double the recommended dose. Sweat formed on Soryang's brow as he imagined the potential consequences of such recklessness. The great patriarch, visibly displeased, decided to personally investigate the matter. Since Soryang was the only man left in the household, he was tasked with protecting the women while the patriarch was away. Accepting the responsibility, Soryang bid him farewell and took up the role with determination. The great patriarch departed, leaving Soryang feeling reassured that nothing would go wrong under his watch. Later that evening, with nightfall, Soryang and Hwayin sat on a bench, talking. She asked how he was finding the 10 Venoms dual origin art he had been learning. He replied that it wasn't as difficult to grasp now as it had been at the start. He explained that if the 5 Venoms returning technique felt like a single large sphere moving through the body, the 10 Venoms dual origin art was more akin to a twin-cylinder engine. Huayin noted that by this point, Soryong must have already developed some tolerance to common poisons. She added that he could now release his inner energy directly or infuse it into objects. Soryong was speechless, intrigued by this revelation, and overwhelmed with an uncontrollable desire to test his new technique. They prepared a straw dummy for the test. Drawing a dagger, Soryong closed his eyes to focus. A powerful green energy began to emanate from his body, radiating with intensity. The first step was to move his internal energy from left to right and then rotate both spheres in the same direction. As soon as the chi energy circulated through his body, he opened his eyes and hurled the dagger forcefully toward the straw dummy. The dagger flew like lightning, piercing the dummy effortlessly. Soryong was pleased, and his fiancée praised him for successfully infusing his chi into the dagger. The knife, still radiating energy, embedded itself into the wall directly in front of two masked men. At first, the masked intruders thought they had been discovered and considered taking Soryong out. However, upon noticing the straw dummy, they realized it was just a coincidence. One of them was holding a book, the secret manual of the blood hand poison art. Although it was merely a copy, their task was complete, and they decided to leave quickly before the situation escalated. They mocked the Tang clan's negligent security, calling the guards fools for making their escape so easy thanks to the distraction. But then, something unexpected happened. A sweet, rosy aroma began to fill the air, putting the men on edge. The scent was pleasant, yet they couldn't determine its source. Hovering just above them was the king bee, glaring at the intruders with an intensity that confirmed they didn't belong there. As the rain began to fall, cries echoed through the area. Soryong froze, startled and unsure of what was happening. Elsewhere, Huayin turned toward the sound of the cries and spotted movement. Through the bushes she caught sight of men dressed like ninjas. Two were hidden while one stood in plain view. The king bee attacked the man who appeared confused, clearly not understanding why a bee was in the training grounds. Soryong and Huayin observed the scene and quickly realized they were dealing with intruders. With a furious expression, Huayin knew she had to act. She dashed toward the intruders and instructed Soryong to prepare the bow. She moved so quickly that a trail of dust followed her. Soryong shielded his face with his arms, stunned by her sudden action. He had no idea what she was planning. Meanwhile, the king bee bit the ear of one of the intruders. The man, desperate, tried to grab the bee, tears forming in his eyes as he called for help from his companions. One of the ninjas turned to Soryong and, noticing Huayin approaching rapidly, panicked and ordered the others to retreat. The king bee clung to the struggling intruder as the other two ninjas leapt away, scattering in different directions. Huayin sprinted after them, commanding them to stop. Determined, she pulled out a whip. With all her strength, she lashed it against the ground, causing a small explosion. Fortunately for the intruders, they managed to leap away in time, avoiding the attack. Huayin's eyes widened in surprise at their successful evasion. The man being attacked by the king bee unsheathed his sword and charged toward her. The king bee clung to his head in what might have seemed endearing under different circumstances. Soryong panicked, shouting for Lady Huayin to be careful. As the king bee sucked on the man's head, he swung his weapon with immense force. To his shock, Huayin blocked the attack effortlessly with her whip. She locked her piercing gaze on the man, who barely had time to react before she counterattacked. The next thing he knew, the whip was right in front of his face. The strike caused a small explosion on the man's body, sending the king bee flying away. After neutralizing her opponent, Huayin moved gracefully, appearing behind him. The man lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Soryong stood there, mouth agape, deeply worried about her. Huayin, her expression calm, turned to reassure him, telling him not to worry as she was fine. The man's body began to emit a sinister energy, causing him immense pain. The king bee landed on Soryong's shoulder as he stared at the body, unsure who the man was or whether he was dead. Huayin stowed her whip as she observed the strange energy emanating from the man's body. Within seconds he perished. Huayin explained that he had bitten into poison to end his own life, undoubtedly to conceal something crucial. Not far away, someone noticed the intruder's presence and shouted to alert the guards. Huayin turned and decided to organize a pursuit team to hunt down the fleeing enemies. Soryong began to sweat, overwhelmed by her determination. Huayin ordered him to follow her along with Gu Pei, the leader of the blood poison unit. The night was dark, but the forest was lit by the flickering glow of torches. Soryong, Pei, and several other members of the clan chased the intruders through the dense forest. Leading the group, Pei was confident that the masked men couldn't have gotten far. With a determined expression, he declared that they must capture them at any cost. While the others seemed tireless, Soryong was already showing signs of exhaustion. Sweating and short of breath, he focused on activating his dual-cylinder engine technique. As he did, he stomped the ground with great force, causing it to shatter beneath him. The earth gave way under his feet, and Soryong let out a loud yell as his body sank into the ground. From his clothing, small centipedes began to crawl out. Pei turned around with a confused expression and asked if Soryong was all right. Soryong had created a large hole in the ground. Pei and the others halted their pursuit, rushing to the edge of the hole to help him. With their assistance, Soryong managed to climb out, thanking them profusely as he genuinely thought he wouldn't survive. But as he turned his head back, something caught his attention. Beneath him was a cluster of green snakes staring up at him intently. Soryong couldn't stop himself from sweating even more as fear gripped him upon realizing he was standing in the middle of a snake nest. Pei studied the serpents carefully and explained that they usually gathered in areas with strong Inkai energy, particularly during this time of year. He added that these snakes were unusually aggressive and warned Soryong to stay vigilant. Soryong, overwhelmed by fear, continued sweating profusely. One of the snakes opened its mouth, preparing to strike. This behavior was odd to him since striped tiger water snakes were typically not this hostile. Dark clouds loomed over the sky, signaling the arrival of a storm. Soryong admitted that it was his fault they were delayed. Knowing that rain was imminent, he suggested they move quickly. Pei and the others agreed, resuming their chase. They couldn't afford to lose sight of the intruders. Not far ahead, a faint light became visible. Pei turned to Soryong, announcing that they had found the intruders. The masked men, visibly furious, found themselves cornered at a dead end. Behind them was a towering rocky mountain, cutting off any escape route. As thunder rumbled across the sky, Pei and his group arrived, encircling the intruders. Pei and his team reached into their robes, declaring that this was the end for the masked men. Soryong remained silent, while on the other side, one of the masked men glared at his companions and commanded them to tighten their formation. The blood poison unit members drew their kunai, prompting the masked men to unsheath their weapons in response. The blood poison unit advanced, ready for combat. One of the masked men wielded a sword and charged forward. Two members of the unit threw kunai at him, but the ninja skillfully deflected the projectiles with his dagger. He counterattacked fiercely, his sword clashing violently with the ninja's daggers. The ninjas were shocked by the man's strength, their expressions hardening in frustration. One of them moved swiftly and delivered a powerful kick to the man's face, forcing him to drop his weapon. They ordered him to step aside. Witnessing this, a member of the blood poison unit panicked. While the ninjas were distracted, something began approaching them rapidly. It was Pei who attempted a surprise attack. But the ninja ducked quickly, evading the strike with ease. Pei stood still, observing silently. The ninja retreated with small leaps, but Pei activated his skill, Triple Mirage Kill, and hurled kunai at the enemy. The kunai flew toward the ninja, exploding mid-air and splitting into 3 separate blades. The ninja was stunned by the unexpected attack. Luckily, he managed to block 2 of the blades, but the third embedded itself in his shoulder, causing excruciating pain. He clutched his wounded shoulder, grimacing. Pei approached, mocking him as a lucky bastard. By now, 2 of the masked ninjas were already down, leaving only one standing, injured and fatigued. Pei and his men began to close in on the last remaining enemy. The ninja was fortunate. The rain had diluted the venom on Pei's kunai, sparing him from a more severe fate. Pei glared furiously at the ninja, but suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed through the air, interrupting the standoff. The voice mocked the pathetic insects gathered there. Pei and the others froze, their confusion apparent. On high alert, Pei adopted a serious expression and demanded to know who was there. At that moment, a figure descended from the top of the rocky mountain, landing before the remaining ninja with enough force to crack the ground. The newcomer was an old man with a long, scraggly beard and a sinister smile. He scanned Soryong and the others with a murderous gaze, exuding an aura of malice. Feeling the man's powerful energy, Pei immediately became alert, recognizing him as a martial arts master. Without hesitation, Pei ordered his men to retreat. The old man's body began to radiate a sinister aura. He stood upright and, with a wicked smile, started walking toward them. Turning to the ninja, he asked if they had retrieved the item. The ninja closed his eyes and pulled a book from within his robes, explaining that it was not the original but a copy made by the Tang Clan. This revelation stunned Soryong, whose eyes widened in disbelief. Memories of the great patriarch's words came flooding back to him. He had warned that this book was something only evil men would desire. Soryang's gaze locked onto the book as recognition set in. He quickly realized it was a replica of the malicious tome his grandfather had studied long ago. Meanwhile, one of the captured ninjas had been tied up nearby. Soryang, seated beside Pei, revealed that the book was a copy of the secret manual of the blood-handed venomous art, leaving Pei visibly shocked. Pei's eyes burned with fury and he clenched his teeth tightly. As this was happening, the ninja handed the book to the old man, who opened it with an unsettling grin spreading across his face. Pei's fists trembled with indignation. He couldn't fathom the kind of people who would dare to covet something so dark and cursed. He demanded the old man reveal his identity. With a sinister smirk, the elder began flipping through the pages one by one. As he had suspected, the book was indeed a copy. It contained the forms of the techniques but lacked the crucial formulas. Still, for him this was more than enough. After finishing the book, he shut it decisively. Even though it was early, there was no better way to announce their return. The old man gave the ninja, whom he addressed as Bloody Glory, permission to unleash the cultivation martial arts and ordered him to leave no one alive. Bloody Glory cracked his knuckles and, with a determined expression, vowed to carry out the command. Beside him lay the lifeless body of one of his fallen comrades. Reaching out toward the corpse, he began to concentrate. A crimson energy emerged from his hand and moments later the blood from the body shot toward him, absorbed through the palm of his hand. Pei's eyes widened in terror as he realized what technique the man was using. On the other side, Soryang clutched his head in disbelief, overwhelmed by the horrifying sight. The ninja's eyes started to glow as he smiled and continued absorbing the blood from the corpse. In the blink of an eye, the kunai embedded in his shoulder fell to the ground, and his wound healed completely. The old man erupted into maniacal laughter. He summoned an energy sphere into his hand and, with a malicious glare, declared his identity. He was none other than a senior member of the blood cult, the feared Blood Falcon Daggerclaw, known as Lord Guchenak. Soryang gritted his teeth and drew his kunai. Guchenak's gaze shifted to him, his interest piqued. The old man instantly recognized the vigor in the young warrior's body. Drool began to drip from Guchenak's mouth. He licked his lips, his eyes glinting with excitement, as he murmured that it had been far too long since he'd tasted the pure blood of youth. Lord Guchenak commanded ninja to capture their target, believing that nothing aids recovery better than the pure blood of a young boy. Without hesitation they pursued their prey. In response, Pai ordered the deployment of the 5 poison annihilation formation, determined to prevent their enemies from reaching Soryang. Amused by their efforts, Lord Guchenak retaliated with a devastating attack, unleashing a powerful explosion that sent debris flying in all directions. In the chaos, Soryang was instructed to evade, but before he could react, a force seized him from behind. Ninja's grip tightened around his neck, immobilizing him as he coldly declared that the elder required his blood. Soryang, struggling to breathe, managed to utter a signal. At his command, baby centipedes emerged, sinking their fangs into Ninja's flesh. The sudden attack caught him off guard, their bites relentless. Before he could recover, a dagger pierced his skull, and his body was consumed by flames. A familiar voice called out to Soryang. Hwayin had arrived, accompanied by Wolfgang and an elder. However, their approach came to an abrupt halt as they noticed the 5 poison annihilation formation, leaving them momentarily unsettled. Pai acknowledged Hwayin's presence and informed her of the blood cult elder's assault. Without hesitation, Hwayin commanded everyone to support Pai. Wolfgang, responding swiftly, instructed his allies to enhance the formation, transforming it into the 9 poison annihilation formation. Encircling the elder, they prepared for battle. Lord Gu, rather than being intimidated, was intrigued. He quickly identified Soryang as the one responsible for defeating Taken Yang's blood hand poison claw. Dismissing the title as mere exaggeration, he mocked the irony of such a fearsome technique falling victim to centipedes. Wolfgang, unfazed, warned him to stay silent, threatening to bury him alongside the others. Lord Guchenak merely laughed, daring them to try, his expression twisted with anticipation. As the battle raged on, rain poured from the sky, explosions erupting across the battlefield. Amidst the chaos, Soryang attended to an injured warrior, urging him to hold on despite knowing deep down that their situation was dire. Their forces were growing weaker, while their enemy continuously replenished his strength by absorbing blood. A sudden crash broke his thoughts. Huayin had been thrown against a tree, wincing in pain. Rushing to her side, he asked if she was all right. Though coughing up blood, she reassured him before grasping his hand and advising him to return to the Tang clan to summon reinforcements. Their current numbers were insufficient. Soryang hesitated, torn between the truth of her words and the reality that he could do nothing to change the battle's course. Wolfgang and the others pleaded with him to go, vowing to hold their ground as long as possible. With a pained expression, he finally agreed, promising to return quickly, though he doubted his own speed. Before he could dwell on it, Huayin pulled him into an embrace, assuring him that he was capable. She reminded him of his hard training and promised they would search for more poisons together in the future. Entrusting him with their survival, she returned to the battlefield. Watching her leave, Soryang struggled with his emotions, feeling overwhelmed by the situation. Pushing forward, he sprinted as fast as he could, until he tripped, landing in a puddle. The baby centipedes emerged, offering him comfort, a gesture he found oddly touching. Then realization struck. Even if he ran at full speed, it would take nearly half a day to reach the clan, and most of their skilled fighters were away. Even if he called for help, they wouldn't arrive in time. Looking up at the sky, he understood the truth. They had sent him away not for reinforcements but to save him. The thought left him conflicted. Was it because he was the youngest or because they saw him as weak and in need of protection? Doubts crept in about the true nature of martial artist chivalry. Yet, as he recalled Kaelson's words, that he was part of the family, he reflected on the meaning of the word. He had never truly considered himself a member of the Sichuan Tang Clan. But as he recalled cherished memories with them, he realized that everyone had already accepted him as family. Everyone except himself. A small smile formed on his lips. For an assassin clan, they were surprisingly warm-hearted. Rising to his feet, his resolve hardened. With newfound determination, he whispered to himself, ready to act. He sprinted forward, driven by a singular goal, to save those who had risked their lives for him. His mind raced through possible solutions, considering every factor: blood cult regeneration, venomous creatures, poisonous beasts, and lethal herbs. Then he came to a halt. Before him lay a snake den, its eerie inhabitants slithering within. He turned to the baby centipedes, instructing them to wait before carefully setting them down. Without hesitation, he ran toward the den, leaving them puzzled by his actions. With unwavering resolve, he leaped into the pit of serpents, ready to embrace whatever lay ahead. The blood-stained snakes, known as flower snakes, appeared harmless at first glance, but they were highly venomous vipers. Unlike other venomous snakes with hooked fangs at the front of their mouths, these had smaller venomous fangs located in the molar area, making it more difficult to inject their toxin. However, their venom was among the most potent of any terrestrial snake in East Asia. As Soryang descended into the snake's nest, dozens of them immediately coiled around his body, biting his hands and legs. He remained composed, enduring the pain and even urging them to bite him harder. Though their venom exceeded that of a black mamba in strength, the Tang clan's internal energy techniques allowed him to resist its effects, ensuring his survival for the time being. The small centipedes, watching from a distance, became worried and called out to him. He reassured them, telling them to remain calm as he would be leaving soon. However, as he examined his arm, now covered in snake bites, he decided that he had acquired enough venom for his purposes. Just as he prepared to leave, he suddenly found himself unable to move. Looking down, he saw that the snakes had wrapped tightly around his legs. The unexpected situation unsettled him, and panic flickered across his expression. Before he could react further, the small centipedes leaped into the nest, landing on his head and shoulders. Their presence caught him by surprise, and their actions, though unexpected, struck him as oddly endearing. One of the centipedes, enraged by the snake's aggression, let out a tiny but fierce roar. Soryang watched with growing confusion as the confrontation escalated. A snake locked eyes with the centipede and began to hiss, provoking the small creature further. Its patience quickly ran out. With sudden intensity, the centipede lunged at the snake, biting it before slamming its body against the ground with surprising force. Soryang could only watch in disbelief. The tiny creature then turned its attention to another snake, continuing to fight with unexpected ferocity. Within moments, it had defeated its opponent, its eyes gleaming with triumph as it flashed a satisfied smile. With most of the snakes now deterred, Soryang crouched down, realizing that the centipedes had intervened out of concern for him. He gently patted the head of the victorious centipede, his expression softening. The small creature climbed onto his head and, seemingly exhausted, fell asleep. With a quiet smile, Soryang prepared to leave, knowing he still had something important to do. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Hwayin was exhausted, but her determination remained unwavering. Many members of the clan had already fallen, and those who remained surrounded Gutchinak, who showed no signs of slowing down. He grabbed another warrior by the neck, draining his blood to restore his energy. Foam formed at the victim's mouth as his life was drained away. Gutchinak's eyes gleamed with twisted delight as he mocked his opponents, claiming their struggle was meaningless. Though weary, Hwayin refused to retreat. She drew her whip, prepared to fight to the very end, all while hoping that Soryang had managed to escape safely. She instructed the remaining warriors to keep Gutchinak in their sights while maintaining as much distance as possible. Noting that the rain was about to stop, she ordered a signal to be sent to any nearby reinforcements. A warrior nodded in response, though Gutchinak merely smirked. An elder stepped forward, urging Hwayin to leave with Soryang. His words took her by surprise, but she rejected the suggestion without hesitation. The clan members quickly voiced their disagreement, adamant that a direct descendant of the Tang clan could not abandon them. If they failed to protect her, they would be unable to face the patriarch. Gutchinak remained silent at first, watching their exchange with growing impatience. Eventually he crossed his arms and interrupted. He stated that their discussion had gone on long enough. His gaze flickered between Hwayin and the elder before he coldly declared that if his entertainment fled, he would be left bored. A sinister smile spread across his face as he placed a hand on his chin. Then, with a chilling certainty, he revealed his intentions. If Hwayin attempted to escape, he would turn the Tang clan into a spectacle of suffering, a declaration of the blood cult's return. The elder clenched his teeth, recognizing that Gutchinak had no intention of letting anyone escape. Hwayin, resolute, prepared to fight, vowing to take at least one of his arms, even at the cost of their lives. The determination of the clan members was evident as they fixed their gaze on Gutchinak, who responded with a knowing smile. However, just as the tension reached its peak, an unexpected voice interrupted, reinforcing the belief that a member of the Tang clan never abandoned their own. The revelation left everyone in shock. Hwayin's eyes widened in disbelief as Soryang emerged, approaching with a confident stride. The elder was at a loss for words, while Hwayin, though relieved to see him, could not shake off her concern. Without hesitation, Soryang carefully removed the small centipedes from his body and instructed them to stay behind. Declaring his unwavering loyalty to the Tang clan, he removed his shirt, his eyes burning with determination. With no intention of retreating, he prepared for battle, drawing his weapons before charging directly at Gutchinak. Seeing Soryang's reckless advance, Hwayin's worry deepened, but Gutchinak simply welcomed the confrontation with amusement. He had previously spared Soryang's life, and now the young warrior had willingly returned. To him this was sheer foolishness. Without much effort, Gutchinak seized Soryang by the neck, his eyes gleaming with cruel delight. With his grip tightening, he placed a hand on Soryang's abdomen, eager to taste his blood. Despite the pain, Soryang reacted swiftly, blocking the attack with his arm. However, Gutchinak, reveling in his control, began to absorb Soryang's blood through his arm instead, causing an agonizing sensation to overtake him. Panic spread through Hwayin and Pai as they witnessed the scene. Without hesitation, Hwayin commanded the others to assist Soryang, but before anyone could reach him, Gutchinak exerted his power. With a forceful stomp, he unleashed the blood-filled wave technique, shattering the ground beneath him and repelling all who approached. Pai and the others were thrown back, crashing violently onto the ground. Fortunately, Hwayin managed to react in time, catching Soryang as he lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Gutchinak, now feeling invigorated, smirked in satisfaction. The hidden weapons thrown at him had been bothersome, but thanks to Soryang, he had dealt with them all at once. Hwayin, filled with desperation, held Soryang close, attempting to wake him. Observing the situation, Gutchinak decided to grant Soryang a swift and painless death. However, as Hwayin refused to accept this fate, Soryang suddenly coughed, slowly regaining consciousness. His awakening startled Gutchinak, whose expression twisted into one of confusion and horror. Drool dripped from Gutchinak's mouth as he demanded an explanation. His hair began to fall like scattered leaves, his youthful vigor fading as his body rapidly aged. A growing fear overtook him as he realized the cause, a potent energy-dissipating poison. Strength drained from him and his limbs trembled as the truth set in. This should have been impossible. The cult's internal energy techniques were designed to resist such poisons. Panic consumed him. He clutched his face, unable to comprehend how this had happened. The reality of his weakening body was undeniable, and he demanded to know Soryang's true identity. But Soryang, now recovering, merely smiled. With deliberate calm, he pointed at Guchenak and declared himself his natural enemy. Hwayin, witnessing Soryang's resilience, finally felt a wave of relief wash over her. As the poison continued to take effect, Guchenak trembled with fear, unable to accept his defeat at the hands of a mere child. Soryang, drained of energy, used the last of his strength to direct a weary gaze toward Hwayin, revealing something that left her in shock. Guchenak's eyes burned with rage as he fixed his gaze on Soryang. His body tensed with frustration, sweat forming on his brow as he realized that the blood he had absorbed from Soryang no longer obeyed his will. Panic set in as he struggled to comprehend what had been done to him. Determined to seize control, Guchenak took a step forward, convinced that his domination through the blood cult was imminent. Overcome with madness, he lunged toward Soryang, refusing to fall at such a crucial moment. In a fit of rage, he charged ahead with the intent to kill. Sensing the danger, Hwayin tightened her grip on her whip, immediately preparing for battle. As Guchenak neared his target, she struck, wrapping the whip around his neck, causing him immense pain. Stunned that her attack had landed, she watched as Guchenak, a formidable dark martial artist, struggled against the weapon's hold. His fury intensified as he fought to break free, his body convulsing with rage. His mind raced, unable to comprehend how his blood arts had failed him. Enraged beyond reason, he launched himself forward once more, determined to destroy them all, declaring the return of the blood cult. Hwayin, alarmed by his relentless pursuit, clenched the whip tighter. With a fierce determination, she acted swiftly, severing Guchenak's head in a single decisive motion. His lifeless body collapsed as his severed head landed nearby. The sight filled P with confusion at first, but as realization dawned, a victorious smile spread across his face. With Guchenak defeated, the elder of the clan rushed toward Soryang and Hwayin, concerned for their well-being. The members of the clan erupted in celebration, their leader having vanquished the elder of the blood cult. Hwayin, still processing the events, turned to Soryang, questioning how he had managed to weaken such a powerful enemy. When he addressed her in a way that caught her off guard, a blush of embarrassment crept onto her face. Despite his weakened state, Soryang maintained a smile, but the toll of the battle was evident. Dark circles shadowed his eyes and sweat dripped from his forehead. As he spoke of needing to be bitten by a tiger-striped water snake to counteract the poison, Hwayin grew frantic, unable to make sense of his request. His face had turned pale, prompting her to recall that such snakes carried no venom. Without hesitation, she commanded the clan members to retrieve an antidote. Hours later, Soryang regained consciousness, his body still weak. Confusion filled his mind as he found himself in an unfamiliar place. The great patriarch, observing him closely, advised him to remain still. Hwayin, also present, noted his condition with a mix of relief and concern. Soryang lay face down, unable to move, his confusion deepening as he questioned his predicament. The great patriarch channeled his energy into Soryang's back, aiding his recovery. As he learned that 10 days had passed since he collapsed, Soryang was left in shock. Hwayin, with a grateful expression, acknowledged that his actions had allowed her to defeat their formidable foe. She explained how his condition had been dire, and without the timely return of the great patriarch, the situation would have been disastrous. The memory of being bitten by a snake in his past life resurfaced in Soryang's mind, sending a shiver of fear through him. With the treatment complete, the great patriarch assured him that he would recover. With Hwayin's help, Soryang managed to sit up and expressed his deep gratitude. The great patriarch then studied him carefully before deciding it was time to discuss something important. Placing his hands on Soryang's shoulders, he questioned whether the tiger-striped water snake truly possessed venom and sought to understand how Soryang had managed to defeat the elder of the blood cult. As Hwayin grew anxious and urged her grandfather to remain calm, Soryang, still feeling the lingering effects of the poison, prepared to explain everything. With a calm expression, Soryang raised 2 fingers and explained that the tiger-striped water snake possessed 2 types of venom, one located in its mouth and the other produced by venom glands at the back of its neck. Hwayin and the great patriarch, seated near his bed, listened with growing curiosity, as this was information previously unknown to them. Soryang continued, stating that these snakes were naturally shy and typically avoided humans, and their fangs were too small to be easily noticed. In fact, it was not until the 1980s that people discovered their venomous nature. The great patriarch, quick-witted as ever, immediately connected this revelation to the dissipation of the elder of the blood cult's internal energy. However, he hesitated, recalling that the blood cult had long been known for its resistance to toxins. Soryong, turning toward him, clarified that while it was only a hypothesis, he believed that the elder's energy loss had resulted from exposure to the snake's venom. He elaborated that the primary component of the venom was hemotoxin, a hemorrhagic toxin capable of destroying red blood cells, blood vessel linings and tissue cells. He then posed a crucial question. What would happen if cultists who relied on blood for their martial arts were exposed to such a substance? The success of his plan became evident. Resting his hand under his chin, Soryong speculated that the cultists' blood, the very core of their strength, had likely been altered, leading to their downfall. He also revealed that although little known, the tiger-striped water snake's venom was 5 times more potent than that of a viper. If enhanced with Yin energy, it became a lethal weapon. Upon hearing this, the great patriarch's eyes widened in shock, and a cold sweat formed on his brow. The realization that such a powerful venomous creature resided near Sichuan left him deeply unsettled. Huayin turned to Soryong with admiration, a smile forming as she acknowledged his incredible achievement. The great patriarch then cleared his throat, drawing their attention. Crossing his arms, he recalled that the elder of the blood cult had referred to Soryong as the nemesis of heaven, his natural enemy. The title made Soryong uneasy as it sounded overly dramatic, almost like something from a high school fantasy. Embarrassed, he pulled the blanket over his face, looked away and blushed. Witnessing his reaction, Huayin and her grandfather placed reassuring hands on his shoulders, affirming that the title was fitting given how he had managed to seal the elder's martial arts completely. The great patriarch's expression then shifted to one of gratitude as he sincerely thanked Soryong for protecting his family. However, his gratitude soon turned into anger as he clenched his fist, unable to comprehend how the blood cult had dared to attack in his absence. With gritted teeth, he vowed to eradicate them entirely. Both Soryong and Huayin remained silent, their expressions serious. The great patriarch insisted that the blood cult must be completely destroyed, a sentiment Soryong fully agreed with. Now that their weakness had been discovered, the next step was to gather a significant quantity of venom from the tiger-striped water snakes. A fiery determination filled Soryong's eyes as he recalled Guchenak and his subordinates, viewing them as nothing more than pests that needed to be exterminated. Since the reappearance of the blood cult, the Tang clan had been in a state of emergency. Many warriors had been wounded and some had lost their lives. A message was tied to the leg of a messenger pigeon, which was then released into the sky. The great patriarch had sent it, summoning Murim's allied orthodox factions to the Tang clan to assist in the upcoming battle. Despite the minimal casualties considering they had faced an enemy at the pinnacle of martial arts, the great patriarch's expression darkened at the thought of the blood cult plunging Murim into chaos once more. The cult had never been satisfied with merely abducting victims to drain their blood. 30 years prior, they had carried out a massacre that cemented their status as sworn enemies of Murim. The severity of the situation weighed heavily on him. While Soryong remained lost in thought, the great patriarch placed a firm hand on his shoulder, pulling him back to the present. A confident glint appeared in the elder's eyes as he stated that this time, the situation was different. Soryong's curiosity was piqued and he turned to listen. The great patriarch then revealed the reason behind his confidence. The Sichuan Tang Clan was now the natural enemy of the blood cult. Hearing this, Soryong's expression twisted in frustration, sweat forming on his brow as he struggled to determine whether his grandfather had said this intentionally. The great patriarch turned to Soryong with a knowing smile, confirming his suspicions. Placing his hands behind his back, he spoke of a request, asking if Soryong would be capable of fulfilling it. With curiosity, Soryong immediately agreed, especially if it concerned the clan, vowing to do his best. The patriarch's expression grew serious as he revealed that members of the Murim alliance would soon arrive, including their military forces. He had decided to present them with the poison that Soryong had discovered, now that the blood cult's weakness had finally been uncovered. Soryong's eyes widened in surprise before he respectfully clasped his hands and, with a smile, expressed his agreement, believing it was for the greater good. Seeing this, the great patriarch smiled, having anticipated Soryong's response. Just as Soryong was about to leave, the patriarch mentioned something that would bring him great joy. Curious, Soryong turned back, eager to hear the news. With a warm smile, The patriarch announced that the modifications to the Hall of 10,000 Poisons had been completed and that, from that moment forward, Soryong would be officially responsible for managing it. A surge of joy overtook him, and he clenched his fists in excitement, already envisioning himself surrounded by poisonous creatures. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. The patriarch also added that, as per Soryong's suggestion, a sunlit pavilion had been prepared, a crucial step for properly raising tiger-striped water snakes. Interlacing his fingers, Soryong grew even more excited, determined to think of this as a duty for Murim's benefit and to give his best effort. As the messenger pigeon soared into the distance, hours passed before Soryong finally arrived at the Hall of 10,000 Poisons. Upon seeing it, his jaw dropped in amazement. It was magnificent, guarded by 2 sentries at the entrance. Walking toward the door alongside Hwayin, he noticed a particular room labeled the Toxic Creature Garden. Hwayin's attention immediately fixated on it, and confusion flickered across her expression. Crossing his arms, Soryong smiled as he explained that it was a space dedicated to gathering all the poisonous creatures of the Central Plains. Her expression tensed with apprehension as she questioned whether he truly intended to assemble them all. With unwavering confidence, he affirmed it, reminding her of his promise to one day collect the 10 great venomous creatures of the region. Upon hearing this, a deep blush spread across her face. She covered her mouth, averted her gaze, and without hesitation, rushed off with the excuse of investigating a nearby gathering. As Soryong stood there, momentarily puzzled, a familiar voice greeted him with enthusiasm. It was Gu Pei, who stood confidently with his hands on his waist. With a beaming smile, he revealed his new position as commander of the Poison Division. While Soryong's expression turned to one of confusion, Hwayin remained motionless, observing the scene. Gu Pei, still smiling, explained that the division had been newly established under the patriarch's orders. Behind him, several clan members stood in formation. Turning toward them, Gu Pei formally introduced them, stating that from that moment on, they would serve Soryong, acting as his hands and feet. Whether it involved locating poisonous creatures or raising them, he could rely on them completely. The realization of what was happening struck Soryong all at once. His mouth practically began to water at the thought, while Hwayin, standing nearby, felt a twinge of envy. His eyes sparkled with sheer joy as he processed the significance of the moment. This was like having an entire team from a pet store dedicated to supporting him. For Soryong, this was another step toward turning his dream into reality. Meanwhile, far from the Tang clan, the messenger pigeon reached its intended destination. A woman with long black hair received the message and carefully read its contents. As her eyes scanned the words, she came to a chilling realization: the blood cult had returned. Lifting her gaze toward the sky, she understood that the peace that once reigned over the Central Plains was about to be shattered. A violent storm was looming on the horizon. At dawn the following day, Jaegal and his men set out toward the Tang clan. As they traveled, one of the elders turned to the group with a smile, remarking that they would soon arrive and would likely spend the night at the Tang clan mansion. A sense of relief spread across Jaegal's face at the thought of avoiding another night outdoors. As he walked, his mind wandered to an image of Jeong-hak, the Emperor of the Fist and leader of the Murim alliance, his fist clenched and his eyes burning with rage. The thought made Jaegal uneasy, realizing the importance of bringing at least one valuable piece of news. His focus remained on the search for any trace of the blood cult. After some time, the group reached the entrance of the Tang clan, where 2 armed guards stood watch. Seeing the mansion in the distance, the elder could not hide his joy. One of the guards quickly took notice of the approaching visitors, his eyes widening in recognition. He assumed that they must be the honored guests from the Murim alliance. With a composed expression, Jaegal stepped forward, closed his fan, and formally introduced himself as the military advisor of the alliance. In response, one of the guards opened the gates, while the other greeted them respectfully and expressed gratitude for their visit, requesting that they wait a moment. However, there was a hint of nervousness in the guard's eyes. Glancing to the side, the guard hesitated before explaining that there were certain matters the visitors needed to be aware of before entering the mansion. Jaegal's eyes narrowed with curiosity, while the elder, more direct in his concerns, asked whether they were required to surrender their weapons before proceeding. The guard, appearing slightly embarrassed, brought a hand to his chin before revealing that, no matter how small or insignificant a creature might seem, it was strictly forbidden to take a life within the Tang clan. At this, Jaegal's expression shifted to one of surprise, and his mind conjured the image of a golden Buddha statue. The possibility of the entire Tang clan converting to Buddhism crossed his mind. Sensing the misunderstanding, the guard quickly reassured them that they would understand once inside but emphasized the importance of abiding by this rule. Upon hearing this, Jae-gal and the elder became solemn. Before they could discuss the matter further, a familiar presence approached. The newcomer was visibly pleased by the arrival of the military advisor. Jae-gal's eyes widened slightly in recognition before a smile formed on his face. The ones greeting him were Hwain and Soryang. They both bowed their heads respectfully, and Jae-gal returned the gesture, acknowledging that it had been some time since he last saw Hwain. She placed her hands over her abdomen and, with a measured tone, noted that exactly 1 year had passed since their last meeting. With a light-hearted smile, Jae-gal inquired about the whereabouts of the myriad poison's divine sovereign. In response, Hwain closed her eyes briefly before explaining that her grandfather had left to search for traces of the blood cult, offering her apologies for any inconvenience. Jae-gal regarded her with a calm expression, dismissing any notion that it was an inconvenience. Instead, his attention soon shifted toward Soryang, his curiosity piqued. Studying the young warrior, he asked about his identity. With a polite smile, Soryang introduced himself, expressing his honor in meeting the military advisor. At this, Jae-gal and the elder exchanged glances, a hint of confusion in their eyes as they observed that the young man was not from the Tang clan. Before either could voice their thoughts, Hwain placed a hand over her chest, averted her gaze and hesitated before revealing that Soryang was her fiancé. A stunned silence followed. Jae-gal and the elder stood frozen in shock, while the men accompanying them reacted with disbelief. Whispers of jealousy spread among the group as realization dawned upon them. One of Murim's 3 flowers had a lover. Their hearts filled with despair as they clenched their fists, their eyes shimmering with unshed tears. To them, the world had never seemed more unfair. None could understand how or where Soryang had come from, and envy seeped into Jae-gal's expression as well. With a composed demeanor, he slowly unfolded his fan and lowered his gaze. He requested that they be guided inside, knowing that if the mood continued, the entire group might challenge Soryang to a sparring match. Just as tension simmered, an unfamiliar sound echoed through the air. Jae-gal and the elder instinctively tensed, their expressions shifting from confusion to intrigue, as they searched for the source of the strange noise. The men were left in shock, their jaws dropping as they lifted their gaze to the sky. Their expressions of astonishment quickly drew the attention of everyone around them, revealing that something unusual had appeared above. The source of the strange sound was soon identified, the golden-haired king bees which were flying in the area. The sight of such highly venomous creatures within the Tang clan left the group in disbelief. Instinctively, several men moved in front of Hwain, drawing their swords and instructing the others to remain cautious. Their stance made it clear that they were prepared to protect her at all costs. Observing their reaction, Soryang became increasingly alarmed. A sense of urgency flashed in his eyes as he urged them to put away their weapons. Fear crept into his expression as he stepped forward, placing a hand on one of the men's shoulders in an attempt to explain the new regulations of the Tang clan. However, the warrior, overwhelmed by anger, shoved Soryang's hand aside and, with a furious glare, demanded that he step away. He made it clear that the golden-haired king bees were incredibly dangerous creatures, capable of killing an ordinary person with ease. Despite Soryang's efforts to calm the situation, the men continued pressing in on him, gradually suffocating him beneath their collective weight. Unable to suppress his frustration any longer, he forcefully pushed them back. His eyes burned with intensity as he declared that he had been raising the golden-haired king bees himself, urging everyone to remain calm. The revelation left the group in shock. One of the bees landed gently on Soryang's head, an affectionate gesture that only deepened their disbelief. Jae-gal and the others, overwhelmed by fear, instinctively stepped back. Unfazed, Soryang smiled as he played with the bees, fully aware that they had missed him after their time apart. Seeing this, Hwain's expression softened, and a joyful smile appeared on her face. Meanwhile, the bees turned their attention toward Jae-gal and his men, who were still struggling to process what they had just witnessed. Soryang, maintaining his calm demeanor, stroked one of the bees and gently reassured them not to sting the guests. One of the warriors, watching in stunned silence, broke into a nervous sweat upon realizing that Soryang was treating these lethal creatures as if they were harmless pets. Gradually, the tension in the group dissipated, and the young warriors regained their composure. With the situation now under control, Jae-gal and the elder accompanied Soryang and Hwain inside. As they walked, Jae-gal's thoughts remained fixated on Soryang. It was difficult to believe that this young warrior from Hainan Island had become the fiancé of the renowned poisonous flower. The realization that an outsider had managed to secure such a position within the Tang clan left him in a state of disbelief. As they strolled further, something caught Jaegel's attention. Nearby, two men were sitting and engaged in a heated argument. The black-haired man, his expression fierce, held up a small vase and insisted that a venomous scorpion would be a more fitting companion for the Tang clan. In response, the orange-haired man, equally enraged, produced a small chameleon and vehemently argued its superiority, directing everyone's attention to the creature's radiant crest. Jaegel's pulse quickened as unease settled over him. Placing a hand on Soryang's shoulder, he hesitated before asking why so many warriors within the Tang clan were preoccupied with insects and animals. Pulled from his thoughts, Soryang turned his attention back to the scene, his curiosity piqued. As the men continued their dispute, he casually explained that they were enduring the venomous creature companionship punishment. The response sent a chill through Jaegal, who instinctively began to sweat. The thought of such a punishment unsettled him, and he quickly inquired about what they had done to deserve it. Soryang placed a hand under his chin, deep in thought, before recalling the events from a few nights prior. That evening, Soryang and Hwayin had gone to the training hall. As Soryang trained, Hwayin became increasingly anxious and advised him to focus on expelling his internal energy. However, despite his best efforts, Soryang's movements resembled a dance rather than proper training. Just as they continued, an unexpected presence disrupted them. Commander Gu and his men arrived, their faces tense. As they stood before them, they closed their eyes momentarily, visibly nervous. With a sorrowful expression, Gu Pei offered his apologies, explaining that a significant problem had arisen. More than half of the captured rat pups intended to feed the tiger-striped water snakes had perished. Hearing this, Soryang turned toward him, his gaze filled with sadness. Hwayin, on the other hand, appeared confused, uncertain about the situation. Soryang crossed his arms, closed his eyes and sighed. There was little that could be done, as rats were highly sensitive creatures. If the environment became too noisy, it was not uncommon for the mother to kill them. However, Gu Pei soon revealed the true cause of the problem. The warriors had not merely failed to preserve the rat pups, they had eaten them. A flicker of disbelief crossed Soryang's face as confusion settled in. Gu Pei continued, explaining that the men had consumed the young rats as snacks while drinking alcohol. The weight of this revelation left Soryang speechless. His eyes widened in shock, struggling to comprehend that the warriors had treated the rats as nothing more than side dishes to accompany their drinks. Soryang was overwhelmed by confusion, struggling to grasp the situation unfolding before him. Hwayin, arms crossed, turned her gaze toward Gu Pei and clarified the meaning of 3 screeches, a dish in which live baby rats were dipped in sauce and eaten. Embarrassment washed over Gu Pei as he lowered his head once more and apologized. Soryang, paralyzed by disbelief, attempted to make sense of what he had just heard. Hwayin stepped forward and scolded them, prompting Gu Pei to clutch his ears as he explained the reasoning behind their actions. Some of the poison handlers were from Hainan, and reminiscing about home had led to an unexpected turn of events, resulting in the warriors consuming the baby rats that had originally been captured to feed the tiger-striped water snakes. Soryang's expression darkened with contempt as the full realization set in. Anger surged within him, and he understood that measures needed to be taken to ensure they learned the true value of the creatures they raised. It was through this incident that the Tang clan of Sichuan established the venomous creature companionship punishment and implemented a new set of rules. Back in the present, Soryang stood with his arms crossed, his gaze unwavering as he explained that each warrior was now responsible for raising a venomous creature. The warriors began to argue among themselves, their reactions varying, while Jaegal, unable to contain his unease, broke into a nervous sweat. The reason behind each warrior's association with a venomous creature had finally become clear to him. His curiosity intensified, and he focused his attention on Soryang, finding him increasingly fascinating. As Soryang observed the warriors with thinly veiled disdain, Jaegal came to a sudden realization. This young man was far from ordinary. When night fell, the great patriarch arrived, and the 3 of them sat together at a table for discussion. With a serious demeanor, the great patriarch recounted the series of events that had transpired. Jaegal, closing his eyes momentarily, smiled and remarked that Soryang must be the enigmatic young warrior whom the patriarch of the Tang clan had encountered on Hainan Island. The great patriarch studied him for a moment before smiling and inquiring about his thoughts on the Tang clan's most treasured possession. Jaegal expressed his admiration for Soryang, remarking that the term enigmatic hardly did him justice. He acknowledged the astonishing nature of the golden-haired king bees, further reinforcing his intrigue. Soryang, however, could not suppress a sense of nervousness at being the subject of such praise. Jaegel's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. His mind lingered on a troubling matter: the complete lack of any clues regarding the blood cult. The great patriarch, his composure steady, turned toward Soryang with a knowing smile. He declared that they could not afford to remain passive while the influence of the blood cult continued to spread unchecked. Soryang's curiosity was piqued, and he directed his full attention to the patriarch. Without hesitation, the elder instructed him to retrieve something. Jaegal, taken aback, felt his confusion deepen as his curiosity reached its peak. The great patriarch raised a finger and, summoning his power, formed a protective barrier around them. His eyes closed briefly as he explained that no sound could be allowed to escape, and for that reason he had invoked a Kai barrier. As Soryang reached into his clothing, Jaegal turned his attention to the shimmering barrier, his jaw tightening in astonishment. With unwavering confidence, Soryang produced a small jar and placed it on the table. Jaegal immediately seized it, scrutinizing the object while his mind raced with questions. The mere presence of the Kai barrier suggested the jar contained something of great importance. Unable to hold back his curiosity, he questioned what kind of item required such extreme secrecy. The great patriarch, maintaining his steady gaze, revealed that the jar contained a poison capable of dissipating internal energy. Jaegal, unimpressed at first, argued that such poisons were fairly common and did not seem to warrant the use of a Kai barrier. However, as Soryang and the patriarch exchanged knowing glances and nodded with subtle smiles, the revelation came. This particular poison had a unique property: it exclusively affected members of the blood cult. Jaegel's expression shifted instantly. His focus locked onto the jar and his eyes widened in shock. Panic surged through him as he slammed his hand against the table, demanding confirmation. The great patriarch, eyes closed in calm certainty, affirmed the truth of the claim. A deep, burning hatred flickered in Jaegel's gaze as his thoughts turned to the blood cult. The significance of this discovery could not be overstated. He recalled the brutal rebellion of 30 years prior, when their fiercest battles had been met with devastating setbacks. The realization dawned upon him: the blood cult had survived the onslaught not because of their superior strength alone, but because the internal energy-dissipating poison had been entirely ineffective against them. The great patriarch, reflecting on the past, confirmed Jaegel's suspicions. When martial artists like themselves were poisoned, their internal energy dispersed, rendering them powerless. However, the members of the blood cult had remained completely unaffected. Jaegal, maintaining a serious gaze, inquired about the potency of this particular version of the poison. The great patriarch's expression radiated confidence as he explained that, according to Huayin, the poison was capable of reducing the physical abilities of its target to that of an ordinary person. He further revealed that she had successfully defeated a blood cult elder who had been poisoned, striking him down with a single blow. Upon hearing this, a smile spread across Jaegel's face, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. The revelation confirmed that the poison's effect was reminiscent of the internal energy-dissipating poison used in the past. Acknowledging the significance of such a discovery, he offered a gesture of respect to the great patriarch and expressed his gratitude. With a weapon like this, even the leader of the alliance could find some relief. The great patriarch, however, redirected the recognition toward Soryang, explaining that the true credit belonged to him. It was Soryang who had made this discovery, having willingly poisoned himself to bait the blood cult elder into absorbing his blood. The consequences had been severe. He had lingered at the brink of life and death for nearly 10 days. Jaegel's admiration deepened as he processed the extent of Soryang's sacrifice, recognizing both his wisdom and bravery. Soryang, caught off guard, instinctively touched his neck, his face flushing with embarrassment. Jaegal, moved by the young warrior's actions, placed a firm hand on his shoulder. With a grateful expression, he declared that if Soryang had any wish, he need only voice it, and he would personally ensure that the leader of the alliance granted it. A smile played on his lips as he awaited an answer. Soryang lowered his head, deep in thought, his fingers grazing his chin. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke, his expression betraying a hint of nervousness. Instead of requesting martial manuals, rare elixirs, or treasures of gold and silver, he asked if it would be possible to obtain information about toxic creatures. Jaegel's confusion was immediate. His eyes narrowed as he struggled to comprehend why Soryang, given such an opportunity, would prioritize knowledge of venomous creatures over invaluable martial resources. A bead of sweat formed as he tried to make sense of the young warrior's unconventional request. Observing this, the great patriarch let out a hearty laugh. Jae-gal, closing his eyes, came to a realization. Soryong was truly unlike anyone he had ever encountered. Even within the long history of Murim, such eccentricity was unprecedented. When he reopened his eyes, a knowing smile formed on his face. Though he admitted that he might not have precisely the information Soryong sought, he presented an alternative. He inquired whether Soryong would be interested in a mystical stone lizard. Jae-gal begins to recount how, during the day, they had arrived at a remote location on the island, where a majestic waterfall cascaded down the cliffs. Among them was Jae-gal's nephew, and he was the one who announced that they had finally arrived. They had reached Mount Gonga in Sichuan. His nephew, Cheon, remarked that it was exactly as their ancestors had described: the waterfall, the turtle-shaped rock, everything was identical. Furthermore, from that vantage point, they could also see the peak of Mount Gonga in the distance. Jae-gal stepped closer to the water, crouching down to touch it. Feeling its icy temperature against his fingers, he commented that this water undoubtedly came from the melting of the eternal snow, as it was extremely cold. Smiling, Jae-gal gave orders to his men to wait there and instructed Cheon to follow him carefully. The men obeyed, and Cheon's face lit up with excitement. Jae-gal then leaped forward, crossing the river toward the waterfall. Determined not to be left behind, Cheon mirrored Jae-gal's movements, closely following him. After some time they finally reached their destination. Jae-gal placed his hand on a rock, waiting for Cheon to catch up. The two of them then gazed beyond a cave hidden behind the waterfall. Observing the surroundings, Jae-gal remarked that, aside from the turtle-shaped rock, if they climbed along the waterfall on the cliffside, there should be an entrance to a cave near the fist-shaped stone. Still brimming with excitement, Cheon enthusiastically said that everything matched the records perfectly. Fixing his gaze on the cave entrance, Jae-gal declared that he would go in first and instructed Cheon to follow closely behind him. Cheon nodded in understanding. As they stepped inside, they found the cave walls covered with various herbs. Jae-gal and Cheon proceeded cautiously, mindful of any potential surprises lurking in the darkness. Upon reaching the heart of the cave, Jae-gal suddenly halted, his eyes widening. He murmured that this was truly incredible. A hole in the ceiling allowed sunlight to pour in, illuminating the entire chamber. Standing still with his hands behind his back, Jae-gal observed the breathtaking sight before him. Cheon, equally mesmerized, expressed his amazement, stating that such a mystical view was the last thing one would expect inside a cave. Still smiling, Jae-gal commented that this was the perfect environment for spiritual herbs to thrive. Then his eyes fell upon exactly what he had been searching for, a rare spiritual herb that had absorbed the extreme yin energy over time, the 100-year snow ginseng. Cheon took a step closer and remarked that now all they had to do was exchange this snow ginseng for the dark wool flower from the Namgung clan. Jae-gal nodded in agreement, adding that with this, the severed meridians of the Namgung clan's daughter should improve. Furthermore, they would obtain a 200-year-old dark wool flower in return. Stepping even closer, Jae-gal reached out toward the snow ginseng, his hand emanating a faint blue aura as he prepared to collect it. However, in that very moment he sensed a strange presence. Almost instantly, something shot out from between the rocks, leaping toward him. Reacting with lightning-fast reflexes, Jae-gal swiftly pulled out his fan and used it to defend himself, narrowly avoiding being struck. Having witnessed everything unfold in the blink of an eye, Cheon called out to his uncle, asking if he was all right. His voice carried concern, as it was now clear that there was more than just one creature attacking them. Amidst the flurry of movements inside the cave, Jae-gal reassured Cheon that he was fine but warned him to stay on guard, as these creatures were moving with astonishing speed. Seizing an opening behind Jae-gal, two of the creatures launched another attack. Sensing the danger, Jae-gal quickly turned around and blocked the strikes with his fan once more. But this time he noticed something unusual. These attacks carried a freezing effect as the tip of his fan was now coated in ice. Cheon approached and asked what was happening, but Jae-gal remained silent for a brief moment. Then he spoke, stating that this was a lizard. Cheon, puzzled, hesitated before asking if he had heard correctly. Jae-gal confirmed, explaining that yes, it was indeed a lizard, an incredibly fast, blue-scaled lizard with piercing yellow eyes and dark skin. Returning to the present moment after hearing this story, Soryong questioned whether it was truly real, as naturally occurring blue lizards were extraordinarily rare. The great patriarch inquired whether these lizards were venomous and if Jae-Gao was certain that the situation was safe. Practically drooling with excitement, Soryong assured them that everything was fine and that they could leave it to him. Soryong mentioned that lizards carried venomous chi in their eyes. However, the great patriarch admitted that he had no idea what Soryong was talking about but trusted him nonetheless. Observing the entire exchange and Soryong's sheer enthusiasm, it became clear just how eccentric he was when it came to this particular subject. As night fell, Jae-Gao stated that if he came across any new information regarding toxic creatures, he would make sure Soryong was the first to know. The following day his father-in-law returned. Calling out for his son-in-law, he sought Soryong. Still seated in the same place, Hwayin welcomed him, while Soryong asked if something had happened. Approaching him, the patriarch suddenly pinched Soryong's cheeks, asking if he was all right. Soryong, somewhat confused, responded that he was fine, while Hwayin observed the entire scene, shocked by her father's reaction. Then Soryong revealed his arms, which were covered in snake bites. He casually explained that although he had woken up after 10 days with scars all over his arms, he was in fact alive. Upon hearing this, the patriarch's expression darkened, his anger igniting against those wretched bastards from the blood cult. It was only then that the patriarch realized he had completely forgotten something. Then he turned to Hwayin and shouted, asking if she was all right. Hwayin, realizing that she had been momentarily overlooked, responded that she was fine and asked him to calm down. She reassured him once more, emphasizing that she was truly fine because Soryong and all the family members had saved her. Seated in the background, the Grand Patriarch remarked that Soryong had done something truly remarkable. He recalled that after taking down the elder, Soryong had boldly declared the words, "Your natural enemy is me." Hearing this, the Patriarch's eyes gleamed with interest, while Soryong blushed in embarrassment. Hwayin, however, corrected the statement, saying that the actual phrase had been, "I am your natural enemy." Soryong, fidgeting with his fingers in a timid manner, admitted that it happened that way because his plan had worked so well. Thanks to that, they had been able to uncover the weakness of the blood cult. Interrupting the family moment, Jae-Gao called out to Cheolsun, the patriarch, stating that he was also present. The patriarch turned to him and asked how he had been. Clasping his hands in a formal greeting, the patriarch remarked that ever since Jae-Gao had risen in rank, they had not communicated much and were now finally meeting under these circumstances. Jae-Gao acknowledged this as true and expressed his regret over it. Soryong, not entirely understanding the situation, had a confused look on his face. Meanwhile, Hwayin, smiling as she adjusted her hair, explained that they had been childhood friends. Jae-Gao then invited the patriarch to take a seat, mentioning that there was much to discuss, starting with the blood cult. Turning his gaze toward the couple, Jae-Gao also requested that they sit down as there were more details to go over. Sometime later, the patriarch asked Jae-Gao how the search for the secret agent was progressing. Hearing this, Soryong thought to himself that they might be talking about a spy or something similar. So he asked what kind of secret agent they were referring to. The patriarch stroked his chin and gave a faint smile. He then asked if Soryong remembered how the bastards from the blood cult had invaded to steal the secret manual of the venomous claw of the bloody hand. Soryong confirmed that he did and added that it seemed like they considered it to be of immense value. The patriarch stated that this was exactly the point. He then asked Soryong how he thought their enemies had discovered that the venomous claw of the bloody hand was in the possession of the Tang Clan. This revelation left Soryong in shock. He had not even considered that possibility. Rising from his seat, slightly agitated, Soryong exclaimed that this was a huge problem. He then asked if someone from the Tang Clan could possibly have leaked information to the blood cult. This question stunned both the patriarch and Jae-Gao. Jae-Gao then turned to the patriarch and suggested that he educate his son-in-law, as being a newcomer, he was unaware of certain histories, despite having heard quite a few entertaining stories about him. The patriarch chuckled, stroking his mustache. Meanwhile, Soryong, sweating slightly, wondered if he was being perceived as odd. Hwayin then turned to Soryong and firmly stated that secret agents could never exist within the Tang Clan. She explained that even when selecting a mere servant, they conducted thorough background checks on all direct relatives and even distant cousins. Cheolsun added that only if the individual passed these strict evaluations would they bring all direct family members into the clan. He further explained that all children were raised within the Tang Clan. Under such circumstances, no one would dare betray them. Listening to this, Soryong realized that they took extremely rigorous precautions. Still processing it all, Soryong then asked who the secret agent was. Jae-Gao revealed that it had been the woman who served tea. She had been discovered, and the necessary measures had already been taken. He also stated that she was a servant of the Murim alliance and mentioned that, within the alliance, only 3 people had knowledge of this matter. At this point, the leader of the alliance must have already captured her. Meanwhile, as the situation within the Tang clan was beginning to settle, an unexpected guest arrived at the Tang clan's mansion. The new visitor, standing at the entrance, requested that the guard inform the patriarch of his arrival. He stated that he had finally made it there and that running the entire way from Hebei without using mobility arts had been quite an amusing experience. Then, pounding his chest, the man introduced himself as Peng Muwen and asked the guard to announce that the leader of the Peng clan had just arrived. After he arrived, a signal in the form of an arrow was sent soaring through the sky. Without wasting any time, Soryong and Huayin immediately rushed to receive the new guests. As they ran, Soryong grew concerned and questioned Huayin about whether it was a good idea for only the 2 of them to go. She reassured him not to worry, reminding him that the others were engaged in an important discussion. With a subtle smile, she pointed out that the young master was also the son-in-law of the Tang family and encouraged him to have a bit more confidence in himself. Upon arriving at the location, Soryong slowly opened the door, convincing himself that it was merely a guest from another clan and that there was no reason to be nervous. However, the moment his gaze landed on the newly arrived individuals, he froze in place, overwhelmed by the intimidating presence of the men standing before him. Peng Muwen studied him with a slightly suspicious expression before shifting his focus elsewhere. Suddenly, both he and his men brightened as soon as they saw Lady Huayin. Their expressions softened with joy as she formally introduced herself and greeted the head of the Peng clan. Muwen commented on how much time had passed since their last meeting and admitted that he had barely recognized her, as she had been much smaller back then. Huayin, smiling, agreed, remarking that it had already been 5 years, a considerable amount of time. As Muwen observed Soryong standing beside Huayin, his expression shifted once more, and he questioned the identity of the man accompanying her. Still feeling nervous, Soryong respectfully clasped his hands together and introduced himself as Soryong, the son-in-law of the Sichuan Tang family. For a brief moment, Muwen seemed utterly perplexed by this statement. Without warning, Muwen reached out and pinched Soryong's cheeks before turning to Huayin and asking if he was truly her fiancé. She confirmed with a straightforward, yes. Even after hearing her answer, Muwen remained skeptical, carefully studying Soryong's demeanor. The longer he stared, the more anxious Soryong became, his nervous sweat increasing as he struggled to maintain eye contact. Resting his hand on his chin, Muwen suddenly came up with an idea. Before Soryong could react, Muwen grabbed his baseball bat, seemingly wanting to verify something. Both Soryong and Huayin turned red at the unexpected action. After a moment of silence, Muwen burst into laughter and casually remarked that he had been wondering if Soryong was too young, but judging from down there, he was certainly a man. His words made Soryong's face flush an even deeper shade of red. Turning back to Huayin, Muwen praised her for finding a good partner, confidently stating that Soryong would become an incredible man in the coming years. Embarrassed, Huayin shyly covered her face, unable to hide her blushing cheeks. As laughter filled the air and Soryong remained awkwardly speechless, one of Muwen's men silently noted that the Hebei Peng clan truly had no regard for etiquette or formalities. Perhaps this was simply the leader's unique way of assessing Soryong. Deciding to roll with the situation, Soryong accepted the compliment and in his mind, acknowledged that a man recognizes another man. Muwen, still amused, let out another hearty laugh and commented that Soryong was unlike the useless heirs from other famous clans. With a firm pat on Soryong's back, Muwen officially introduced himself as the head of the Peng family, expressing his pleasure in meeting him. Huayin then called out to Peng, prompting him to ask if something was wrong. She inquired whether he had truly come all the way from Hebei to the Tang clan to offer assistance and, more importantly, how he had managed to arrive so quickly. At her question, Muwen's demeanor turned serious once again. He asked what kind of help was needed and whether something had happened to the Tang family. However, instead of giving a direct answer, he simply reached out and ruffled Soryong's hair, which in turn irritated Huayin slightly. Now joining the ongoing meeting with Jaegal, Muwen was brought up to speed on the recent events concerning the blood cult's appearance. However, Huayin quickly reassured him that the cult members had already been eliminated. Hearing this, Muwen sighed, regretting that he hadn't arrived a little sooner. At this point, Wilson, the patriarch, took his turn to speak, questioning why the leader of the Peng clan had traveled all this way. Muwen, slightly embarrassed, admitted that in his anger toward the blood cult, he had completely forgotten to mention the real reason for his visit. He then revealed that, in truth, he had come to seek the Tang family's assistance. His words piqued everyone's curiosity, and the patriarch promptly asked what kind of help he needed. Scratching his head, Muin internally complained about the unnecessary formalities, finding them a hassle. Without further ado, he suddenly shouted for her to be brought in, saying that she needed to greet her elders. One of the scar-faced men who had arrived alongside Muin immediately stepped forward and opened the door. Both Huayin and Soryang were stunned, sharing the same thought. Muin had spoken about her needing to greet the elders, yet the person who entered was a massive brute of a man. The towering figure stood before the table and in a gruff voice, stated that she needed to come down now to properly greet the leaders of the Sichuan Tang Clan. A small voice, coming from somewhere on the man's back, sleepily muttered that it was still too early. As realization dawned upon Soryang, he was left utterly speechless, shocked that no one had noticed this presence the entire time. Slowly, something began sliding down from under the man's cloak. And before anyone could fully process what was happening, a tiny girl, sucking on a lollipop, emerged before them. The room fell into stunned silence as everyone at the table stared at the child, unsure of how to react. Calmly, the little girl clasped her hands together in a respectful greeting and introduced herself as Peng Ying of the Peng family. Muin pulls the little girl close and states that she is his daughter. Soryang and Huayin watch from the background, completely frozen in shock. Both of them, utterly astonished, can only think that this must be some kind of genetic miracle because she is incredibly adorable. Meanwhile, Muin proudly boasts that they look very much alike. Now gently stroking his daughter's head, Muin explains that this child is the reason he came to the Tang family to ask for help. While she calmly nibbles on a biscuit, he continues, stating that she has been feeling somewhat unwell and asks if the Tang clan could take a look at her. Upon hearing this, both the patriarch and Soryang exchange uncertain glances, questioning what kind of illness it could be. Something then catches Soryang's attention. When he looks at her closely, he notices a faint aura surrounding the little girl as she continues to eat biscuit after biscuit with a calm expression. Time passes and now night has fallen. Soryang lies in bed, surrounded by his centipedes, deep in thought. After hearing about and analyzing Ying's symptoms, they were still unable to determine the exact cause. As he absent-mindedly pinches the cheek of one of his tiny centipedes, he recalls Muin's explanation regarding his daughter's condition. Muin had described how, at times, she suddenly becomes short of breath, and large red blotches appear all over her body. In severe cases she even loses consciousness. However, after some time she regains consciousness as if nothing had happened, and no one has been able to figure out why. Muin also explained that he had already tried everything to uncover the cause. He had even sought out disciples of Yaxian, but all of them insisted that the child was perfectly healthy. There was even one occasion when a disciple suggested it might be poisoning. Muin had nearly beaten him up on the spot. Shaking his head, Muin had firmly stated that such a thing was impossible, as there was no one in his family capable of doing such a thing. The patriarch then pointed out that if it truly were poisoning, there could be an internal issue within the Peng family. However, Muin confidently reassured him that no member of the Peng family would ever commit such an act. Scratching his head, Muin sighed and said it was better not to dwell on it too much, as he didn't want to start suspecting his own family. Jagal then intervened, saying that jumping to conclusions would not help since poisoning is not always caused by another person. Looking at the little girl, the patriarch decided that they would provide an empty courtyard house where she could stay for some time, allowing them to observe her condition closely. After all, it was essential to confirm whether this was truly poisoning or something entirely different. Muin, feeling relieved, expressed his gratitude to the patriarch, acknowledging that from now on, they would be under the Tang clan's care for a while. Lying in bed, Soryang could only think that what was affecting the little girl might be juvenile diabetes since sugar seemed to be accumulating rapidly within her body. Sitting up, he tried to recall whether red blotches were a symptom of childhood diabetes, but he concluded that the best way to know was if more prominent symptoms appeared. At that very moment, someone knocked on Soryang's door. A voice called out, addressing him as young master, and informing him that a serious problem had arisen. Without hesitation, Soryang quickly opened the door and demanded to know what had happened this time. The woman before him wasted no time in explaining. The young lady of the Peng clan had just collapsed. In the dead of night, Soryang sprinted toward the scene as everyone rushed to verify what had happened. Upon arriving, he saw Muin crouched down, holding the unconscious girl in his arms, his expression filled with worry. He overheard Muwen explaining that she had been sitting in the pavilion when she suddenly started coughing and then collapsed without warning. The patriarch, analyzing the situation, commented that since she had collapsed here as well, it meant there were no spies within the Peng family. As soon as he said this, he noticed Muwen's face twist with anger and asked him what was wrong. Without a moment's hesitation, Muwen delivered a brutal punch to his own face with all his strength. The impact was so powerful that one of his teeth went flying far into the distance. Now grinning, toothless, Muwen apologized, admitting that despite what he had previously said, he had not been able to forgive himself for even briefly suspecting his own family. His men, overwhelmed with admiration, began to weep proudly. Muwen, still holding his daughter, continued, saying that if Ying had collapsed here as well, then the cause must be something else entirely. The other men of the Peng family, moved by their leader's actions, followed suit, delivering fierce punches to their own faces and shouting apologies. They lamented their failure, insisting that despite being by her side, they had not been able to prevent the young lady from collapsing, branding it as their own disgrace. The patriarch, watching this bizarre display, simply sighed and urged them all to calm down. As yet another tooth soared through the air, Huayin placed a hand on Soryong's shoulder and quietly asked him what they should do now. Soryong responded with determination, stating that there was only one way. In the background, Soryong suddenly raised his voice, calling for everyone's attention and urging them to remain calm above all else. He then confidently announced that there was a method to uncover the cause of her symptoms and at the same time, prove everyone's innocence. Both the patriarch and Muwen immediately turned to him, asking what this method was. With deliberate steps, Soryong slowly approached Muwen and the unconscious young lady, lowering himself to her level. The entire room fell into an uneasy silence, every person anxiously waiting for his next words. With a serious expression, Soryong finally declared that the first step was to remove all of the young lady's clothing. The room was instantly filled with shock. Huayin and the patriarch were left completely speechless, their faces frozen in sheer disbelief at the audacity of his statement. Meanwhile, Muwen's expression twisted into pure rage as he struggled to comprehend Soryong's intentions in attempting to undress his daughter. Holding his daughter in his arms, Peng asked Soryong to repeat what he had just said, while the patriarch observed the situation in silence, showing no reaction. At that moment, countless doubts raced through the young warrior's mind. And just as he was about to repeat his request to change the young lady's clothes, he was suddenly grabbed by his collar at a speed even he hadn't anticipated. Muwen, his heart burning with fury, demanded to know if he had truly just heard Soryong suggest removing his daughter's clothing. Just like that, out of absolutely nowhere. With no other choice and in utter desperation, Soryong pleaded with him to wait. Sensing the imminent danger, a baby centipede emerged from within Soryong's clothing, crawling out to assess the situation, but he quickly ordered it to go back inside. Observing the tense atmosphere, the patriarch stepped in, urging Muwen to calm down, as his son-in-law must have had something in mind. Huayin, noticing that Soryong was struggling to endure the pressure, also intervened, asking Muwen to at least listen to him first. Reluctantly, Muwen released Soryong's collar, but his anger had not yet subsided. His voice remained sharp, his words laced with irritation as he pointed out that Soryong had dared to suggest removing his daughter's clothing, who had not even reached adulthood yet. He demanded a proper explanation for such an outrageous statement. Now that the tempers had cooled slightly, Soryong took a deep breath and asked Lord Peng to remain calm and listen to him until the end. He then clarified that what he truly meant was that her clothes should be removed and replaced with different ones, as there was a strong possibility that something within her garments or personal belongings had caused her to faint. It was only then that Muwen finally grasped the boy's true intentions. Realizing his mistake and deeply irritated with himself, he clenched his fists, fully expecting to lose yet another tooth, as he begrudgingly admitted that he had doubted the young warrior's words. Soryong urged him to stay calm, pointing out that his daughter's sudden collapse must have left him shaken. Muwen, now grinning despite his missing tooth, expressed his sincere gratitude for Soryong's patience and understanding toward another person's mistake. Taking on a more serious tone, Soryong then firmly declared that, from this moment onward, the young lady would remain under the care of the Tang clan. Until further notice, all contact with the Peng clan would be strictly restricted. Muwen, visibly unsettled by this decision, immediately asked if that meant even he would be prohibited from seeing her. Soryong confirmed it without hesitation, stating that not even Muwen himself would be allowed. He then explained that if she exhibited the same symptoms while under his care, it would prove that the cause had nothing to do with the Tang clan. He elaborated further, explaining that this technique was known as controlled environmental adjustment, a method commonly used by breeders of insects, reptiles, and amphibians. Since animals cannot verbally express what is wrong, humans cannot immediately determine the exact cause of their ailments. Therefore, breeders systematically alter aspects of the animal's environment, such as their food, feeding bowls, and even their habitat, to pinpoint the specific factor causing their illness. Soryong stated that he would apply this method to diagnose the young lady, completely resetting her environment and gradually reintroducing elements to identify the trigger. All of this was to ensure that she would no longer faint without understanding the reason behind it. The patriarch noted that this process might take some time, but he was confident that they would be able to uncover the root of her condition. He then praised his son-in-law for coming up with such a thoughtful solution. Hearing this, Soryong became visibly flustered, while Muin simply nodded in understanding. Then, with tears welling up in his eyes, Muin, his voice heavy with emotion, begged them to take good care of his daughter. Soryong smiled, pounded his chest confidently, and assured him that he could leave it to him. In his mind, he thought that after raising countless creatures, taking care of a little girl should be nothing in comparison. However, Soryong had not anticipated what happened next. Unlike the creatures he had raised, the child, being entirely different from them, began to cry. Minutes passed, yet the little girl still hadn't stopped crying, and he had absolutely no idea what to do. From the moment she had regained consciousness, she had burst into tears and had not stopped since. Meanwhile, Hwayin and her mother were busy gathering essential supplies to care for the child, leaving Soryong completely alone with her, just the two of them. At a loss, he hesitantly asked her if she was hungry or sleepy, unsure of what else to do. Seeing that her sobbing did not subside, he tried another approach and asked if she was crying because Lord Peng was not there. Hoping to soothe her, he assured her that Muin had gone to fetch medicine for her and would return soon. However, to his surprise, the little girl pouted and firmly stated that this wasn't the reason for her tears. She was crying because she wanted sweets. Soryong could only sigh internally, realizing that she preferred sweets over her own father. Now reflecting on this, he suddenly remembered that while they were changing her clothes, she had several sweets hidden away. Trying to calm her down, he gently asked her to relax, explaining that since she had just woken up, she couldn't eat sweets right away. Instead, he suggested that she eat some rice porridge first and later he would personally make some treats for her. He then moved closer, lowering his voice slightly as he told her that if she ate her porridge properly and behaved well, he would prepare candied fruit skewers for her. At that moment, her eyes lit up with excitement, the prospect of sweets instantly lifting her spirits. However, for this to happen she would have to promise to behave. Without hesitation, she quickly agreed, nodding eagerly as she vowed to eat well and be on her best behavior. And the little girl confidently states that everyone in the Tang clan always keeps their promises. She then adds, with complete seriousness, that if she ever breaks hers, he has permission to punch her in the face. Hearing this, Soryong is utterly taken aback, his mind reeling as he wonders what on earth the Tang clan teaches its children. Later that day, Muin finds himself hidden behind a cluster of bushes, burdened with worry. He has no choice but to watch his daughter from afar, restricted by the new rule that forbids him from approaching her. However, his covert surveillance does not go unnoticed. Soryong, catching him in the act, immediately questions what he is doing hiding there. Before responding, Muin swiftly grabs Soryong by the collar and yanks him into the bushes as well, determined to maintain his cover. Lowering his voice, Muin anxiously asks how his daughter is doing. Soryong reassures him, stating that she is fine, she has been eating well and behaving properly. Muin, still skeptical, presses him further, demanding to know if she is truly eating on her own. He is bewildered as he asks how in the world Soryong managed to make that happen. Soryong simply shrugs, explaining that she is eating by herself naturally. He then turns the question back to Muin, wondering why he finds that so surprising. But before their conversation can continue, someone suddenly arrives, interrupting their hidden exchange. It is Hwayin, who greets the lord of the Tang clan with a polite nod. In response, Muin acknowledges her presence and thanks her for taking care of his precious daughter. Hwayin then mentions as if casually, that Miss Ing had been asking about where her elder brother Soryong had gone. At those words, Muin's temper flares once more. He clenches his fists in frustration, feeling slighted that he has barely been able to hold a proper conversation with his own daughter, and yet in such a short time she and Soryong have already grown so close. Recognizing the dangerous shift in atmosphere, Soryong quickly realizes that now would be an excellent time to make his escape. As he turns to leave, Muin, still fuming, demands to know when exactly his daughter started calling Soryong by that title. Ignoring him, Hwain instead asks if Soryong is heading to the training grounds again today. Soryong nods, explaining that when Ing spends time playing with the bees, she behaves much better. As he hurries toward the training grounds, he muses to himself that, oddly enough, the bees seem to have taken a liking to the little girl as well. Upon his arrival, he sees Ying happily holding one of the golden royal bees in her small hands. The moment she spots him, her face lights up with a genuine radiant smile, and she excitedly urges him to come over quickly. After watching her interact with the bees for a while, Soryong gradually realizes something. Thanks to these bees, he was able to form a bond with Ying in record time. The adorable golden royal bees were absolutely enamored with her. Most likely because while eating sweets she had managed to spill syrup all over herself and the surrounding area. At that moment, Ying points ahead, calling out to Soryong with excitement, saying that the queen bee is over there. Still seated at a distance, Soryong reminds her that the queen bee is busy and asks her not to disturb it for now. As he observes her, he thinks to himself that if he had a younger sister she would probably be just like this. Maybe, just maybe, taking care of children isn't as bad as he originally thought. However, Ying refuses to give up. She continues to call out to him, insisting that there are other bees there as well. Just as Soryong is about to explain that bees can sting if they feel threatened, his words barely leaving his lips, the inevitable happens. Ying is stung. In an instant, Soryong rushes to her side, his concern evident in his expression. Reaching her, he carefully inspects the sting mark on her arm and gently tells her that she needs to be more careful. Although it doesn't seem too serious, he decides to take her to the medicine hall just to be safe. After all, bee venom can sometimes cause people to become very ill. But then Soryong notices something strange. The little girl's breathing is becoming unusually labored, far heavier than it should be. With panic rising in her voice, she weakly calls out to him, pleading for elder brother Soryong to help her. And then, right in front of his eyes, she collapses into his arms. His chest tightens with worry. He recalls Muin mentioning that sometimes Ying would develop red blotches on her body and lose consciousness. And in that instant, everything clicks into place. Soryong finally realizes exactly what this reaction is. The reason Ying has been fainting all this time is anaphylactic shock. Anaphylaxis. Anaphylaxis is a severe allergic reaction caused by an overactive immune response. Normally, when harmful substances or toxins enter the body, the immune system immediately launches an attack to eliminate the threat. This immune response is known as inflammation. During this process, the body releases histamine, which dilates blood vessels, allowing white blood cells and antibodies to enter and neutralize the invader. However, problems arise when the body overreacts to certain harmless substances. When histamine is released in excessive amounts, the immune response malfunctions due to its hyperactivity. Blood vessels dilate too rapidly, leading to a dangerous drop in blood pressure. As the vessels expand, symptoms such as difficulty breathing and severe itching begin to appear. In extreme cases, anaphylaxis can be fatal. Realizing the severity of the situation, Soryong quickly lifts the little girl onto his back and starts running at full speed, aware that time is slipping away. As he sprints forward, he pleads with Miss Ying to hold on just a little longer. Reaching the palace entrance, he stops abruptly, his voice ringing out as he yells for help, urgently announcing that Miss Peng has lost consciousness. Hearing this, both the patriarch and Muin rush outside in a panic, their expressions filled with worry as they demand to know what has happened this time. Muin wastes no time. He takes his daughter into his arms, immediately sensing her struggle to breathe. Without hesitation, he pours his internal energy into her body, trying to help stabilize her condition. At that moment, a faint murmur escapes her lips. Soryong feels a wave of relief wash over him and silently thanks the heavens, realizing once again how truly remarkable internal energy is. Meanwhile, his mind quickly shifts to what he knows about anaphylaxis treatment. The primary goal is to stabilize blood pressure and keep the airway open. In modern medicine, various methods are used to achieve this, but in this world, qi-based techniques serve the same purpose. The patriarch, assessing the situation, notes that her symptoms appear to be the same as before and asks if Soryong saw what triggered it this time. Muin, equally curious, turns to him for an answer. Soryong states that young Ying collapsed after being stung by a bee. Both the patriarch and Muin react with immediate disbelief, asking if that is truly the case. The patriarch acknowledges that some people do faint from bee stings but argues that this does not explain the previous instances where she lost consciousness. Muin nods in agreement, pointing out that she had never been stung before. Already certain of his conclusion, Soryang takes a step forward, drawing their attention as he confidently states that he has already identified the true cause. His words leave his father-in-law visibly stunned, to the point where he asks if Soryang is being serious. Soryang affirms that the bee sting played a crucial role in helping him discover the real underlying issue. Muin, growing more anxious, urges him to explain further. Taking a deep breath, Soryang prepares to share his findings, though he already anticipates the reaction his next words will cause. Before continuing, he states that the first thing they need to do is remove the young lady's clothing. A short time later, Hwain appears and confirms that everything is exactly as Soryang had described. At first, the rashes covering her body had made it difficult to notice, but beneath them there were older marks, along with new ones that had recently appeared. Hwain raises her hand, signaling for everyone to remain silent since Inying has yet to regain consciousness. Without hesitation, everyone obeys her command. Lowering his voice, Muin speaks again, acknowledging that, just as mentioned, there were indeed other marks besides the skin rash. His voice tightens as he demands to know why his daughter has been fainting all this time. Soryang calmly explains that this time, the cause was bee venom poisoning. Muin furrows his brows, unable to comprehend. The previous episodes were not caused by bee stings. After all, a bee sting is not something that would go unnoticed. With his confusion deepening, he questions Soryang, asking how he can be so certain that the culprit is bee venom. The young warrior, fully aware of Muin's concerns, acknowledges his reasoning before firmly stating that there is no doubt. The symptoms Inying displayed are a textbook case of anaphylaxis triggered by bee venom. At that moment he realizes what must be done next. He must search the records and identify another creature, one with venom similar to that of a bee. Something that contains melittin or peptides capable of inducing swelling and respiratory distress. Recalling that Hebei, China has a temperate continental climate, the venomous creatures in such a region would likely include certain snakes, scorpions and ants. Still lost in thought, Soryang quickly rules out snakes and scorpions. Instead, he tries to determine where she could have been repeatedly stung by a particular creature. Somewhere she frequents and something she does often. And then it hits him. Eating sweets. Soryang remembers that Hwain had shown him that Inying had hidden pockets to store candies. Now, with a confident smile, he states that he has finally found the answer. He declares with certainty that the cause is bee venom, assuring everyone that they can trust his conclusion. Hwain, however, remains doubtful. After all, Muin had already stated that his daughter had never been stung by a bee before. Soryang then explains that the people of the Tang clan surely understand that venom does not affect everyone the same way. For some, even the prick of a needle could be fatal, while others could withstand 10 times that amount without any issue. The patriarch nods, turning to Muin and acknowledging that, in a way, his son-in-law is correct. The same venom can have different effects on different individuals. Soryang continues, emphasizing that Inying is particularly sensitive to bee venom. One thing is clear, she is vulnerable to it. However, if there were no bees in her home, that leaves only one possibility. Hearing this, Muin grows even more intrigued and asks what that possibility could be. Soryang answers confidently, stating that it is indeed a bee, but a very special kind. Sometime later, as night falls, everyone is gathered near a particular area, their expressions tense. Hwain holds up a lantern, casting light over the scene. Still skeptical, Muin questions whether Soryang is truly certain. Without hesitation, Soryang confirms that he is. He then asks Hwain to illuminate the area more clearly, and she immediately complies. As the light reveals the ground, they see several ants feasting on one of Inying's sweets. While they eat, one of the ants suddenly bites another. With 2 wooden sticks, Soryang carefully lifts the aggressive ant by its head, holding it up for everyone to see. He confidently announces that this little creature is the culprit. However, confusion spreads among the group. They hesitate, unsure if what they are looking at is truly an ant, or perhaps something else entirely. Bringing the creature closer for inspection, Soryang points out that, at first glance, it resembles an ant. But upon closer analysis, it is actually a collateral relative of bees. To prove his point, he directs their attention to the creature's large, menacing stinger at the end of its body. At that moment, they finally understand what he meant by collateral relative. It is an ant, but one with a prominent, formidable stinger. Soryang then reveals the true identity of the creature. "This little thing is a king stinger ant," he declares. And with that, the real culprit behind Yingying's condition is finally exposed. Demonstrating his deep knowledge on the subject, Soryong elaborates further, stating that this species belongs to the order Hymenoptera, within the Formicidae family. It is commonly referred to by its nickname, the Asian needle ant. A detailed description of the giant stinger ant appears, outlining its classification within the insect order, its family, and its genus within the category of ants. Then, the central question that has been lingering all this time finally arises: can an ant really have a stinger similar to that of a bee? The answer lies in evolution. These stinger-bearing ants evolved from the same ancestors as wasps. Thus, even after countless generations, they have retained many characteristics of their wasp lineage. For this very reason, scientific studies on the venom of ants and wasps have shown that patients who experience anaphylaxis from stinger-bearing ants also tend to exhibit the same severe reaction to wasp venom. The research supports this connection. In any case, Soryong suspects that he came to hunt down demonic insects that had entangled themselves with the Tang family and in doing so, ended up stinging Yingying. After all, the giant stinger ant preys on demonic insects. Furthermore, the marks left by the ant's sting resemble mere blemishes, making it nearly impossible to identify whether the young lady had been stung before. It is now clear that, whenever Yingying woke up and noticed the marks, she and her family likely assumed they were nothing more than common skin spots. Upon hearing this explanation, Murim is stunned. He can hardly believe that his precious daughter had been fainting all this time because of such a tiny creature. Now convinced, Murim turns toward the patriarch and asks if he can develop an antidote. The patriarch nods and confirms that he can. He then adds that an antidote for bee venom already exists, but for someone as sensitive as Lady Yingying, it may not be entirely effective. Murim, momentarily uneasy, questions what might happen to his daughter. The patriarch reassures him, telling him to stay calm. Now that the cause has been identified, they can exercise greater caution to prevent future episodes before she faints again. Though still apprehensive, Murim takes a deep breath and agrees. Now, turning his attention to Soryong, he acknowledges that he has not yet properly thanked him. He expresses his deep gratitude to the young warrior for everything he has done. Soryong offers a modest smile and returns the gratitude. Then, in an attempt to reassure Murim, he tells him not to worry. Though the process will be slow, there is indeed a way to treat Yingying's condition. Murim, once again surprised, asks if there is truly a way to resolve this. Soryong confidently explains that the method is known as desensitization. Hwayin, standing quietly in the background, watches him intently, thinking to herself just how brilliant her companion is. Then, Soryong begins to explain the process in highly technical terms, leaving everyone completely lost in confusion. Realizing their bewilderment, he simplifies his explanation. In more straightforward words, he explains that small doses of bee venom must be administered to Yingying over time, gradually reducing her sensitivity to it. The process will require patience, but it is effective. At this, Hwayin suddenly frowns, visibly unsettled by the mere thought of deliberately poisoning the young lady, even if for treatment. Soryong reassures her, stating that while it will take time, once the process is complete, Yingying will no longer suffer allergic reactions to bee venom. Hearing this, the patriarch nods in agreement, saying that the approach makes sense. Even within the Tang family, certain training methods involve injecting small doses of poison to build resistance. Now filled with newfound hope, Murim eagerly asks again if this means that, once the treatment is complete, his daughter will no longer suffer from this condition. The patriarch, maintaining his composure, tells him that it will take time, but yes, it is very likely. At this, Murim breaks into the most genuine toothy smile he has shown thus far. Still grinning, he slaps Soryong on the back in a gesture of deep appreciation for saving his daughter's life. With gratitude shining in his eyes, Murim declares that he cannot possibly let such a massive favor go unrewarded. He then asks Soryong if there is anything he desires, saying that he can grant him whatever he wishes. As Murim continues shaking him enthusiastically, Soryong can only wonder why the people of this world always throw around blank checks after receiving help. After composing himself, he clasps his hands together in a polite gesture of refusal. He tells Murim that Lady Yingying is like a younger sister to him now, and he cannot ask for any reward. Murim, however, laughs heartily and increases the force of his backslaps, declaring that within the Ping family, there is no need for modesty. Soryong can ask for anything. Realizing that if he doesn't request something soon, he might end up being crushed to death, Soryang thinks quickly and comes up with an idea. Excitedly, with eyes practically sparkling, he asks if the Peng clan, having traveled from afar, would be willing to accompany him on a journey to visit some famous mountains. A few days later, they now stand before the Gunga Mountains of Sichuan, the very place that Jaegal had mentioned before. Gazing at the majestic peaks, Muin, smiling in admiration, comments that it is indeed a famous mountain range. Soryang, standing beside him, agrees. He remarks that he has heard of the beautiful rock formations that can be found here. Hwayin approaches, adding that, according to the second military officer, this seems to be the right place. Soryang also nods in agreement but then poses an important question. How will they reach the cave behind the waterfall? Upon hearing this, Muin recalls something. He mentions that he has heard that Soryang recently learned the technique of light footwork. However, given that it is still new to him, he is likely unfamiliar with the technique known as flying swallow steps. However, Soryang questions what Muin is talking about, leaving Muin momentarily speechless. Instead of explaining, Muin grabs the young warrior by his clothing, declaring that he is far too lazy to put it into words, so he will demonstrate instead. Already anticipating what is about to happen, Hwayin's jaw drops in shock. With little effort, Muin hurls Soryang through the air as if he were making a perfect NBA three-pointer. Thanks to this unexpected maneuver, they reach the entrance of the cave much faster than expected. Muin bursts into laughter and, with a playful hint of irony, remarks that Soryang is quite fast. Hwayin quickly approaches, concern in her voice as she asks if her companion is all right. She then shifts her attention to their surroundings and acknowledges that, in any case, this really does seem to be the entrance to the cave, the hidden passage behind the waterfall. Still grinning, Muin declares that it is time to go inside, as there is sure to be something interesting within. As they cautiously step deeper into the cave, a strange sensation washes over them, prompting them to halt momentarily. Before them, numerous ice crystals glisten, their presence reinforcing the idea that Jaegal could not have been lying about this place. The interior of the cave is nothing like what they had expected. Drawing closer to examine the area, they recall Jaegal's description. He had spoken of a light descending upon the center of the cave, illuminating a floor blooming with unfamiliar flowers. The way he had described it, it had seemed like something from another world, breathtaking and surreal. Yet, as they venture even deeper, they come to realize that the cave does not feel as otherworldly as Jaegal had made it sound. Though there is indeed a light in the center, there are far fewer flowers than anticipated. Taking in the sight, Muin wonders aloud whether the divine creature they are seeking is altering the surrounding environment. As he continues observing, he senses cold air flowing from a specific rock. Soryang immediately agrees, certain that this must be the case. He tightens his grip on his sword and warns the others to stay behind him and remain on guard. Muin, now holding the hilt of his own sword, realizes that whatever they are about to face is likely a powerful foe. At that very moment, a piercing cry echoes through the cave, sending a jolt of fear through Hwayin and Muin. Realizing the source of the sound is up ahead, Muin stiffens and once again commands them to stay close to him. Then, from behind the large rock, a pair of glowing eyes emerges, slowly making their way into view. Once more, the creature lets out the same eerie cry, leaving Soryang visibly startled. And then, when the mysterious being finally reveals its full form, Soryang's eyes widen in recognition. That's a fat-tailed gecko. The creature stands at around 30 centimeters in length, with large, round, golden-yellow eyes and a slightly plump tail. The young warrior's eyes sparkle, and he practically drools with excitement. This creature is both unbelievably fierce and ridiculously adorable at the same time. Hwayin, observing it closely, comments on how beautiful its shimmering blue scales are. Soryang, impressed, praises her for recognizing it instantly. Meanwhile, Muin is left in utter disbelief. How can the two of them be so calm when there is such a powerful enemy right in front of them? Still gripping his sword tightly, Muin urges them to stay on high alert, stating that there is another gecko deeper inside the cave. Given the circumstances, it is likely that this pair is a mated couple. Soryang, now more intrigued than ever, tries to get a better look further inside. Amazed, he remarks that this is incredible. If there are two of them here, they might be able to breed offspring. He then turns to Muin and pleads with him to capture them both alive, without harming them. As they remain fixated on the agitated blue gecko before them, a thought crosses their minds. Where is the other one? Peering deeper into the cave, they finally spot it. At that moment, Lady Hwayin voices her concern, asking if something is wrong. Soryong, his expression growing serious, responds that the gecko inside looks weak, possibly sick. This does not bode well. In fact, the more he looks at it, the more he realizes that the creature inside does not even seem to be breathing. But before they can fully assess the situation, the blue gecko outside suddenly lunges at them. Driven purely by instinct, it attacks the group, determined to protect its home and its ailing mate. Upon observing the dangerous instinct displayed by the creature, Soryong quickly turns around and says that he'll leave this matter in the hands of Commander Gu Pei, asking him to notify him immediately if anything happens. As he watches the furious lizard in the background, Gu nods and replies that Soryong can count on him. If that little creature shows any unusual behavior, he will be informed right away. With that decision made, the group agrees to withdraw for the time being. Once outside, it finally dawns on them that, first and foremost, they don't actually know much about the creature's habits, and trying anything now would be reckless and could potentially harm the already injured creature. While Soryong stands atop a rock, lost in thought and clearly worried, Hwayin sweetly calls out to him, inviting him to come eat as she tends to a few tiny centipedes in her hands. Watching her carefully handling the small insects, Soryong finds the scene incredibly gentle. It almost looks like she's caring for little children in her own home. They all gather as they wait for a stew to finish cooking. Muin then asks if there was any progress today, and Soryong replies that once again the injured creature didn't move at all. Muin adds that when he went to check on it earlier, it still didn't move, and wonders aloud whether a living being shouldn't at least eat or drink something. Soryong immediately agrees, but explains that geckos or lizards in general sometimes go without eating for days when they're under stress. In particular, fat-tailed geckos store energy in their thick tails, and if one isn't eating at all, it's likely surviving entirely off the stored energy. And given the current situation, they're reaching a point where a decision must be made, because they can no longer remain uncertain. The reason why the creature isn't moving needs to be investigated. Muin, somewhat energized by this, asks whether they'll be able to capture the geckos afterward, but Soryong clarifies that this isn't about capturing them for now, it's about figuring out where the injured one is hurt. He adds that it would be great if Muin could distract the standing gecko, allowing Soryong and Hwayin to approach the weakened one. This makes Muin slightly uneasy, but then the eyes of both Muin and the other Peng family men begin to gleam, and Muin suggests that it might be easier to just knock down the healthy one as well. That way they'd have both, the strong and the weak. But all Soryong can think is that if these men hit those little creatures with their muscles, they would surely die instantly. To lighten the mood, Soryong jokes that if Lord Peng hits them, even the rock dividing them from Jaegal would probably just drop dead on the spot. Muin bursts into laughter at the comment. As he gives a few overly strong pats on Soryong's back, Muin remarks that it's surprising Jaegal was pressured enough by such tiny creatures to retreat. He then agrees with Soryong, one hit from him would absolutely kill the geckos. Muin's expression grows serious once again, and he confirms whether they'll go with Soryong's gentle approach. The young warrior replies that it seems to be the best option. Using a small stick, Soryong begins drawing a rough map on the ground, explaining the plan step by step. First, Muin will lure the healthy gecko away, while Hwayin and Soryong will go examine the one that seems injured. Hwayin shifts a few small stones, explaining how the division of the venomous mist could help block the gecko's path, preventing it from getting to Soryong. Muin nods in agreement, saying this truly does sound like the most effective plan. Already clear on what needs to be done, Muin asks if there's anything else he should be cautious about, and Soryong simply tells him to be careful and keep the gecko far enough away so it doesn't get close to them. With a warrior's confidence, Muin pounds his chest and says they can leave it to him. He urges everyone to get moving, stating that his body is burning with anticipation and eager for action. He dashes off excitedly, while Soryong calls out for him to calm down and hold back some of that enthusiasm. As they watch him go, Soryong and Hwayin can't help but worry. If the gecko inside truly is sick, it may not have much time left. A few minutes later, they're already back inside the cave, standing in front of the gecko, who now sees them as a significant threat and is ready to strike. Soryong whispers that it's time to begin the plan, and Muin, both excited and lucky, responds that he understands. He draws the massive sword from his back, and a powerful aura surrounds him, leaving both Soryong and Gu Pei momentarily stunned and unsure of what might happen next. As Muin advances toward the gecko, flanked by his men, he reminds everyone to follow the plan, and the group shouts in unison, affirming they're ready. Sensing the danger closing in, the small gecko lets out a furious roar, its eyes glowing as it bares its fangs. Then the tiny creature leaps toward the group, leaving a trail of ice in its path. Muin deflects the attack with his sword, and exclaims that he hadn't expected so much power. As the creature begins swinging its tail repeatedly in fierce strikes, Muin admits that its attacks are indeed powerful, strong enough to qualify it as a first-class warrior of the Peng family. The small creature takes a few steps back and instinctively leaps forward once again to launch another attack. Recognizing this as a perfect opportunity, Muin smiles, seeing a clear opening. And just as the gecko strikes his sword, Muin redirects the creature slightly off course, creating the exact gap they needed. He shouts that this is the best chance they'll get. While the men stay surrounding the creature, the little gecko senses that something is wrong. Realizing the humans are trying to execute a plan, it lets out another roar, while the men desperately try to keep it from reaching Soryang and Huayin, who are focused on acting quickly while they still can. They approach the spot where the injured gecko lies, and immediately notice that everything around it is frozen solid. As Soryang looks more closely at the stone the creature is lying on, something about it makes him feel uneasy. Huayin gently asks if the gecko is truly injured, and Soryang replies that it seems to be, yes. As they continue observing, they realize that the tip of its tail is necrotizing, due to an incomplete shedding process. The gecko was unable to finish shedding its skin, and now even its eyes are filled with pus. Soryang says they need to treat it immediately, and Huayin, a bit alarmed, asks how they're going to do that without any medicine available. Soryang smiles and calmly replies that it's alright, he'll remove everything himself, which leaves Lady Huayin slightly annoyed. She recalls that lately, Soryang really seems to want to remove everything, but in this situation, it actually is the correct method. Sensing movement nearby, the sick gecko stirs, trying to see what's going on around it. Soryang slowly brings his hand closer to the gecko's head, speaking softly and reassuringly, telling the creature that everything is fine, and that he's going to treat it, kindly asking it to stay still. Once he holds the gecko, Soryang notices that it begins to calm down, and just like the queen bee from earlier, it seems to understand his words to a certain extent. As he holds the creature, he gently tugs on a bit of its skin and explains that, just like snakes, geckos also shed their skin. He even gives an example. Wild fat-tailed geckos tend to eat their own shed skin, which is why it's rare to find remnants of it lying around. Impressed by his knowledge, Huayin says that it's truly fascinating. Soryang pulls out a small knife, stating that the gecko's skin appears to be incredibly tough, and trying to remove it with bare hands wouldn't be effective. Carefully, he brings the blade near the creature, beginning to remove the dead skin from its body. Watching closely, Huayin puts her hand to her mouth and says it looks just like a precious gemstone. As we observe, Soryang begins peeling away the skin from the creature's back, and the blue color underneath is strikingly beautiful. He proceeds with great care, removing the skin from each of the gecko's legs, one by one. Seeing the exposed skin on the legs, Huayin exclaims that they look like adorable little gloves. She's reminded of the time when she was a YouTuber, and even back then videos of peeling or removal like this were trending and popular. Looking at the creature again, Soryang says that the most important part is still left, the head and the tail. Once more, he gently holds the gecko and says he needs to be especially careful with the eyes. Just as he had predicted, pus had built up inside the creature's eyes, and because it hadn't been properly removed, the inflammation caused the eyes to swell badly. With deliberate, slow movements, he begins removing all of the dead skin, working patiently until he successfully peels the skin off the gecko's entire face. Once everything has been taken off, Soryang gently asks the creature how it feels now, wondering if there's any improvement. At that very moment, Huayin gets visibly excited, because it's the first time she's seen the gecko open its eyes, and it no longer looks sick. Still holding the small creature, Soryang appears serious, and Huayin asks if something is wrong. He answers that yes, there is. He points to the tail, saying that he's trying to figure out what to do about it. It's clearly necrotizing. He adds that perhaps the only way to stop the necrosis is to cut the tail off entirely, but in the gecko's current weakened state, amputating the tail could very well kill it. At that moment, as they silently consider their options, they suddenly hear the voices of the men nearby, shouting for them to be careful. The men yell that they've lost sight of the other gecko, and as the couple turns around, there it is, ready to attack. Seeing that the creature is even more furious than before, Soryang is startled and begs it to calm down. He shouts in desperation, explaining that he's trying to help and treat its injured friend, even going so far as to point the knife toward the oncoming gecko. But in that exact moment, Soryang realizes that pointing the knife may have been a critical mistake. The gecko is bound to interpret it as a threat. And that's exactly what happens. With a chilling roar, the blue fury of the lizard echoes through the cave. The small gecko let out such a powerful roar that bolts of lightning surged all around it, fueled by its overwhelming fury. The pressure in the air was so intense that it even caused Soryang to be pushed slightly backward. Only then did our young warrior realize that he was in serious trouble, because he was still holding the other gecko in his arms. The enraged gecko lunged in the couple's direction, and Hwayin quickly stepped forward, trying to shield her companion, urging him to be careful. At the very last second, to prevent them from being struck, she shoved him slightly to the side in an attempt to save him. The furious gecko then slammed into the ground with immense force, shattering a nearby rock on impact. Soryang was thrown to one side, while Hwayin was tossed in the opposite direction. After hitting the ground from the push, Soryang did his best to shield the weakened gecko in his arms from the impact, but the other gecko, still enraged, refocused its attention on them. Soryang tried to gather himself and asked the furious gecko to wait just a moment, but it began to roar once more, sending more lightning crackling through the air. Still holding the debilitated gecko, and remembering that they seemed to understand human speech to some extent, Soryang tried to explain that things were not what they looked like, pleading for a moment to speak with the furious little one. Right after saying that, he heard a strange sound, one he hadn't noticed before. The gecko in his arms began to emit a soft noise, and Soryang was completely stunned by what was happening right before his eyes. The furious gecko paused for a brief moment upon hearing the sound. Then, seemingly calmed, the anger began to fade from its expression, and it responded by making the same sound back to the other gecko. Both of the geckos began to exchange the sounds and even smiled, and in that exact moment Soryang realized that they were actually communicating with one another. Right then Muin and his men came rushing over in a panic, trying to check whether Soryang was okay. Holding his sword, Muin commented that the slimy little bastard was fast, way faster than he expected, and that he hadn't anticipated it slipping through his legs like that. But when the small gecko saw the men again, it immediately began to growl, and its expression once again twisted into one of irritation. Soryang stepped between the gecko and the men while still holding the injured one, asking them to wait a moment, saying that there was no need to keep fighting. He assured them that he was fine and asked them to step back a bit, as he was going to try speaking with the geckos for a moment. Muin briefly wondered if Soryang had lost his mind trying to talk to that thing, asking if he really believed the creature could understand human words. Still observing the gecko, Soryang responded that yes, it seemed like the creature could understand human speech to some extent, and if so, it probably wouldn't attack again. He turned to Hwayin and asked if she could grab some of the dried grass he had seen nearby, and she answered that she could. Then she went off in a cute moment, appearing almost chibi-like, collecting the dry grass alongside a little centipede. Soryang arranged the dried grass so that the weakened gecko could lie on it, judging that it would be more comfortable than resting directly on the cold ground. The couple knelt down beside the geckos, and Soryang gently told them not to worry, that he wasn't trying to hurt them. He had only removed the stuck skin that wouldn't shed on its own and cleaned what was covering the sick gecko's eyes. Then Soryang reminded the healthy gecko not to forget to lick the eyes of the sick one, and immediately the small gecko did just that. Afterward, the young warrior stood up, crossed his arms and stated that there was only one problem, drawing everyone's attention back to him. He explained that the sick gecko's eyes would likely heal just fine, but her tail was already necrotized, so licking wouldn't help at all in that situation. The sick gecko seemed to finally realize that her tail was indeed useless. She couldn't feel anything from it anymore. So Soryang continued, saying that, in other words, the only way to improve the situation would be, and while making a cutting gesture with his hands, he implied that they might have to remove the tail entirely. At that moment, one of the geckos imagined his partner's tail being cut off, and the vision of her crying out in pain filled his mind. He began to roar once again, and Soryang, growing nervous, made a scissor shape with his fingers to try to explain. The fury returned to the little gecko, who suddenly leapt toward the young warrior, taking him by surprise with the sudden mood swing. Realizing he wasn't fast or strong enough to stop this charge, the only thing Soryang could do in that moment was scream in desperation. Several minutes later, the couple sat on a rock with Muin beside them, while the men prepared a campfire. Hwayin was tending to some kind of wound on her companion's face, and he kept complaining that it hurt every time she touched it with her fingers. Soryang becomes a little irritated with the ungrateful gecko, since he was only trying to help. Hwayin tells him to stay still as she's in the middle of applying a healing balm, and if he keeps moving it might leave a scar. Hearing this, Muin crosses his arms and starts laughing, saying that now Soryang is finally beginning to act like a real man. After all, he earned a glorious battle scar. Realizing that this was not the right moment for jokes, Hwain turns to Muin with a terrifying glare. Along with Hwain, the little centipedes also fix their gaze on him, trying to intimidate him, and without saying a single word, Muin understands the message loud and clear. Touching the wound on his face, Soryang can only think about how the misunderstanding had somehow been resolved, and as he looks at Hwain and the baby centipedes, he also considers how the centipedes aren't reacting to any killing intent, and maybe the small gecko never actually had the intention to kill. At that moment, Gu interrupts and calls out to Soryang to talk to him about something. He says it looks like the little creature wants to say something to Soryang, since it keeps trying to get over to him. Soryang gives an awkward smile and asks if the gecko is finally ready. The gecko responds by making the same sound as before and nodding its head. Tilting his own head slightly, Soryang says he'll do his best. But first, there's something he needs to ask, which makes the little gecko curious. So he asks what geckos usually eat, explaining that if they really do need to cut off her tail, she'll need to eat something nutritious to recover properly. Before Soryang can even finish speaking, the small gecko quickly leaps away to show what they usually feed on. Soryang follows him, asking him to wait up since he's way too fast. The gecko stops in front of a small plant and begins making some sounds. Soryang realizes that with these sounds, the little one is definitely trying to communicate something. The gecko then picks the plant up with its mouth and lifts it, clearly wanting Soryang to see it. Soryang takes the plant from the gecko, and Hwain arrives shortly after, asking if she can take a quick look at it. She takes the plant and carefully examines it. Then she says it's weak, but she can still feel a bit of chi coming from it, so this little plant is definitely a seed of a spiritual herb that used to grow there. Soryang takes the plant back and is left stunned when he realizes it's that seed. This spiritual herb that everyone had talked about so much. Muin comments that he's heard of it before a long time ago. And it's said that spiritual herbs always grow in places where spiritual beasts live. Looking at the sleeping baby centipedes, Hwain says that maybe, just like the baby centipedes, the little geckos also survive by feeding on the chi from the spiritual herbs. Soryang looks a little alarmed and asks if now that the spiritual herb has been dug up, it means this is a big problem. He then tries to dig the ground with his hands, saying they should replant it quickly, but Muin tells him that won't help. Muin approaches, places a hand on Soryang's shoulder, and explains that once a spiritual herb has been touched by human hands, it won't grow again. He adds that the little gecko surely already knew this, and that's probably why he dug it up and showed it to them. So even if they plant it again, it won't grow any further from this point on. Then he remembers Jagal, who had come there earlier and dug up the plant, which led to the small, defenseless geckos being harmed. Soryang begins to cry and says that he's sorry for that humans are truly sorry little geckos. Muin then turns to Gu Pei and asks what the name of the spiritual herb that used to grow there was. Gu Pei answers that he remembers it was called frost ginseng, while Soryang continues mourning in the background and Hwain tries to comfort him. Muin then says that what they need to do is find something that emits the same type of chi as frost ginseng. Hearing that instantly lifts Soryang's spirits, and he asks if such a thing really exists. Muin grins with his toothless smile and says yes, of course it does. This thing is called ice jade, and just like frost ginseng, it carries the essence of cold chi. But then Muin says that the problem is how to get ice jade, as it's incredibly rare. Even with money, it's not something easily obtained. Hwain interrupts their moment of uncertainty and asks if they're talking about ice jade. She says she knows someone who has it. Hearing that, Soryang and Muin both light up with excitement, asking if she's serious and saying that's wonderful news. Barely able to contain his excitement, Soryang steps closer and asks who it is. Hwain is startled and tells him to calm down. While both of them are watching her, she says she doesn't really know how to say this. Then she takes a deep breath and says, "There's some other weed, or whatever." The two of them are left in shock by all the buildup, and Muin asks if she means it's just a weed. Hwain seems disappointed, thinking they would have taken it more seriously. Then Soryang shouts, completely confused, "What?" Both Soryang and Muin continue staring at her, completely shocked by this recent revelation, unable to process what they just heard. Muin asks if what she just said about the herb is really true. Soryang, knowing the partner he has, immediately starts to get nervous and begins to sweat. As the tension builds up, Soryang starts recalling how his father-in-law once gave Hwain the nickname Weed when she was just a child, and that most likely led to this very misunderstanding. Still utterly confused, Muin asks who this other weed is that supposedly possesses the ice jade. But Soryong, now fully understanding what might have happened, quickly tells him to stop before the situation gets worse. However, Hwain responds calmly and clearly, saying that it's one of the 3 flowers of Muism, the Flame Queen Peony. Her name is Seol, and she is the daughter of the Namgung clan. Hwain mentions that from what she's heard, Seol possesses the ice jade, although she isn't completely certain about it. It's only after hearing this that Soryong and Muwon become excited again. At that moment, the fat-tailed gecko approaches and starts making noises, trying to get the attention of the young warrior. Seeing the gecko's distressed expression, Hwain asks what the little one is saying, and Soryong responds that it seems like he's begging them to quickly treat the injured gecko. Soryong then suggests that they leave the rest of the conversation for later and focus on treating the gecko first. Hwain agrees, pointing out that the gecko looks very anxious, so it's probably better to speed things up. With that, Soryong turns his attention to the sick gecko, who is resting on the dry leaves they had carefully placed earlier. He picks the little one up to examine it more closely and assess its condition, while the gecko's companion watches intently. Hwain moves closer and says she heard that geckos can cut off their own tails. She asks if Soryong knows why this one waited until things got so bad. Soryong replies that she's right, geckos can do that, but not all of them. This surprises Hwain, since she had always heard that all geckos were capable of it. So Soryong begins to explain. When a gecko detaches its own tail, the process is called autotomy. But depending on the species, the characteristics can vary. Some are able to perform autotomy but can't regenerate afterward, while others can lose their tails and still grow them back. And then there are those that can do neither, they can't detach and they can't regenerate. That's why you can't make assumptions. You have to examine them properly. Bringing his hand close to the tail, Soryong says that once it's confirmed, they'll find the detachment segment, the specific area that needs to be pressed with a finger to trigger separation. Hwain asks what the detachment segment means, clearly confused by the term. So Soryong explains again, saying that while it might seem like a gecko's tail can be cut off anywhere, in reality, the spot where it actually breaks is predetermined. And that particular point is called the detachment segment. Once again amazed, Hwain admits that she doesn't know much about geckos since they're not venomous, and then she asks how Soryong knows so much about them. Holding the sick gecko gently in his hands, Soryong realizes that he sounded quite confident when he explained all of that, but the truth is, because the tail is already in such a deteriorated state, he's not sure if the procedure will go well. But regardless of the uncertainty, he knows he has to try. With determination in his voice, Soryong says that he will succeed. Otherwise, he doesn't deserve to be called Spicy Fabre, his former YouTuber name. Sometime later, Muwon is left alone with the little gecko while the couple is working in the background, focused on the procedure. The small gecko starts making some sounds, and Muwon realizes that it wants to say something, so he turns around. Watching the cheerful couple in action, Muwon asks what happened to the injured gecko. Soryong replies that fortunately, everything went well. Now, as long as they take good care of her, she'll be just fine. Hearing that makes the other gecko extremely happy, so much so that he starts crying tears of joy. Soryong crouches down, still holding the injured gecko in his hands, and asks the other one if he's happy now. Muwon observes it all quietly, not saying a word, but thinking to himself that the more he looks at that boy, the more incredible he seems. And so, after finishing the surgery, the group decides to stay close by and monitor the gecko's condition for a few days. A few days later, the couple approaches with excitement as they run toward the stone where the geckos usually stay. Soryong calls out to them, and right away the geckos respond to him with the familiar sounds they make. Soryong's eyes sparkle with joy, thinking to himself that they're not even cats, they're baby geckos. But if this had happened in his past life, it definitely would have gone viral on YouTube. Looking at the injured gecko, Soryong sees that she has regained some of her strength thanks to proper rest. He leans down a bit and says that it looks like everything's okay now, adding, "We'll get going for now." This makes the gecko a little sad, and it tries to communicate even more before they leave. So, Soryong takes a moment to explain that they're not leaving forever, they're just going to gather some food for the geckos and then come right back to that place. Upon hearing this, both geckos become visibly happy, making cheerful little sounds. Soryong can't help but think to himself just how incredibly adorable these little geckos are. The young warrior then turns to Hwain and says that for now that's all they needed to do here, so it's time for them to return to the Tang clan. With determination, he clenches his fist and, full of energy, declares that they are going to recover the ice jade. Sometime later, they arrive back at the Tang clan, having left the little lizards behind in good care. As the couple reunites with the patriarch, they notice that many updates have come in while they were away. The father-in-law begins speaking and says that among all the news, by far the most significant incident is undoubtedly the one involving the blood cult. He starts explaining that after the identity of a spy embedded within the Murim alliance was exposed, their warriors decided to follow an owl that had been created by one of their assistants. However, as they were tracking the owl through the skies, they received a piece of information that turned out to be extremely valuable. No one would have believed it at first, but following that owl actually led the group directly to the hidden base of the blood cult. Coincidentally, a squad had just returned to the Murim alliance, and they brought with them a batch of poison extracted from the striped tiger water leavings. The patriarch adds that he heard the poison played a crucial role during the raid on the cult's hideout. Then he presents something to Soryong, a handwritten letter of gratitude from the leader of the alliance. Holding it up, he expresses how proud he is of his son-in-law. Returning to the subject of the geckos, the patriarch then asks Soryong if he managed to capture the mysterious geckos, saying that at any moment now he plans to walk through the garden of creatures to take a look at them himself. Looking a bit embarrassed, Soryong scratches his face and says that he could say they half-captured the geckos. Hwain steps in at that moment to clarify everything, and so, Lady Hwain proceeds to explain everything that had happened up until now in full detail. After listening to the whole story, the patriarch falls into thought the moment he hears about the ice jade. Hwain continues, saying that in order to retrieve the ice jade, they are planning to travel together to Anhui province to visit the Namgung clan. She turns to her father and asks if that's all right. The patriarch tells them to go ahead, mentioning that there's something that needs to be delivered along the way anyway, so it all works out conveniently. He adds that the current times are unstable due to the ongoing threat of the blood cult, but since Soryong will be with her, he feels reassured and can allow it without worry. Seeing his father-in-law smile as he says this, Soryong quietly wonders to himself if that kind of statement really deserves to be said with a smile on one's face. Then the patriarch pauses, telling them to wait for a moment, because now that he thinks about it, since they're heading to the Namgung clan, there have been some rather disturbing rumors going around lately. The couple exchange glances, already expecting that it must be something strange, and they ask what kind of rumors these are this time. The patriarch begins to recount what he's heard. Near the Namgung clan, around Yellow Mountain, there are whispers that some men have been walking through the forest late at night. One man supposedly asks if the other is serious about what he's saying. The second man insists that he's telling the truth and goes on to say that the young woman from the Namgung clan, she really... But then the first man cuts him off, saying that it's nonsense, that it's nothing more than a filthy and scandalous rumor. Even if it were true, one of them says, still. But before he can finish, something suddenly grabs their attention. Both men ask aloud what in the world they're seeing as they spot a man lying unconscious on the forest floor. They rush toward him, realizing someone has collapsed right in the middle of the woods. As they get closer to the fallen man, they call out to ask if he's okay. When he doesn't respond, they even wonder if he might be dead. Suddenly, the unconscious man starts smiling, leaving the other two completely bewildered and unsure of what to think. The man on the ground has a creepy, perverted look on his face. He seems to be under some kind of spell or trance. Blood trickles from his nose, and he's drooling as if he's not fully conscious. The two who tried to help him look at each other, still unable to grasp what is actually going on. From a distance, a feminine figure watches the whole scene unfold. The men carry the unconscious man on their backs, asking aloud whether he was drunk or something. Meanwhile, the woman observing them emits a soft, mysterious pink aura. She continues walking alone through the dark forest, her silhouette blending into the shadows. Everything about her presence is shrouded in mystery, and then, there's a subtle hint that she might have some kind of connection to spiders. Still during that same night, a woman dressed entirely in flowing white garments remains intensely focused, emanating a concentrated chi as she firmly grips her sword, holding it poised and ready to strike at any moment. She senses deep within that this is the perfect moment she had been waiting for. Without hesitation, she unleashes a series of swift and precise strikes with her sword, so quick and forceful that they seem to slice through the very air itself, producing sharp, cutting sounds. After executing the flurry of attacks, her hand begins to tremble uncontrollably, as though she has already reached the limits of her physical endurance. Moreover, her face has grown pale, and sweat is pouring down from her forehead, clear signs that she has completely exhausted herself. At that moment, she quietly mutters that once again she failed to cut through all the falling leaves, admitting to herself that perhaps she still requires even more training. Just then, another young woman approaches, calling out urgently to her as she prepares to make another round of attacks. The younger girl tells her that they must return now without delay, warning that if they linger any longer they will be caught. It becomes apparent from their conversation that the two are sisters, as the younger girl mentions that their father will scold her as well if they get caught this time. She continues, saying that although she knows her elder sister is an excellent swordswoman, she should also take better care of her own health. The older sister removes the traditional Hanfu hat from her head and in a gentle voice, responds that she understands, calling the younger girl Un. At that moment we are formally introduced to the elder sister, whose name is Seol, and it is revealed that both of them are daughters of the prestigious Namgung clan. Suddenly, Seol begins coughing harshly, causing Un to grow visibly concerned. Seol's cheeks flush red, and weakened by her earlier exertions, she appears clearly unwell. It is explained that this condition is known as an overflow of qi deviation. In the beginning, everyone in the family believed it to be a blessing. This condition occurs because her qi channels are extraordinarily open, allowing for the extremely rapid accumulation of internal energy, with no obstructions blocking the flow of pure qi. An elderly man who had been monitoring the sickly girl from her bedside explains that many of her vital blood points are wide open, causing her innate qi to be consumed at an alarming rate. Another man, almost desperate, asks anxiously if there is any solution to her condition. The elderly man contemplates deeply before speaking again, stating that what the girl truly needs is yin energy, a strong, pure form of yin energy that must be supplied before her innate qi is completely depleted. If not, he warns gravely, her life will be tragically short-lived. Returning to the present moment, Seol is still coughing heavily, and her younger sister anxiously asks if she is truly all right. Seol, trying to smile reassuringly, insists that she is fine and suggests they head back immediately. Un, not fully convinced, hesitantly asks if she is sure about that. As they walk together under the night sky, making their way back home, Seol's gaze falls upon the lantern that Un is carrying in her small hands. Seol makes a quiet analogy in her heart. She likens herself to the flickering oil flame inside the lantern, a fragile existence destined to vanish the moment the oil is exhausted. In that bittersweet realization, Seol understands that she must hurry and master at least the basics of the Emperor's sword style as quickly as possible. Lifting her eyes to the pale moon overhead, she reflects silently that under this frail body, she will simply burn away and vanish. The scene shifts to the Yangtze River, where a small boat is calmly gliding across the wide, shimmering waters. Aboard this modest vessel are Soryong, Huayin, Gu Pei, and the commander in charge of steering the boat. Gu, knowing well that Soryong has a deep love for animals, excitedly calls him over to witness something incredible, the sighting of a baiji dolphin. Soryong immediately thinks to himself that he has read about this creature somewhere before, in an old book perhaps. As they watch the rare dolphin swim gracefully through the river, a wave of excitement spreads among them. Soryong exclaims that he can hardly believe he is seeing with his own eyes a species that had once been declared extinct. Although he usually prefers insects and reptiles over mammals, even he has to admit that dolphins are truly magnificent beings. Huayin, smiling, points out that if they continue following the flow of the Yangtze River, they will soon reach Wuhan, where the headquarters of the Murim alliance is located. Soryong recalls aloud that his father-in-law's orders were to make a stop in Wuhan to deliver the keelback red-necked snake venom. After completing that task, they will then be free to sail downstream toward Angyang, which has been designated as a safe zone. As they navigate the waters, they realize with growing excitement that at this speed, they might arrive much earlier than they had originally anticipated. The couple then sits down together, seeking a moment of calm, and Soryong calls Huayin over, telling her that there is something weighing heavily on his mind. Curious, she immediately asks what it is. He then poses a question that has been bothering him. If the ice jade is truly so valuable, would the Namgung clan really be willing to hand it over as easily as she had claimed earlier? He admits that he has thought long and hard about this issue, and no matter how he reasons through it, it continues to trouble him. In response, Huayin simply smiles warmly and urges him to trust her. She reminds him that the ice jade was intended for a very special use, to help Namgung Seol, and apparently Seol needs something she can actually consume, but the ice jade itself cannot be eaten. Pointing directly at Soryong, she explains that since they possess this, implying whatever they are carrying, then they will be able to negotiate. Surely in exchange the Namgung clan will be willing to give up the ice jade. After all, this can be consumed unlike the ice jade. Adjusting his clothes or whatever precious item he is guarding beneath them, Soryong agrees that she is not wrong. However, he confesses that he still cannot shake the feeling of uncertainty about whether the ice jade is truly safe. He explains that since the geckos already have cold blood, they naturally hate anything that is too cold. He tells her plainly that he feels uneasy about feeding them something when he is not entirely sure of its effects. Then he adds that he actually has another question forming in his mind. Soryong then says that she had mentioned before that the jade possesses a cold yin energy, and he asks her what exactly she meant by that. He admits that although he has heard about yin and yang energies before, he still finds it very difficult to fully understand them. She becomes visibly excited at the opportunity to explain, knowing how important this knowledge is for martial arts cultivation, and she asks him to listen carefully and to remember everything she is about to say. She begins her explanation by saying that yin qi is the qi that generates yin fire. Among the qis of heaven and earth, yin qi refers specifically to the qi that sinks and gathers. Normally, she continues, yin energy suppresses the activities of living beings. Things that are dark, cold, and frightening, all of these are manifestations of different types of yin energy. She goes on to clarify that the expression cold yin energy simply refers to a specific variety of yin energy, emphasizing that it is still a part of the broader concept. Soryong is completely captivated by her explanation, but more questions start to arise in his mind. The first question he asks is whether yin energy, then, should be considered a bad or negative energy. She quickly responds that it is not exactly the case. In contrast to yin energy, yang energy creates yang fire, but too much of it can accelerate the activities of living beings, leading to faster aging and rapid depletion of energy. She explains that the reason why the two geckos need cold energy is because their bodies are inherently composed of cold energy themselves. Therefore, they grow stronger by absorbing yin energy, almost as if they were recharging their inner reserves. Scratching his head in confusion due to the increasing number of questions piling up in his mind, Soryong asks whether yin and yang are not supposed to be in balance. He then wonders out loud how they can achieve that balance when they are dealing with pure yin energy. Knowing that he is intelligent and endlessly curious, she begins to blush, her cheeks turning a soft pink. Then, awkwardly and still blushing, she starts to stammer and admits that she actually does not know how to explain it properly. A little flustered but gathering her courage, she raises her voice slightly and says that they will figure it out together later, how to find that balance between yin and yang. Soryong also blushes slightly upon seeing her so shy, but deep down he knows that he himself has absolutely no idea how they are supposed to discover that balance either. He tries to comfort her, but just at that moment, Gu suddenly shouts loudly that they have arrived and that everyone should prepare to disembark. They have just reached Wuhan. The boat is anchored there at the bustling port. As the couple steps off the boat, Huayin immediately introduces herself as Huayin of the Tang Clan from Sichuan, and she announces that she has brought what was requested. The man who came to greet them informs them that the general is already waiting for them. As they follow the man through the streets, Soryong carefully observes everything around him, taking in the atmosphere. This is the famous Murim alliance, and it is even larger and more imposing than he had imagined. Glancing backward, he notices three figures, a group composed of 2 men and 1 woman. The woman is tugging sharply at one of the men's ears while he protests, asking her to let go. The man pleads for her to release him, calling her Sword Phoenix, and insisting that he had been just about to teach someone an important lesson. The woman sternly responds that he cannot duel against allies. The other man watching the scene, comments that indeed, their companion acted too rashly without verifying the facts first. The man whose ear is being pulled argues that he was simply trying to defend the honor of the young lady. At that moment he suddenly notices something, or someone, that captures his full attention. He immediately calls out to Huayin, using her well-known nickname, the Poisonous Flower. Huayin instantly recognizes the 3 individuals. The first is the Slaying Dragon, the woman is the Sword Phoenix, and the third is the Spear Dragon. Huayin remarks that it has been a long time since they last met, not since the Dragon Phoenix gathering, and she asks how they have been doing. The man, visibly excited, responds enthusiastically that it is a great occasion to see her again, the Poisonous Flower herself. Watching them interact, Soryong realizes that only those with truly exceptional skills are allowed into the Murim Alliance, and that many of them earn prestigious titles like Dragon or Phoenix. All those gathered here are elite martial artists. The woman then says that there is something she would like to ask Huayin and mentions that a strange rumor has been circulating about her lately. Huayin asks if the rumor is truly about her, and the woman confirms it with a nod. The rumor, she says, is absurd, a ridiculous claim that Huayin has a lover. Hearing this, Huayin is left momentarily speechless, caught completely off guard. Soryong, overhearing the entire conversation, simply listens in silence, not uttering a single word. Lady Huayin then asks, seeking confirmation, if the rumor really is about her having a lover. The man immediately steps forward and, with visible agitation, says that all the warriors had been gossiping about it, and that he had been just about to challenge them to a duel to defend her honor. Soryong, silently observing the situation, begins to realize that this man is clearly in love with Huayin. Huayin withdraws slightly, and with a somewhat shy and embarrassed expression, she softly says that indeed, the rumor is incorrect. The man responds energetically, saying that he already knew it was false, and declares that he will now return and teach a lesson to the warrior who dared to spread such false gossip. At that moment, Huayin decides to settle the situation once and for all. She suddenly grabs Soryong firmly by the arm and pulls him close to her, taking everyone around by surprise with the suddenness of her action. She then corrects the rumor with clear and determined words, announcing that she does not have a mere lover, what she has now is a fiancé. She officially introduces Soryong as her fiancé. I personally found her action extremely cute and endearing, but judging by the expressions of the three onlookers, they certainly did not share the same opinion. All three of them stood frozen in complete shock upon hearing this unexpected revelation. The girl, wide-eyed, immediately asks if he truly is her fiancé, commenting on how young he looks. Huayin simply apologizes, saying that she should have introduced Soryong to them much earlier. Out of respect and politeness, Soryong clasps his fists together in the traditional martial salute and says that it is a pleasure to meet them, formally introducing himself as Wei Soryong. Two of the three individuals respond to the greeting, acknowledging him. Soryong begins to say that he looks forward to getting to know them better, but before he can finish his sentence, he is abruptly interrupted. When he looks forward to see what is happening, he sees the man who is clearly in love with Huayin practically engulfed in the flames of rage, glaring at him with burning eyes and demanding to know if he is truly Huayin's fiancé. The man demands confirmation of his name, asking directly if he is indeed Wei Soryong, to which Soryong calmly responds that yes, he is. Without hesitation, the man drops to one knee, but not in a friendly or honorable gesture. His aggressive and unfriendly posture causes his two companions in the background to become visibly alarmed. With a fierce expression, the man introduces himself as Yang Xianggu, the spear dragon from the Yang family of Sichuan. Still burning with fury, he calls out to the young Soryong and challenges him directly to a duel.
If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to give it a thumbs up, it really helps. And for more content like this, make sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell so you don't miss any updates. Let me know in the comments if you'd like to see another part. I'd love to hear your thoughts. See you next time. Bye-bye.